classes, peasants, and others engaged in manual labor, and they had to provide a hierarchy of exclusiveness, without closing the possibility of climbing the steps of this social stairway. A middle-class lifestyle and culture was one such criterion. Leisure activity, and especially the new invention of sport, was another, but the chief indicator of social membership increasingly became, and has remained, formal education. Its major function was not utilitarian, in spite of the potential financial returns from trained intelligence and specialized knowledge in an age increasingly based on scientific technology, and in spite of its opening careers a little more widely for meritocratic talent, especially in the expanding industry of education itself. What counted was the demonstration that adolescents were able to postpone earning a living. The content of education was secondary, and indeed the vocational value of the Greek and Latin on which British public school boys spent so much of their time, of the philosophy, letters, history, and geography which filled 77% of the hours in French lycées, 1,890, was negligible. Even in practical-minded Prussia the classical gymnasien in 1885 contained almost 3 times as many pupils as the more modern and technically minded Realgymnasien and Oberrealschulen. Moreover, the cost of providing such an education for a child was itself a social marker. One Prussian official, who calculated it with German thoroughness, spent 31% of his income on his 3 sons' education over a period of 31 years. 16. Formal education, preferably crowned by some certificate, had hitherto been irrelevant to the rise of a bourgeoisie, except for those learned professions inside and outside public service which it was the main function of universities to train, in addition to providing an agreeable environment for the drinking, whoring, and sporting activities of young gentlemen, to whom actual examinations were quite unimportant. Few 19th-century businessmen were graduates of anything. The French Polytechnique at this period did not especially attract the bourgeois elite. A German banker, giving advice to a budding industrialist in 1884, dismissed theory and university education, which he considered merely a means of enjoyment for times of rest, like the cigar after lunch. His advice was to get into practical business as soon as possible, look for a financial backer, observe the USA, and gain experience, leaving higher education to the scientifically trained technician, whom the entrepreneur would find useful. From a business point of view this was plain common sense, though it left the technical cottars dissatisfied. German engineers bitterly demanded a social position corresponding to the engineer's significance in life. 17. Schooling provided above all a ticket of admission to the recognized middle and upper zones of society and a means of socializing the entrants into the ways which would distinguish them from the lower orders. Even the minimum school leaving age for this type of entry, around 16 years, guaranteed boys in some countries with military conscription classification as potential officer material. Increasingly, secondary education to the age of 18 or 19 became usual among the middle classes, normally followed by university or higher professional training. The numbers involved remain small, though they increased somewhat in secondary education and much more dramatically in higher education. Between 1875 and 1912 the number of German students more than tripled, of French students, 1875 to 1910, more than quadrupled. However, in 1910 still less than 3% of the French age groups between 12 and 19 attended secondary schools, 77,500 in all, and only 2% stayed for the final examination, which half of them passed. 18 Germany, with a population of 65 millions, entered the First World War with a corps of something like 120,000 reserve officers, or about 1% of the men between the ages of 20 and 45. 19. Modest though these numbers were, they were much larger than the usual size of older ruling classes, e.g. the 7,000 persons who in the 1870s owned 80% of all privately held land in Britain, let alone the 700 or so families which constituted the British peerage. They were certainly too large for the formation of those informal, personal networks by means of which the bourgeoisie earlier in the 19th century had been able to structure itself, partly because the economy was highly localized, partly because religious and ethnic minority groups which developed a particular affinity for capitalism, French Protestants, Quakers, Unitarians, Greeks, Jews, Armenians, generated webs of mutual trust, kinship, and business transactions which stretched over entire countries, continents, and oceans. Point 3 At the very peak of the national and international economy, such informal networks could still operate, since the number of people involved was tiny, and some parts of business, especially banking and finance, were increasingly concentrated in a handful of financial centers, generally also the actual capital cities of major nation-states. Around 1900 the British banking community, which de facto controlled the world's financial business, consisted of a few score families with houses in a small area of London, who knew each other, frequented the same clubs and social circles, and intermarried. Point 20 The Rhine-Westphalian Steel Syndicate, which constituted most of the German steel industry, consisted of 28 firms. The largest of all trusts, United States Steel, was formed in informal talks between a handful of men and finally took shape during after-dinner conversations and at golf. The genuine big bourgeoisie, old or new, therefore had no great difficulty in organizing itself as an elite, since it could use methods very similar to those used by aristocracies, or even, as in Great Britain, the actual mechanisms of aristocracy. Indeed, where possible their aim increasingly was to crown business success by joining the class of the nobility, at least via their sons and daughters, and, if not, at least by an aristocratic lifestyle. It is a mistake to see this simply as an abdication of bourgeois before old aristocratic values. For one thing, socialization through elite, or any, schools had been no more important for traditional aristocracies than for bourgeoisies. Insofar as it became so, as in British public schools, it assimilated aristocratic values to a moral system designed for a bourgeois society and for its public service. For another, the test of aristocratic values now increasingly became a profligate and expensive style of life which required above all money, never mind where it came from. Money therefore became its criterion. The genuinely traditional landed nobleman, insofar as he could not maintain such a lifestyle and the activities associated with it, found himself exiled into a fading provincial world, loyal, proud but socially marginal, like the characters in Theodore Fontaine's Der Stecklein, 1895, that powerful elegy on ancient Brandenburg Junker values. The big bourgeoisie used the mechanism of aristocracy, as of any elite's election, for its own purposes. The real test of schools and universities as socializers was for those who were climbing up the social ladder, not for those who had already arrived at the top. It transformed the son of a nonconformist Salisbury gardener into a Cambridge Don, and his son, via Eton and King's College, into the economist John Maynard Keynes, so obviously a member of a confident and polished elite that we are still amazed to think of his mother's childhood milieu among provincial Baptist tabernacles, and yet, to the end, a proud member of his class, of what he later called the educated bourgeoisie. 21. No wonder that the kind of schooling which offered the probability, perhaps even the certainty, of bourgeois status expanded to meet the rising number who had acquired wealth but not status, like grandfather Keynes, those whose own bourgeois status traditionally depended on education, such as the sons of impecunious Protestant clergymen and the more liberally rewarded professions, and the masses of lesser respectable parents ambitious for their children. Secondary education, the essential gate of entry, grew. The number of its pupils multiplied by anything between 2, Belgium, France, Norway, Netherlands, and 5, Italy. The number of students in universities, which offered a guarantee of middle-class membership, approximately tripled in most European countries between the late 1870s and 1913. In the previous decades it had remained more or less stable. In fact, by the 1880s, German observers were becoming worried about admitting more university students than the middle-class sectors of the economy could accommodate. The problem of the genuine upper middle class, say, the 68 large industrialists who from 1895 to 1907 joined the 5 who were already in the top class of taxpayers in Bochum, Germany, 22, was that such general educational expansion did not provide sufficiently exclusive badges of status. Yet at the same time the big bourgeoisie could not formally separate itself from its inferiors, because its structure had to be kept open to new entrants, that was the nature of its being, and because it needed to mobilize, or at least conciliate, the middle and lower middle classes against the increasingly mobilized working classes. Hence the insistence of non-socialist observers that the middle class was not merely growing but was of enormous size. The redoubtable Gustav von Schmaler, chieftain of German economists, thought they formed a quarter of the population 23, but he included among it not only the new officials, managers, and technicians on good, but moderate, salaries but also foremen and skilled workers. Sombart similarly estimated it at 12.5 million against 35 million workers. 24 These were essentially calculations of potentially anti-socialist voters. A generous estimate could hardly go very far beyond the 300,000 who are reckoned to have constituted the investing public in late Victorian and Edwardian Britain. 25 In any case, the actual members of the established middle classes were far from opening their arms to the lower orders even when these wore collars and ties. An English observer, more characteristically, dismissed the lower middle classes as belonging with the workers to the world of the board schools. 26. Within systems of open entry, circles of informal but definite exclusiveness thus had to be established. This was easiest in a country like England, which lacked public primary education until 1870, school attendance was not compulsory for another 20 years, public secondary education until 1902, and any significant university education outside the two ancient universities of Oxford and Cambridge. 4 Numerous strikingly misnamed public schools were founded for the middle classes from the 1840s on the model of the 9 ancient foundations recognized as such in 1870, and already, especially Eton, nurseries of the nobility and gentry. By the early 1900s they had expanded to a list of, depending on the degree of exclusiveness or snobbery, anything between 64 and some 160 more or less expensive schools claiming such status, and deliberately training their pupils as members of a ruling class. 27 A body of similar private secondary schools, mainly in the northeastern USA, also prepared the sons of good, or at any rate rich, families for the final polish of private elite universities. Within these, as within the large body of German university students, even more exclusive groups were recruited by private associations such as the Student Corps or the more prestigious Greek letter fraternities, whose place in the Old English universities was taken by the residential colleges. The late 19th century bourgeoisies were thus a curious combination of educationally open and closed societies, open, since entry was available by virtue of money, or even, through scholarships or other provisions for poor students, merit, but closed insofar as it was clearly understood that some circles were considerably more equal than others. The exclusiveness was purely social. German corps students, Beery and Scard, duelled because this proved that they were, unlike the lower orders, satisfactionsfähig, i.e. gentlemen, and not plebeians. The subtle gradations of status among British private schools were established by what schools were prepared to engage in sporting contests against each other, i.e. whose sisters were suitable marriage partners. The body of American elite universities, at least in the East, was actually defined by the social exclusiveness of sports. They played each other in the Ivy League. For those who were on the way up into the big bourgeoisie, these mechanisms of socialization guaranteed unquestioned membership for their sons. Academic education for daughters was optional, and outside liberal and progressive circles still not guaranteed. But it also had some distinct practical advantages. The institution of Old Boys, Alte Herren, alumni, which developed rapidly from the 1870s on, demonstrated that the products of an educational establishment formed a network which might be national or even international, but it also bonded younger generations to the older. In short, it gave social cohesion to a heterogeneous body of recruits. Here also sport provided much of the formal cement. By these means a school, a college, a corps, or fraternity, revisited and often financed by their alumni, formed a sort of potential mafia, friends of friends, for mutual aid, not least in business, and in turn the network of such extended families of people whose equivalent economic and social status could be assumed, provided a grid of potential contacts beyond the range of local or regional kin and business. As the Guide to American College Fraternities put it, observing the vast growth of alumni associations, Beta Theta Phi had alumni chapters in 16 cities in 1889 but 110 in 1912, they formed circles of cultivated men who would not otherwise know each other. 28. The practical potential of such networks in a world of national and international business may be indicated by the fact that one such American fraternity, Delta Kappa Epsilon, boasted 6 senators, 40 congressmen, a Cabot Lodge and the Theodore Roosevelt in 1889, while in 1912 it also included 18 New York bankers, including J.P. Morgan, 9 figures of substance from Boston, 3 directors of Standard Oil and persons of comparable weight in the Middle West. It would certainly not be to the disadvantage of the future entrepreneur from, say, Peoria to undergo the rigors of initiation into Delta Kappa Epsilon at a suitable Ivy League college. All this was of economic as well as social importance, as capitalist concentration developed, and purely local or even regional industry lacking a tie to wider networks atrophied, like the rapidly dying country banks in Great Britain. Yet while the formal and informal schooling system was convenient for the established economic and social elite, it was essential chiefly for those who wanted to join it, or to have their arrival certified by the assimilation of their children. School was the ladder by which children of the more modest members of the middle strata climbed higher, for even in the most meritocratic educational systems few sons of actual peasants and even fewer of workers got further than the bottom rungs. 4. The relative ease with which the upper 10,000, as they came to be called, could establish exclusiveness did not solve the problem of the upper 100,000s who filled the ill-defined space between the top people and the populace, and even less, the problem of the much larger lower middle class, often barely a financial hair's breadth above the better paid skilled workers. They certainly belonged to what British social observers called the servant-keeping class, 29% of the population in a provincial city like York. In spite of the fact that the number of domestic servants stagnated or even declined from the 1880s on, and therefore did not keep pace with the growth of the middle strata, middle or even lower middle class aspiration without domestic service was still hardly conceivable, except in the USA. To this extent the middle class was still a class of masters, cf. the age of capital, or rather of mistresses over some laboring girl. They certainly gave their sons, and even increasingly their daughters, a secondary education. Insofar as this qualified men for reserve officer status, or temporary gentlemen officers in the British mass armies of 1914, it also stamped them as potential masters over other men. Yet a large and growing number of them were no longer independent in the formal sense, but were themselves receivers of wages from employers, even if these were euphemistically called by some other name. Side by side with the old bourgeoisie of entrepreneurs or independent professionals, and those recognizing only the orders of God or the state, there now grew up the new middle class of salaried managers, executives, and technical experts in the capitalism of state corporations and high technology, the public and private bureaucracy whose rise Max Weber monitored. Side by side with and overshadowing the old petty bourgeoisie of independent artisans and small shopkeepers, there now grew up the new petty bourgeoisie of office, shop, and subaltern administration. These were indeed numerically very large strata, and the gradual shift from primary and secondary to tertiary economic activities promised to increase their size. In the USA they were, by 1900, already larger than the actual working class, though this was exceptional. These new middle and lower middle classes were too numerous and often, as individuals, too insignificant, their social environments too unstructured and anonymous, especially in the big city, and the scale on which economics and politics operated was too vast for them to count as persons or families, in the way in which the upper middle class or haute bourgeoisie could. No doubt this had always been so in the big city, but in 1871 less than 5% of Germans lived in cities of 100,000 or more, whereas in 1910 over 21% did so. Increasingly, then, the middle classes were identifiable not so much as individuals who counted as such, but by collective recognition signs, by the education they had received, the places they lived in, their lifestyles and practices which indicated their situation to others who were, as individuals, equally unidentifiable. For the recognized middle classes these normally implied a combination of income and education and a certain visible distance from popular origins, as indicated, for instance, by the habitual use of the standard national language of culture and the accent which indicated class, in social intercourse with other than inferiors. The lower middle classes, old or new, were clearly separate and inferior because of insufficient income, mediocrity of culture or closeness to popular origins. 29 The main objective of the new petty bourgeoisies was to demarcate themselves as sharply as possible from the working classes, an aim which, generally, inclined them to the radical right in politics. Reaction was their form of snobbery. The main body of the solid, undoubted middle class was not large. In the early 1900s less than 4% of people dying in the United Kingdom left behind them more than £300 worth of property, including houses, furniture, etc. Yet even though a more than comfortable middle-class income, say £700 to £1,000 a year, was perhaps 10 times as high as a good working-class income, it could not compare with the really rich, let alone the super-rich. The gap was enormous, between the established, recognizable and prosperous upper middle class and what now came to be called the plutocracy, which represented what a late Victorian observer called the visible obliteration of the conventional distinction between the aristocracies of birth and money. 30. Residential segregation, more likely than not in a suitable suburb, was one way of structuring such masses of the comfortable into a social grouping. Education, as we have seen, was another. Both were tied together by a practice which became essentially institutionalized in the last quarter of the old century, sport. Formalized about this time in Britain, which provided the model and vocabulary for it, it spread like wildfire to other countries. At its start its modern form was essentially associated with the middle class, and not necessarily even the upper class. Young aristocrats might, as in Britain, try their hand at any form of physical prowess, but their special field was exercise connected with riding and killing, or at least attacking, animals and people, hunting, shooting, fishing, horse races, fencing and the like. Indeed in Britain the word sports was originally confined to such pursuits, the games and physical contests now called sports being classified as pastimes. The bourgeoisie, as usual, not only adopted but transformed noble ways of life. Aristocrats also, characteristically, took to notably expensive forms of pursuit such as the newly invented motor car, which was correctly described in the Europe of 1905 as the toy of millionaires and the conveyance of the moneyed class. 31. The new sports also made their way into the working classes, and even before 1914 some were enthusiastically practiced by workers. There were perhaps 500,000 football players in Britain, and passionately watched and followed by vast multitudes. This fact provided sport with a built-in class criterion, amateurism, or rather the prohibition or strict caste segregation of the professionals. No amateur could genuinely excel in sport unless able to devote far more time to it than members of the laboring classes could, unless they were paid. The sports which became most characteristic of the middle classes, such as lawn tennis, rugby football, American football, still a game of college students, in spite of some strain, or the as yet undeveloped winter sports, stubbornly rejected professionalism. The amateur ideal, which had the additional advantage of uniting middle class and nobility, was enshrined in the new institution of the Olympic Games, 1896, brainchild of a French admirer of the British public school system, which was built round its playing fields. That sport was seen as an important element in the formation of a new governing class on the model of the public school-trained British bourgeois gentleman is evident from the role of schools in introducing it to the continent. The future professional football clubs were more often works teams of expatriate British firms and their staff. That it had a patriotic, even militarist aspect is also clear. But it also served to create new patterns of middle-class life and cohesion. Lawn tennis, invented in 1873, rapidly became the quintessential game of middle-class suburbs, largely because it was bisexual, and therefore provided a means for the sons and daughters of the great middle class to meet partners not introduced via the family but certain to be of comparable social position. In short, they widened the narrow circle of middle-class family and acquaintance, and, through the network of interacting lawn tennis subscription clubs, created a social universe out of self-contained household cells. The parlor of home soon dwindled into an insignificant spot. 32 The triumph of tennis is inconceivable without both suburbanization and the growing emancipation of the middle-class woman. Alpinism, the new sport of cycling, which became the first mass working-class spectator sport on the continent, and the later winter sports, preceded by skating, also benefited substantially from the attraction between the sexes, and incidentally played a significant role in women's emancipation. For this reason, see below, pages 205, 207. Golf clubs were to play an equally important role in the Anglo-Saxon, masculine world of middle-class professional men and businessmen. We have already encountered an early business deal concluded on a golf course. The social potential of this game, played on large, expensively constructed and maintained pieces of real estate by members of clubs designed to exclude socially and financially unacceptable outsiders, struck the new middle classes like a sudden revelation. Before 1889 there had only been 2 golf links in all of Yorkshire, West Riding. Between 1890 and 1895 29 of them were opened. 33 In fact, the extraordinary speed with which all forms of organized sport conquered bourgeois society between 1870 and the early 1900s suggests that it filled a social need for considerably more than open-air exercise. Paradoxically, in Britain at least, an industrial proletariat and a new bourgeoisie or middle class emerged as self-conscious groups at about the same time, defining themselves, against each other, by ways and styles of collective living and action. Sport, a middle-class creation transformed into 2 obviously class-identified wings, was one of the major ways of doing so. So 3 major developments marked the middle classes of the pre-1914 decades socially. At the lower end, the number of those with some claim to membership of this middle group grew. These were the non-manual employees who, at the margin, were distinguished from workers who might earn as much as they only by the would-be formality of their working dress, the black-coated or, as the Germans said, stiff-collared proletariat, and by a would-be middle-class style of living. At the upper end the line between employers, upper professionals, and higher managers, salaried executives and senior officials, grew hazy. All of them were, realistically, grouped together as Class 1 when the British census in 1911 first attempted to record the population by class. At the same time the bourgeois leisure class of men and women who lived off profits at second hand, the Puritan tradition echoes through the British Inland Revenue's classification of unearned income, grew much larger. Relatively fewer bourgeois were now engaged in actually earning, and the available accumulations of profit to be distributed among their relatives were now much greater. Above all there were the super-rich, the plutocrats. There were, after all, already more than $4,000 millionaires in the USA of the early 1890s. To most of these the pre-war decades were kind, to the more favored they were extraordinarily generous. The new lower middle class got little enough in material terms, for their incomes might not be higher than the skilled artisans, though measured by the year rather than by the week or the day, and workers did not have to spend so much to keep up appearances. However, their status placed them unquestionably above the laboring masses. In Britain the males among them could even think of themselves as gentlemen, a term originally devised for the landed gentry, but, in the era of the bourgeoisie, drained of its specific social content and open to anyone who did not actually perform manual labor. It was never applied to workers. Most of them thought of themselves as having done better than their parents, and hoped for even better prospects for their own children. This probably did little to diminish the sense of helpless resentment against those above and below them, which seemed so characteristic of this class. Those who belonged to the unquestioned world of the bourgeoisie had very little indeed to complain about, for an exceptionally agreeable life, now conducted in an exceptionally agreeable lifestyle, was at the disposal of anyone with a few £100 sterling a year, which was far below the threshold of the big money. The great economist Marshall thought, in Principles of Economics, that a professor could live a suitable life on £500 a year. 34 An opinion confirmed by his colleague, the father of John Maynard Keynes, who managed to save £400 a year out of an income, salary plus inherited capital, of £1,000, which enabled him to run a Morris wall-papered home with 3 regular servants and a governess, to take 2 holidays a year. A month in Switzerland cost the couple £68 in 1891, and to indulge his passions for stamp collecting, butterfly hunting, logic and, of course, golf. 35 There was no difficulty in finding ways to spend 100 times as much per year, and the ultra-rich of the Belle Epoque, American multimillionaires, Russian Grand Dukes, South African gold magnates and assorted international financiers, rushed to compete in spending as lavishly as they could. But one did not have to be a tycoon to enjoy some very palatable sweets of life, for in 1896, for example, a 101-piece dinner service decorated with one's own monogram could be bought retail in London for less than £5. The International Grand Hotel, born of the railway in mid-century, reached its apogee in the last 20 years before 1914. Many of them still bear the name of the most famous of contemporary chefs, César Ritz. These palaces might be frequented by the super-rich, but they were not primarily built for them, since the super-rich still constructed or rented their own palatial establishments. They aimed at the middling rich and the comfortably off. Lord Rosebery dined at the new Hotel Cecil, but not on the standard dinner of 6 shillings a head. The activities aimed at the really wealthy were priced on a different scale. In 1909 a set of golf clubs and bag would cost £1.50 sterling in London, while the basic price for the new Mercedes car was £900. Lady Wimborne and her son owned 2 of them, plus 2 Daimlers, 3 Darracqs and 2 Napiers. 36. Small wonder that the pre-1914 years live on in the folklore of the bourgeoisie as an era of golden days. Or that the sort of leisure class which attracted most public attention was the one which engaged in, Veblen again, conspicuous consumption to establish the person's status and wealth, not so much against the lower orders, too far in the depths to be even noticed, but in competition with other tycoons. J.P. Morgan's answer to the question how much it cost to run a yacht, if you have to ask, you can't afford it, and John D. Rockefeller's, equally apocryphal, remark when told that J.P. Morgan had left $80 million at his death, and we all thought he was rich, indicate the nature of the phenomenon. There was plenty of it in those gold-plated decades when art dealers like Joseph Duveen convinced billionaires that only a collection of old masters could put the seal on their status, when no successful grocer was complete without a huge yacht, no mining speculator without a string of race horses and a, preferably British, country palace and grouse moor, and when the sheer quantity and variety of food wasted, and indeed even the quantities consumed, in an Edwardian weekend beggar the imagination. In fact, however, as already suggested, the largest body of leisure subsidized by private incomes probably took the form of non-profit making activities by the wives, sons, and daughters, and sometimes other relatives, of well-heeled families. This, as we shall see, was an important element in the emancipation of women. See Chapter 8 below. Virginia Woolf regarded a room of one's own, i.e. £500 a year, as essential for this purpose, and the great Fabian partnership of Beatrice and Sidney Webb rested on £1,000 a year settled on her at her marriage. Good causes, ranging from campaigns for peace and sobriety through social service for the poor, this was the era of slum settlements by middle-class activists, to the support of the uncommercial arts, benefited from unpaid help and financial subsidy. The history of the early 20th century arts is full of such subsidies. Rilke's poetry was made possible by the generosity of an uncle and a succession of noble ladies, Stephen George's poetry and Karl Kraus' social criticism, like George Lukács' philosophy, by the family business, which also allowed Thomas Mann to concentrate on the literary life before it became lucrative. In the words of E. M. Forster, another beneficiary of a private income, in came the dividends, up went the lofty thoughts. They rose in and out of villas and apartments furnished by the arts and crafts movement, which adapted the methods of the medieval artisan for those who could pay, and among cultivated families for whom, given the right accent and income, even hitherto unrespectable occupations became what the Germans called salonfähig, acceptable in family drawing rooms. Not the least curious development of the ex-Puritan middle class is its readiness, at the end of the century, to let its sons and daughters go on the professional stage, which acquired all the symbols of public recognition. After all, Sir Thomas Beecham, the heir to Beecham's Pills, chose to spend his time as a professional conductor of Delius, son of the Bradford woolen trade, and of Mozart, who had had no such advantages. 6. And yet, could the age of the conquering bourgeoisie flourish, when large tracts of the bourgeoisie itself found themselves so little engaged in the generation of wealth, and drifting so rapidly and so far away from the Puritan ethic, the values of work and effort, accumulation through abstention, duty, and moral earnestness, which had given them their identity, pride, and ferocious energy? As we have seen in Chapter 3, the fear, nay, the shame, of a future as parasites haunted them. Leisure, culture, comfort were all very well. The gross public flaunting of wealth by luxurious waste was still greeted with considerable reserve by a Bible-reading generation which recalled the worship of the golden calf. But was not the class that had made the 19th century its own, withdrawing from its historic destiny? How, if at all, could it combine the values of its past and its present? The problem was hardly yet visible in the USA, where the dynamic entrepreneur felt no discernible twinges of uncertainty, though some were worried about their public relations. It was among the old New England families dedicated to university-educated public and professional services, such as the Jameses and the Adamses, that men and women distinctly ill at ease in their society were to be found. The most that can be said of American capitalists is that some of them earned money so fast and in such astronomic quantities that they were forcibly brought up against the fact that mere capital accumulation in itself is not an adequate aim in life for human beings, even bourgeois ones. However, most American businessmen were not in the class of the admittedly unusual Carnegie, who gave away $350 million to a variety of excellent causes and people all over the world, without visibly affecting his style of life in Skibo Castle, or Rockefeller, who imitated Carnegie's new device of the philanthropic foundation, and was to give away even more before his death in 1937. Philanthropy on this scale, like art collecting, had the incidental advantage that it retrospectively softened the public outlines of men whose workers and business rivals remembered them as merciless predators. For most of the American middle class, getting rich, or at least well off, was still a sufficient aim in life and an adequate justification of their class and of civilization. Nor can we detect much of a crisis of bourgeois confidence in the smaller Western countries entering upon their era of economic transformation, such as the pillars of society in the provincial Norwegian shipbuilding town about whom Henrik Ibsen wrote a celebrated and eponymous play, 1877. Unlike capitalists in Russia, they had no reason to feel that the entire weight and morality of a traditionalist society, from Grand Dukes to moujiks, was dead against them, not to mention their exploited workers. On the contrary. Still, even in Russia, where we find surprising phenomena in literature and life like the successful businessman who is ashamed of his triumphs, Lopukhin in Chekhov's Cherry Orchard, and the great textile magnate and art patron who finances Lenin's Bolsheviks, Sava Morozov, rapid industrial progress brought self-assurance. Paradoxically, what was to turn the February Revolution of 1917 into the October Revolution, or so it has been persuasively argued, was the conviction, acquired by Russian employers in the previous 20 years, that there can be no other economic order in Russia besides capitalism, and that Russian capitalists were strong enough to force their workers back into line. Vi. There were no doubt plenty of businessmen and successful professional men in the developed parts of Europe who still felt the wind of history in their sails, even though it was increasingly difficult to overlook what was happening to two of the masts which had traditionally carried these sails, the owner-managed firm, and the male-centered family of its proprietor. The conduct of big business by salaried functionaries or the loss of independence of formerly sovereign entrepreneurs in cartels were indeed, as a German economic historian noted with relief at the time, still a long way from socialism. 39 But the mere fact that private business and socialism could be so linked shows how far from the accepted idea of private enterprise the new economic structures of our period seemed. As for the erosion of the bourgeois family, not least by the emancipation of its female members, how could it fail to undermine the self-definition of a class which rested so largely on its maintenance? See The Age of Capital, Chapter 13, 11, a class for which respectability equated with morality and which depended so crucially on the perceived conduct of its women? What made the problem particularly acute, at all events in Europe, and dissolved the firm contours of the 19th century bourgeoisie, was a crisis in what, except for some self-consciously pietist Catholic groups, had long been its identifying ideology and allegiance. For the bourgeoisie had believed, not only in individualism, respectability, and property, but also in progress, reform, and a moderate liberalism. In the eternal political battle among the upper strata of 19th century societies, between the parties of movement or progress and the parties of order, the middle classes had unquestionably stood, in their great majority, for movement, though by no means insensitive to order. Yet, as we shall see below, progress, reform and liberalism were all in crisis. Scientific and technical progress, of course, remained unquestioned. Economic progress still seemed a safe bet, at any rate after the doubts and hesitations of the Depression, even though it generated organized labor movements usually led by dangerous subversives. Political progress, as we have seen, was a far more problematic concept in the light of democracy. As for the situation in the field of culture and morality, it seemed increasingly puzzling. What was one to make of Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844 to 1900, or Maurice Barrès, 1862 to 1923, who in the 1900s were the gurus of the children of those who had navigated their intellectual seas by the beacons of Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, or Ernest Renan, 1820 to 92. The situation became even more puzzling intellectually with the rise to power and prominence in the bourgeois world of Germany, a country in which middle-class culture had never taken kindly to the lucid simplicities of the rationalist 18th century Enlightenment, which penetrated the liberalism of the original countries of the dual revolution, France and Great Britain. Germany was unquestionably a giant in science and learning, in technology and economic development, in civility, culture, and the arts, and not least in power. Probably, taken all in all, it was the most impressive national success story of the 19th century. Its history exemplified progress. But was it really liberal? And even insofar as it was, where did what fin de siècle Germans called liberalism fit in with the accepted verities of the mid-19th century? German universities even refused to teach economics as that subject was now universally understood elsewhere. See below, pages 270, 271. The great German sociologist Max Weber came from an impeccably liberal background, considered himself a lifelong bourgeois liberal, and indeed was very much a liberal of the left by German standards. Yet he was also an impassioned believer in militarism, imperialism and, at least for a time, sufficiently tempted by right-wing nationalism to join the Pan-German League. Or consider the domestic literary wars of the brothers Mann, Heinrich Seven, a classical rationalist, Francophile man of the left, Thomas, a passionate critic of Western civilization and liberalism, to which, in a familiar Teutonic manner, he counterposed an essentially German culture. Yet Thomas Mann's entire career, and certainly his reactions to the rise and triumph of Hitler, demonstrate that his roots and his heart were in the 19th century liberal tradition. Which of the two brothers was the real liberal? Where did the burgher or German bourgeois stand? Moreover, as we have seen, bourgeois politics themselves became more complex and divided, as the supremacy of liberal parties crumbled during the Great Depression. Former liberals shifted to conservatism, as in Britain, liberalism divided and declined, as in Germany, or lost support to left and right as in Belgium and Austria. What exactly did it mean to be a liberal or even a liberal under these circumstances? Need one be an ideological or political liberal at all? After all, by the 1900s there were enough countries in which the typical member of the entrepreneurial and professional classes would be frankly on the right of the political center. And, below them, there were the swelling ranks of the new middle and lower middle classes, with their resentful and built-in affinity for a frankly anti-liberal right. Two issues of increasing urgency underline this erosion of old collective identities: nationalism/imperialism, see chapters 3 and 6 above, and war. The liberal bourgeoisie had certainly not been enthusiasts for imperial conquest, although, paradoxically, its intellectuals were responsible for the way the largest imperial possession of all, India, was administered, see The Age of Revolution, chapter 8, 4. Imperial expansion could be reconciled with bourgeois liberalism, but not, as a rule, comfortably. The most vocal bards of conquest were usually found further to the right. On the other hand, the liberal bourgeoisie had been opposed in principle to neither nationalism nor war. However, they had seen the nation, including their own, as a temporary phase in the evolution towards a truly global society and civilization, and were skeptical of the claims to national independence of what they regarded as obviously unviable or small peoples. As for war, though sometimes necessary, it was something to be avoided, which aroused enthusiasm only among the militarist nobility or the uncivilized. Bismarck's realistic observation that the problems of Germany would only be solved by blood and iron was deliberately meant to shock a mid-19th century bourgeois liberal public, and in the 1860s it had done so. It is evident that in the era of empires, extending nationalism, and approaching war, these sentiments were no longer in tune with the political realities of the world. A man who in the 1900s repeated what in the 1860s or even the 1880s would have been regarded as the merest common sense of bourgeois experience, would in 1910 find himself out of sympathy with much of his times. Bernard Shaw's plays after 1900 get some of their comic effects by such confrontations. 40 Under the circumstances one might have expected realistic middle-class liberals to evolve the usual circuitous rationalizations of positions half changed, or to remain silent. Indeed, that is what British Liberal government ministers did as they committed the country to war while pretending, perhaps even to themselves, that they were not. But we also find something more. As bourgeois Europe moved in growing material comfort towards its catastrophe, we observe the curious phenomenon of a bourgeoisie, or at least a significant part of its youth and its intellectuals, which plunged willingly, even enthusiastically, into the abyss. Everyone knows of the young men. There is much less evidence before 1914 of prospective bellicosity among young women, who hailed the outbreak of the First World War like people who have fallen in love. Now God be thanked who has matched us with this hour, wrote the normally rational Fabian socialist and Cambridge apostle, the poet Rupert Brooke. Only war, wrote the Italian futurist Marinetti, knows how to rejuvenate, accelerate, and sharpen the human intelligence, to make more joyful and air the nerves, to liberate us from the weight of daily burdens, to give savor to life and talent to imbeciles. In the life of camps and under fire, wrote a French student, we shall experience the supreme expansion of the French force that lies within us. 41 But plenty of older intellectuals were also to greet the war with manifestos of delight and pride which some lived long enough to regret. The fashion, in the years before 1914, for rejecting an ideal of peace, reason, and progress for an ideal of violence, instinct and explosion has often been observed. An influential book on British history during those years has called it the strange death of liberal England. One might extend the title to Western Europe. Amid the physical comforts of their newly civilized existence, the middle classes of Europe were uneasy, though this was not yet true of the businessmen of the New World. They had lost their historic mission. The most heartfelt and unqualified songs in praise of the benefits of reason, science, education, enlightenment, freedom, democracy, and the progress of humanity which the bourgeoisie had once been proud to exemplify, now came, as we shall see below, from those whose intellectual formation belonged to an earlier era and had not kept up with the times. It was the working classes and not the bourgeoisie whom Georges Sorel, a brilliant and rebellious intellectual eccentric, warned against the illusions of progress in a book published under that title in 1908. Looking backwards and forwards, the intellectuals, the young, the politicians of the bourgeois classes, were by no means convinced that all was or would be for the best. However, one important part of the upper and middle classes of Europe retained a firm confidence in future progress, for it was based on the recent and spectacular improvement in their situation. It consisted of the women, and especially the women born since about 1860. Chapter 8. The New Woman. In Freud's opinion, it is true that woman gains nothing by studying, and that on the whole woman's lot will not improve thereby. Moreover, women cannot equal man's achievement in the sublimation of sexuality. Minutes of the Vienna Psychoanalytical Society, 1971. My mother left school at 14. She had to go into service right away, on some farm. Later she went to Hamburg as a servant girl. But her brother was allowed to learn something, he became a locksmith. When he lost his job they even let him start a second apprenticeship with a painter. Greet upon on her mother, born 1882. The restoration of woman's self-respect is the gist of the feminist movement. The most substantial of its political victories can have no higher value than this, that they teach women not to depreciate their own sex. Catherine Anthony, 19153. It may seem absurd, at first sight, to consider the history of half the human race in our period in the context of that of the Western middle classes, a relatively small group even within the countries of developed and developing capitalism. Yet it is legitimate, insofar as historians concentrate their attention on changes and transformations in the condition of women, for the most striking of these, women's emancipation, was at this period pioneered and still almost entirely confined to the middle and, in a different form, the statistically less significant upper strata of society. It was modest enough at this time, even though the period produced a small but unprecedented number of women who were active, and indeed extraordinarily distinguished, in fields previously confined entirely to men, figures like Rosa Luxemburg, Madame Curie, Beatrice Webb. Still, it was large enough to produce not simply a handful of pioneers, but, within the bourgeois milieu, a novel species, the new woman about whom male observers speculated and argued from the 1880s onwards, and who was the protagonist of progressive writers, Henrik Ibsen's Nora and Rebecca West, Bernard Shaw's heroines, or rather anti-heroines. In the condition of the great majority of the world's women, those who lived in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the peasant societies of Southern and Eastern Europe, or indeed in most agrarian societies, there was as yet no change whatever. There was little enough change in the condition of most women of the laboring classes anywhere, except, of course, in one crucial respect. From 1875 on, women in the developed world began to have notably fewer children. In short, this part of the world was now visibly experiencing the so-called demographic transition from some variant of the old pattern, speaking very roughly high birth rates balanced by high death rates, to the familiar modern pattern of low birth rates offset by low mortality. Just how and why this transition came about is one of the major puzzles which confront historians of population. Historically speaking, the sharp decline in fertility in the developed countries is quite novel. Incidentally, the failure of fertility and mortality to decline together in most of the world accounts for the spectacular explosion in the global population since the two world wars, for while mortality has fallen dramatically, partly through improvements in the standard of living, partly through a revolution in medicine, the birth rate in most of the Third World remains high, or is only beginning to decline after the lag of a generation. In the West, the declines in birth and death rates were better coordinated. Both obviously affected the lives and feelings of women, for the most striking development affecting death was the sharp fall in the mortality of babies below 1 year, which also became unmistakable in the last decades before 1914. In Denmark, for instance, infant mortality had averaged about 140 per 1,000 live births in the 1870s, but it stood at 96 in the last 5 years before 1914. In the Netherlands, the equivalent figures were almost 200 and a little over 100. For comparison, in Russia infant mortality remained at about 250 per 1,000 in the early 1900s, compared to about 260 in the 1870s. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to suppose that having fewer children in a lifetime was a more notable change in women's lives than having more of their children survive. A lower birth rate can be ensured either by women marrying later, by more of them staying unmarried, always assuming no rise in illegitimacy, or by some form of birth control which, in the 19th century overwhelmingly meant abstention from sex or coitus interruptus. In Europe we can leave aside mass infanticide. In fact, the rather peculiar West European pattern of marriage, which had prevailed over several centuries, had used all these, but especially the first two. For, unlike the usual marriage pattern in non-Western countries, where girls married young and hardly any of them remained unmarried, pre-industrial Western women tended to marry late, sometimes in their late 20s, and the proportion of bachelors and spinsters was high. Hence, even during the period of rapid population increase in the 18th and 19th centuries, the European birth rate in the developed or developing countries of the West was lower than in the 20th century Third World, and the rate of demographic growth, however amazing by past standards, was more modest. Nevertheless, and in spite of a general, but not universal, tendency for a higher proportion of women to marry, and to do so at a younger age, the birth rate dropped, i.e. deliberate birth control must have spread. The passionate debates on this emotionally explosive issue, which was more freely discussed in some countries than in others, are less significant than the massive and, outside the relevant bedrooms, silent decisions of armies of couples to limit the size of their families. In the past, such decisions had been overwhelmingly part of the strategy of maintaining and extending family resources which, given that most Europeans were country people, meant safeguarding the transmission of land from one generation to the next. The two most startling examples of 19th century control of progeny, post-revolutionary France and post-famine Ireland, were primarily due to the decision of peasants or farmers to prevent the dissipation of family holdings by cutting down the number of heirs with possible claims to share in them, in the French case by reducing the number of children, in the case of the much more pious Irish by reducing the number of men and women in a position to have children with such claims by raising the average age at marriage to an all-time European peak, by multiplying bachelors and spinsters, preferably in the prestigious form of the religiously celibate, and, of course, by exporting spare offspring en masse across the seas as emigrants. Hence the rare examples, in a century of population growth, of a country, France, whose population remained barely more than stable, and another, Ireland, whose population actually fell. The new forms of controlling family size were almost certainly not due to the same motives. In the cities they were undoubtedly stimulated by the desire for a higher standard of living, particularly among the multiplying lower middle classes, whose members could not afford both the expense of a large brood of small children and the wider range of consumer goods and services which now became available, for in the 19th century nobody, other than the indigent old, was poorer than a couple with a low income and a house full of small children. But it was probably also due to the changes which at this time made children an increasing burden on parents, as they went to school or training for a lengthening period during which they remained economically dependent. Prohibitions on child labor and the urbanization of work reduced or eliminated the modest economic value which children had for parents, e.g. on farms where they could make themselves useful. At the same time, birth control indicated significant cultural changes, both towards children and in respect of what men and women expected from life. If children were to do better than their parents, and for most people in the pre-industrial era this had been neither possible nor desirable, then they had to be given a better chance in life, and smaller families made it possible to devote more time, care, and resources to each. And, just as one aspect of a world of change and progress was to open the chance of social and professional improvement from one generation to the next, so it might also teach men and women that their own lives did not just have to replicate their parents'. The moralists shook their heads over the French, with their single-child or double-child families, but there can be no doubt that in the privacy of pillow talk it suggested new possibilities to husbands and wives. The rise of birth control thus indicates a certain penetration of new structures, values, and expectations into the sphere of Western laboring women. Nevertheless, most of them were only marginally affected. Indeed, they were largely outside the economy, conventionally defined to consist of those who declared themselves as having an employment or occupation, other than domestic labor in the family. In the 1890s, something like 2/3 of all males were thus classified as occupied in the developed countries of Europe and the USA, while something like 3/4 of females, in the USA 87% of them, were not. 2 more precisely, 95% of all married men between the ages of 18 and 60 were occupied in this sense, e.g. in Germany, whereas only 12% of all married women were in the 1890s, though half the unmarried and about 40% of the widowed were. Pre-industrial societies are not entirely repetitive, even in the countryside. Conditions of life change, and even the pattern of women's existence does not remain the same through the generations, though one would hardly expect to see any dramatic transformations over a period of 50 years except as the result of climatic or political catastrophe or the impact of the industrial world. For most rural women outside the developed zone of the world, that impact was still quite small. What characterized their lives was the inseparability of family functions and labor. They were conducted in a single setting in which most men and women carried out all their sexually differentiated tasks, whether in what we today consider the household or in production. Farmers needed wives for farming as well as cooking and bearing children, handicraft masters and small shopkeepers needed them to conduct their trades. If there were some occupations which collected together men without women for lengthy periods, say as soldiers or sailors, there were no purely female occupations, except perhaps prostitution and the public entertainments assimilated to it, which were not normally carried out for most of the time in the setting of some household, for even unmarried men and women who were hired out as servants or agricultural laborers lived in. Insofar as the bulk of the world's women continued to live in this manner, shackled by double labor and inferiority to men, there is little to be said about them that could not have been said in the days of Confucius, Mohammed, or the Old Testament. They were not outside history, but they were outside the history of 19th-century society. There was indeed a large and growing number of laboring women whose patterns of life had been or were being transformed, not necessarily for the better, by economic revolution. The first aspect of this revolution which transformed them had been what is now called proto-industrialization, the striking growth of cottage and putting out industries for sale in wider markets. Insofar as this continued to be carried out in a setting which combined household and outside production, it did not change the position of women, though certain kinds of cottage manufacture were specifically feminine, e.g. lace-making or straw-plaiting, and therefore provided rural women with the comparatively rare advantage of a means of earning a little cash independent of men. However, what cottage industries achieved more generally was a certain erosion of the conventional differences between men's and women's work and above all a transformation in family structure and strategy. Households could be set up as soon as two people reached working age, children, a valuable addition to the family labor force, could be engendered without considering what would happen next to the plot of land on which their future as peasants depended. The complex and traditional mechanisms for maintaining a balance over the next generation between people and the means of production on which they depended, by controlling the age and choice of marriage partners, family size and inheritance, broke down. The consequences for demographic growth have been much discussed, but what is relevant here are the more immediate consequences for the life histories and life patterns of women. As it happens, by the late 19th century proto-industries, whether male, female or combined, were falling victim to more large-scale manufacture, as indeed was handicraft production in the industrialized countries, see pages 114 to 15 above. Globally speaking, domestic industry, whose problems therefore increasingly preoccupied social investigators and governments, was still substantial. It included perhaps 7% of all industrial employment in Germany, perhaps 19% in Switzerland, American Samoa, much as 34% in Austria in the 1890s. 5 Such industries, known as sweated industries, even expanded under certain circumstances, with the aid of small-scale mechanization which was new, notably the sewing machine, and notoriously underpaid and exploited labor. However, they increasingly lost their character as family manufacture as their labor force became more and more feminized and, incidentally, compulsory schooling deprived them of child labor, which was usually an integral part of them. As the traditional proto-industrial occupations were swept away, handloom weaving, framework knitting, etc., most domestic industry ceased to be a family enterprise and became merely a kind of underpaid work which women could do in cottages, garrets, and backyards. Domestic industry at least enabled them to combine paid work with some supervision of household and children. That is why so many married women who needed to earn money, but remained chained to kitchens and small children, found themselves doing such work. For the second and major effect of industrialization on the position of women was much more drastic: it separated the household from the place of work. And in doing so it largely excluded them from the publicly recognized economy, the one in which people were paid wages, and compounded their traditional inferiority to men by a new economic dependence. Peasants, for instance, could hardly exist as peasants without wives. Farm work required the woman as well as the man. It was absurd to regard the household income as earned by one sex rather than both, even though one sex was considered as dominant. But in the new economy the household income was typically and increasingly earned by specifiable people who went out to work and came back from factory or office at regular intervals with money, which was distributed to other family members who, equally clearly, did not earn it directly even if their contribution to the household was essential in other ways. Those who brought back money were not necessarily only men, even though the main breadwinner was typically a male, but those who found it difficult to bring back money from outside were typically the married women. Such a separation of household and place of work logically entailed a pattern of sexual, economic division. For the woman it meant that her role as a household manager became her primary function, especially where family earnings were irregular or tight. This may explain the constant complaints from middle-class sources about the inadequacies of working-class women in this respect. Such complaints do not appear to have been common in the pre-industrial era. Of course, except among the rich, this produced a new kind of complementarity between husbands and wives. Nevertheless, she no longer brought home income. The main breadwinner had to aim at earning an income sufficient to maintain all his dependents. His earnings, for he was typically a male, ought therefore ideally to be fixed at a level which did not require any other contribution to produce a family wage sufficient to keep all. Conversely, the income of other family members was conceived of as at best complementary, and this reinforced the traditional belief that women's, and of course children's, work was inferior and low paid. After all, the woman needed to be paid less since she did not have to earn the family income. Since better paid men would have their wages reduced by the competition of low paid women, the logical strategy for them was to exclude such competition if possible, thus pressing women further into economic dependence or permanent low wage occupations. At the same time, from the woman's point of view, dependence became the optimum economic strategy. By far her best chance of getting a good income lay in attaching herself to a man who was capable of bringing it home, since her own chance of earning such a living was usually minimal. Apart from the higher reaches of prostitution, which were no easier to reach than Hollywood stardom in later days. Her most promising career was marriage. But marriage made it exceedingly difficult for her to go out to earn a living even had she wanted to, partly because domestic work and looking after children and husband tied her to the household, partly because the very assumption that a good husband was by definition a good breadwinner intensified the conventional resistance, by both men and women, to the wife's work. The fact that she could be seen not to need to work was the visible proof, before society, that the family was not pauperized. Everything conspired to keep the married woman a dependent. Women habitually went to work until they married. They were very often obliged to go to work when widowed or abandoned by their husbands. But they did not usually do so when married. In the 1890s only 12.8% of German married women had a recognized occupation. In Britain, 1911, only about 10% had 1.6. Since a great many adult male breadwinners could plainly not bring home an adequate family income by themselves, the paid labor of women and children was, in fact, only too often essential to the family budget. Moreover, since women and children were notoriously cheap labor and easy to browbeat, especially since most female labor consisted of young girls, the economy of capitalism encouraged their employment wherever possible, i.e. where not prevented by the resistance of the men, by law, by convention, or by the nature of certain physically taxing jobs. There was thus a great deal of women's work even according to the narrow criteria of the censuses, which in any case almost certainly substantially understated the amount of occupied married women, since much of their paid work would not be reported as such or would not be distinguished from the domestic tasks with which it overlapped, the taking in of lodgers, part-time work as domestic cleaners, laundresses, and the like. In Britain 34% of women over the age of 10 were occupied in the 1880s and 1890s, compared with 83% of the men, and in industry the proportion of women ranged from 18% in Germany to 31% in France. 7 Women's work in industry was at the beginning of our period still overwhelmingly concentrated in a few typically female branches, notably textiles and clothing, but increasingly also food manufacture. However, the majority of women earning an income as individuals did so in the service sector. The number and proportion of domestic servants, curiously enough, varied very greatly. It was probably larger in Britain than anywhere else, probably nearly twice as high as in France or Germany, but from the end of the century it began to fall quite notably. In the extreme case of Britain, where the number had doubled between 1851 and 1891, from 1.1 to 2 millions, it remained stable for the rest of the period. Taking it all in all, we can see 19th century industrialization, using the word in its widest sense, as a process which tended to extrude women, and particularly married women, from the economy officially defined as such, namely that in which only those who received an individual cash income counted as occupied, the sort of economics which included the earnings of prostitutes in the national income, at least in theory, but not the equivalent but unpaid conjugal or extraconjugal activities of other women, or which counted paid servants as occupied but unpaid domestic work as unoccupied. It produced a certain masculinization of what economics recognized as labor, just as in the bourgeois world where the prejudice against women working was far greater and more easily applied, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 13, 11, it produced a masculinization of business. In pre-industrial times women who themselves looked after estate or enterprise were recognized, though not common. In the 19th century they were increasingly considered as freaks of nature, except at the inferior social levels where poverty and the general lowness of the lower orders made it impossible to regard the large numbers of female shopkeepers and market women, inn and lodging housekeepers, small traders, and money lenders as quite so unnatural. If the economy was thus masculinized, so was politics. For as democratization advanced, and as the right to vote, both locally and nationally, was extended after 1870, see pages 85 to 6 above, women were systematically excluded. Thus politics became essentially a man's affair, to be discussed in the inns and cafes where men gathered or at meetings attended by them, while the women were confined to that part of life which was private and personal, for which alone nature fitted them, or so it was argued. This also was a relative innovation. In the popular politics of pre-industrial society, which ranged from the pressure of village opinion through riots in favor of the old moral economy to revolutions and barricades, poor women at least had not only a part but a recognized role. It had been the women of Paris who marched on Versailles to express the people's demand for controlled food prices to the king in the French Revolution. In the era of parties and general elections they were pushed into the background. If they exerted any influence at all, it was only through their men. In the nature of things these processes affected, more than any others, the women of the new classes most typical of the 19th century, the middle and working classes. Peasant women, the daughters and wives of small craftsmen, shopkeepers and the like went on much as before, except insofar as they or their menfolk themselves were drawn into the new economy. In the nature of things the differences between women in the new situation of economic dependency and in the old situation of inferiority were in practice not very large. In both men were the dominant sex, women second-class human beings, since they had no citizen rights at all one cannot even call them second-class citizens. In both most of them worked, whether they were paid for it or not. Both working and middle-class women saw their position begin to change quite substantially for economic reasons in these decades. In the first place, both structural transformations and technology now altered and greatly increased the scope for women's employment as wage earners. The most striking change, apart from the decline of domestic service, was the rise of occupations which are now primarily feminine, employment in shops and offices. Female shop assistants in Germany rose from 32,000 in 1882, under one-fifth of the total, to 174,000 in 1907, or about 40% of the total, in 1907. In Britain, central and local government employed 7,000 women in 1881 but 76,000 in 1911. The number of commercial and business clerks had risen from 6,000 to 146,000. A tribute to the typewriter. 8 The growth of elementary education expanded teaching, a subaltern profession which in a number of countries, the USA and increasingly Britain, became strikingly feminized. Even in France in 1891 for the first time more women than men were recruited into that ill-paid and devoted army of the Black Hussars of the Republic. 9 For women could teach boys, but it was unthinkable that men should undergo the temptations of teaching the growing number of schoolgirls. Some of these new openings benefited the daughters of workers or even peasants, more of them benefited the daughters of the middle classes and the old or new lower middle classes, attracted in particular to posts which had a certain social respectability or could, at the cost of depressing their wage levels, be considered as working for pocket money. 3. A change in the social position and expectations of women became obvious in the last decades of the 19th century, though the more visible aspects of women's emancipation were still largely confined to women of the middle classes. Among these we need not pay too much attention to the most spectacular aspect, the active, and in countries like Britain dramatic, campaign of the organized female suffragists and suffragettes for the women's right to vote. As an independent women's movement it was not of major significance except in a few countries, notably the USA and Britain, and even there it did not begin to achieve its objects until after the First World War. In countries like Britain, where suffragism became a significant phenomenon, it measured the public strength of organized feminism, but in doing so it also revealed its major limitation, an appeal primarily confined to the middle class. Votes for women were, like other aspects of female emancipation, strongly supported on principle by the New Labour and Socialist parties, which actually provided by far the most favorable environment in which emancipated women could take part in public life, at least in Europe. However, while this new socialist left, unlike parts of the old, and strongly masculine, radical, democratic and anti-clerical left, overlapped with suffragist feminism and was sometimes attracted to it, it could not but observe that most working-class women labored under disabilities which were more urgent than political disenfranchisement, which were not likely to be automatically removed by the right to vote, and which were not in the forefront of the minds of most middle-class suffragists. 2. In retrospect, the movement for emancipation seems natural enough, and even its acceleration in the 1880s is not very surprising at first sight. Like the democratization of politics, a greater degree of equal rights and opportunities for women was implicit in the ideology of the liberal bourgeoisie, however inconvenient and inopportune it might appear to patriarchs in their private lives. The transformations within the bourgeoisie after the 1870s inevitably provided more scope for its women, and especially its daughters, for, as we have seen, it created a substantial leisure class of females of independent means, irrespective of marriage, and a consequent demand for non-domestic activities. Moreover, when a growing number of bourgeois males were no longer required to do productive work, and many of them engaged in cultural activities, which tough businessmen had been inclined to leave to the females of the family, the gender differences could not but seem attenuated. Moreover, some degree of women's emancipation was probably necessary for middle-class fathers, because by no means all middle-class families, and practically no lower middle-class families, were sufficiently well off to keep their daughters in comfort if they did not marry and did not work either. This may explain the enthusiasm of many middle-class men, who would not have admitted women to their clubs or professional associations, for educating their daughters to envisage a certain independence. All the same, there is no reason at all to doubt the genuine convictions of liberal fathers in these matters. The rise of labor and socialist movements as major movements for the emancipation of the unprivileged unquestionably encouraged women seeking their own freedom. It is no accident that they formed 1/4 of the membership of the small and middle class Fabian Society, founded 1883. And, as we have seen, the rise of an economy of services and other tertiary occupations provided a wider range of jobs for women, while the rise of a consumer economy made them into the central target for the capitalist market. We need not, therefore, spend much time in discovering reasons for the emergence of the new woman, although it is as well to remember that the reasons may not have been quite so simple as they appear at first sight. There is, for instance, no good evidence that in our period woman's position was much changed by her increasingly central economic significance as wielder of the shopping basket, which the advertising industry, now entering upon its first age of glory, recognized with its usual ruthless realism. It had to focus on women in an economy which discovered mass consumption even among the fairly poor, because money was to be made out of the person who decided most household purchases. She had to be treated with greater respect, at least by this mechanism of capitalist society. The transformation of the distributive system, multiple shops and department stores gaining on corner shop and market, mail-order catalogs on pedlas, institutionalized this respect through deference, flattery, display, and advertisement. However, bourgeois ladies had long been treated as valuable customers, while most of the expenditure of the relatively or absolutely poor still went on necessities or was fixed by custom. The range of what were now considered household necessities widened, but personal luxuries for women such as toiletries and changing fashions were still confined chiefly to the middle classes. Women's market power did not yet contribute much to the change in their status, and especially not among the middle classes, where it was not new. One might even argue that the techniques which advertisers and journalists found to be most effective tended, if anything, to perpetuate traditional stereotypes of women's behavior. On the other hand, the women's market generated a substantial number of new jobs for women professionals, many of whom were also, and for obvious reasons, actively interested in feminism. Whatever the complexities of the process, there is no doubt about the striking change in the position and aspiration of women, at all events in the middle classes, during the decades before 1914. The most obvious symptom of this was the remarkable expansion in the secondary education for girls. In France, the number of boys' lycées remained roughly stable at 330 to 340 during our entire period, but the number of girls' establishments of the same kind grew from none in 1880 to 138 in 1913, and the number of girls in them, c. 33,000, had reached a third of that of the boys. In Britain, where there was no national secondary system before 1902, the number of boys' schools climbed from 292 to 1904/5 to 397 in 1913/14, but the number of girls' schools from 99 to a comparable figure, 349.4 by 1907/8. In Yorkshire the number of girls in secondary schools was roughly equal to that of boys, but what is perhaps more interesting is that by 1913/14 the number of girls staying on in the nation's state secondary schools past the age of 16 was very much larger than that of boys. 11. Not all countries showed a comparable zeal for the formal education of middle and lower middle class girls. It advanced far more slowly in Sweden than in the other Scandinavian countries, hardly at all in the Netherlands, little enough in Belgium and Switzerland, while in Italy, with 7,500 pupils, it was quite negligible. Conversely, by 1910 about 250,000 girls received secondary education in Germany, vastly more than in Austria, and, somewhat surprisingly, in Russia it had reached this figure by 1900. It grew much more modestly in Scotland than in England and Wales. University education for women showed less unevenness, except for the quite remarkable expansion in Tsarist Russia, where it grew from less than 2,000 in 1905 to 9,300 in 1911, and of course the USA, where total numbers, 56,000 in 1910, which had not quite doubled since 1890, were not really comparable to other university systems. In 1914 numbers in Germany, France, and Italy were between 4,500 and 5,000, in Austria 2,700. It is to be noted that women were admitted to university study in Russia, the USA, and Switzerland from the 1860s, but in Austria not until 1897 and in Germany not until 1908, Berlin. Outside medicine, only 103 women had graduated in German universities by 1908, the year in which the first woman was appointed as a university teacher in that country, at the Commercial Academy in Mannheim. National differences in the progress of women's education have not attracted any great interest among historians so far. 12. Even if all these girls, with the exception of the handful who penetrated the male institutions of the university, did not receive the same education, or one as good, as boys of the same age, the mere fact that formal secondary education for middle-class women became familiar, and in some countries already almost normal in certain circles, was quite unprecedented. The second, less quantifiable symptom of a significant change in the position of young women is the greater freedom of movement in society they acquired, both in their own right as individuals and in their relations with men. This was of particular importance for girls of the respectable families, subject to the strongest conventional restraints. The practice of casual social dancing in public places available regularly for this purpose, i.e. neither in the home nor at formal balls organized for special occasions, reflects this loosening of conventions. By 1914 the more unshackled youth in the western big cities and resorts was already familiar with sexually provocative rhythmic dances of dubious but exotic origin, the Argentinian tango, the syncopated steps of American blacks, practiced in nightclubs or, in a way even more shocking, in hotels at tea time or between courses of dinner. This implied freedom of movement not only in the social but in the literal sense. For though women's fashions did not dramatically express emancipation until after the First World War, the disappearance of the armors of textiles and whalebone which enclosed the female figure in public was already anticipated by the loose and flowing garments which the vogues of intellectual aestheticism in the 1880s, Art Nouveau and pre-1914 haute couture at the end of the period popularized. And here the escape of middle-class women from the toilette or lamplit cocoon of the bourgeois interior into the open air is significant, for it also implied, at least on certain occasions, escape from the movement-inhibiting confinement of clothes and corsets, and also their substitution after 1910 by the novel, more flexible, brassiere. It is no accident that Ibsen symbolized the liberation of his heroine by a draft of fresh air into the Norwegian home. Sport not only made it possible for young men and women to meet as partners outside the confines of household and kinship. Women, if in small numbers, were members of the new touring clubs and mountaineering clubs, and that great engine of freedom, the bicycle, emancipated the female proportionately more than the male, since she had more need of free movement. It gave more freedom even than that enjoyed by the horsewomen of the aristocracy, who were still obliged by feminine modesty, at substantial physical risk to themselves, to ride side-saddle. How much additional freedom did middle-class women acquire through the growing, and sexually skewed, practice of holidays in summer resorts, winter sports, except for bisexual skating, were in their infancy, where they were only occasionally joined by husbands who otherwise remained in their city offices, at all events mixed bathing now, in spite of all efforts to the contrary, inevitably revealed more of the body than Victorian respectability would have regarded as tolerable. How far this increased freedom of movement meant greater sexual liberty for middle-class women is difficult to establish. Sex without marriage was certainly still confined to a minority of consciously emancipated girls of this class, almost certainly also seeking other expressions of liberation, political or otherwise. As a Russian woman recalls, in the period after 1905, it became very difficult for a progressive girl to refuse advances without long explanations. The provincial lads were not very demanding, simple kisses were enough, but the university students from the capital could not easily be turned down. "Are you old-fashioned, Fräulein?" And who wanted to be old-fashioned? 13. How large these communities of emancipated young women were is unknown, though almost certainly they were largest in Tsarist Russia, negligible in size in the Mediterranean countries 6 and probably quite significant in northwestern Europe, including Britain, and the cities of the Habsburg Empire. Adultery, which was pretty certainly the most widespread form of extramarital sex for middle-class women, may or may not have increased with their self-confidence. There is all the difference between adultery as a form of utopian dream of liberation from a confined life, as in the standard Madame Bovary version of 19th-century novels, and the relative freedom of French middle-class husbands and wives, so long as conventions were kept up, to have lovers, as presented in 19th-century French boulevard plays. Both, incidentally, were primarily written by men. However, 19th-century adultery, like most 19th-century sex, resists quantification. All that can be said with any confidence is that this form of behavior was commonest in aristocratic and fashionable circles, and in the large cities where, with the help of discreet and impersonal institutions such as hotels, appearances could be more easily kept up. 7. However, if the quantitative historian is at a loss, the qualitative historian cannot fail to be struck by the growing recognition of female sensuality in the strident masculine statements about women during this period. Many of these are attempts to reassert, in literary and scientific terms, the superiority of men in active and intellectual achievement and the passive and, as it were supplementary, function of women in the relation between the sexes. Whether or not these appear to express a fear of women's ascendancy, as perhaps in the Swedish dramatist Strindberg and the unbalanced young Austrian Otto Weininger Sex and Character, 1903, which went through 25 editions in 22 years, seems secondary. The philosopher Nietzsche's endlessly quoted injunction to men not to forget the whip when they went to woman, "Thus spake Zarathustra," 1883, 14 was actually no more sexist than the praise of women of Weininger's contemporary and admirer Karl Kraus. To insist, like Kraus, that what is not given to woman is just what ensures that man makes use of his gifts. 15 or, like the psychiatrist Mobius, 1907, that cultural man alienated from nature needed natural woman as his counterpart, could suggest, as for Mobius, that all higher educational establishments for women should be destroyed, or, as for Kraus, it could suggest no such thing. The basic attitude was similar. There was, however, an unmistakable and novel insistence that women as such had powerful erotic interests. For Kraus, the sensuality my emphasis of women is the source to which man's intellectuality Geistigkeit goes for renewal. Fin de siècle Vienna, that remarkable laboratory of modern psychology, provides the most sophisticated and unconstrained recognition of female sexuality. Klimt's portraits of Viennese ladies, not to mention of women in general, are images of persons with powerful erotic concerns of their own rather than merely images of the sexual dreams of men. It would be very improbable if they did not reflect something of the sexual reality of the Habsburg middle and upper classes. The third symptom of change was the notably greater public attention given to women as a group having special interests and aspirations as individuals. No doubt business nostrils were the first to catch the scent of a special women's market, for instance, for the women's pages of the new mass dailies addressed to the lower middle class, and the girls' and women's periodicals for the newly literate, but even the market appreciated the publicity value of treating women not only as consumers but as achievers. The Great Anglo-French International Exhibition of 1908 caught the tone of the time not only by combining the sales efforts of exhibitors with celebrations of empire and the first custom-built Olympic Stadium, but with a centrally placed palace of women's work including a historic exhibit on distinguished women who had died before the 1900s of royal, noble and of simple origins, sketches of the young Victoria, the manuscript of Jane Eyre, Florence Nightingale's Crimean Carriage, etc., and displays of needlework, arts and crafts, book illustration, photography, and the like. 8 Nor should we overlook the emergence of women as individual achievers in competitive efforts of which sport, once again, provides a striking example. The institution of a women's singles at Wimbledon within 6 years of that of the men's singles and also, with about the same time lag, in the French and US tennis championships, was a more revolutionary innovation in the 1880s than is easy to recognize today. For respectable, even married, women to appear in such public roles unattached to families and men, would have been virtually inconceivable even 2 decades earlier. 3. For obvious reasons it is easier to document the conscious and campaigning movement for women's emancipation, and the women who actually succeeded in penetrating the hitherto masculine preserves of life. Both consist of articulate and, by their very rarity, recorded minorities of Western middle and upper class women, all the better documented since their very efforts, or in some cases their very existence, aroused resistance and debate. The very visibility of these minorities detracts attention from the groundswell of historical change in the social position of women, which historians can only apprehend obliquely. Indeed, even the conscious development of the movement for emancipation is not entirely seized by concentrating on its militant spokespeople. For an important section of it, and almost certainly the majority of those who took part in it outside Britain, America, and possibly Scandinavia and the Netherlands, did not do so by identifying with specifically feminine movements, but by identifying with woman's liberation as part of wider movements of general emancipation, such as the labor and socialist movements. Nevertheless, these minorities must be briefly surveyed. As already suggested, the specifically feminist movements were small. In many continental countries their organizations consisted of a few hundred or at best 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. Their members were overwhelmingly drawn from the middle class, and their identification with the bourgeoisie, and in particular with the bourgeois liberalism whose extension to the second sex they stood for, gave them such strength as they had and determined their limitations. Below the level of the prosperous and educated bourgeoisie, votes for women, access to higher education, the right to go out to work and to join the professions, and the fight for male legal status and rights, especially property rights, were unlikely to rouse as much crusading fervor as other issues. Nor should we forget that the relative freedom of middle-class women to campaign for such demands rested, in Europe at least, on passing the burdens of domestic work to a much larger group of women, their servants. The limitations of middle-class Western feminism were not only social and economic but also cultural. The form of emancipation to which their movements aspired, namely to be treated legally and politically like men and to take part as individuals, irrespective of sex, in the life of society, assumed a transformed pattern of social life which was already far removed from the traditional woman's place. To take an extreme case, emancipated Bengali men, who wished to show their westernization by bringing their wives out of seclusion and into the drawing room, produced unexpected tensions with and among their womenfolk, since it was quite unclear to these women what they gained in return for the certain loss of the subaltern, but very real autonomy in that section of the household which was unquestionably theirs. 17a clearly defined women's sphere, whether of women singly in their household relations or of women collectively as part of a community, might strike progressives as a mere excuse for keeping women down, as indeed, among other things, it evidently was. And of course it increasingly became so with the weakening of traditional social structures. Yet within its limits it had given women such individual and collective resources as they had, and these were not entirely negligible. For instance, they were the perpetuators and formers of language, culture, and social values, the essential makers of public opinion, the acknowledged initiators of certain kinds of public action, e.g. the defense of the moral economy, and not least, the persons who had not only learned to manipulate their men, but to whom, in some subjects and in some situations, men were expected to defer. The rule of men over women, however absolute in theory, was no more unrestricted and arbitrary in collective practice than the rule of absolute monarchs by divine right was an unlimited despotism. This observation does not justify one form of rule rather than the other, but it may help to explain why many women who, for want of anything better, had learned over the generations to work the system were relatively indifferent to liberal middle-class demands which appeared to offer no such practical advantages. After all, even within the bourgeois liberal society, middle-class and petty bourgeois French women, far from foolish and not often given to gentle passivity, did not bother to support the cause of women's suffrage in large numbers. Since times were changing and the subordination of women was universal, overt, and proudly advertised by men, this still left plenty of room for movements of feminine emancipation. Yet insofar as these were likely to gain support among the mass of women in this period, it was paradoxically not as specifically feminist movements, but as women's components within movements of universal human emancipation. Hence the appeal of the new social revolutionary and socialist movements. They were specifically committed to women's emancipation. The most popular exposition of socialism by the leader of the German Social Democratic Party was, significantly, August Bebel's Woman and Socialism. Indeed, socialist movements provided much the most favorable public environment for women, other than entertainers and a few very favored daughters of the elite, to develop their personalities and talents. But more than this, they promised a total transformation of society which, as realistic women well knew, would be required to change the ancient pattern of the relation between the sexes. 9. To this extent the real political choice for the mass of European women lay not between feminism and mixed political movements, but between the churches, notably the Catholic Church, and socialism. The churches, fighting a powerful rearguard action against 19th-century progress, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 6, I, defended such rights as women possessed in the traditional order of society, and with all the more zeal inasmuch as both the body of their faithful and, in many respects, their actual personnel were being dramatically feminized. By the end of the century there were almost certainly far more female religious professionals than at any time since the Middle Ages. It is hardly an accident that the best-known Catholic saints of the period since the mid-19th century were women, Saint Bernadette of Lourdes and Saint Teresa of Lisieux, both canonized in the early 20th century, and that the Church gave notable encouragement to the cult of the Virgin Mary. In Catholic countries the Church provided wives with powerful, and resented, weapons against husbands. Much of anti-clericalism therefore had a marked tinge of anti-feminine hostility, as in France and Italy. On the other hand the churches championed women at the cost of also committing their pious supporters to accept their traditional subordination, and to condemn the female emancipation which the socialists offered. Statistically the women who opted for the defense of their sex through piety enormously outnumbered those who opted for liberation. Indeed, while the socialist movement attracted an avant-garde of exceptionally able women from the start, mainly, as might be expected, from the middle and upper classes, there is not much sign before 1905 of any significant female membership in labor and socialist parties. In the 1890s not more than 50 women at any time, or 2 to 3%, were members of the admittedly not very large Parti ouvrier français. 18 When they were recruited in larger numbers, as in Germany after 1905, it was largely as wives, daughters or, as in Gorky's famous novel, mothers of socialist men. Before 1914 there is no equivalent to, say, the Austrian Social Democratic Party of the mid-1920s, almost 30% of whose members were women, or the British Labour Party in the 1930s, about 40% of whose individual membership was female, though in Germany the percentage was already substantial. 19 The percentage of women organized in labor unions remained consistently small, negligible in the 1890s, except for Britain, normally not more than 10% or in the 1900s. However, as women did not have the vote in the vast majority of countries, the most convenient index of their political sympathies is not available to us, and further speculation is idle. Most women thus remained outside any form of the movement for emancipation. Moreover, even many of those whose lives, careers, and opinions showed that they cared intensely about breaking the traditional cage of the woman's sphere showed little enthusiasm for the more orthodox campaigns of the feminists. The early period of women's emancipation produced a remarkable crop of eminent women, but some of the most distinguished among them, e.g. Rosa Luxemburg or Beatrice Webb, saw no reason to confine their talents to the cause of any one sex. It is true that public recognition was now somewhat easier. From 1891 the British reference book Men of the Time changed its title to Men and Women of the Time, and public activity for women's causes or for those commonly regarded as of special interest to women, e.g. children's welfare, was itself now apt to bring some public prominence. Nevertheless, the road of the woman in a man's world remained hard, success implied quite exceptional efforts and endowments, and the numbers of those who succeeded was modest. By far the largest proportion of them practiced activities recognized as being compatible with traditional femininity, such as in the performing arts and, for middle-class women, especially married ones, writing. Much the largest number of British women of the time recorded in 1895 were authors, 48, and stage figures, 42. 21 In France Colette, 1873 to 1954, was both. Before 1914 one woman had already won a Nobel Prize for Literature, Selma Lagerlöf of Sweden, 1909. Professional careers now also opened, for instance in education with the great growth of secondary and higher education for girls, or, certainly in Britain, in the new journalism. In our period politics and public campaigning on the left became another promising option. The largest percentage of prominent British women in 1895, 1/3, came under the heading reformers, philanthropists etc. In fact, socialist and revolutionary politics offered opportunities unequaled elsewhere, as a number of women from Tsarist Russia, operating in a variety of countries, Rosa Luxemburg, Vera Zasulich, Alexandra Kollontai, Anna Kolishiov, Angelika Balabanov, Emma Goldman, and a few in other countries, Beatrice Webb in Britain, Henrietta Roland Holst in the Netherlands, showed. In this it differed from conservative politics which in Britain, though hardly anywhere else, held the loyalty of many an aristocratic lady feminist 11 but offered no such possibilities, and it differed from liberal party politics, in which politicians were also at this time essentially male. Nevertheless, the relative ease with which women could make their mark in public life is symbolized by the award of the Nobel Peace Prize to one, Bertha von Suttner, 1905. The hardest task was undoubtedly that of the woman who braved the entrenched resistance, institutional and informal, of men in the organized professions, in spite of the small but rapidly expanding bridgehead they had established in medicine, 20 doctors in the England and Wales of 1881, 212 in 1901, 447 in 1911. This is some measure of the extraordinary achievement of Marie Sklodkowska-Curie, another product of the Tsarist Empire, who won 2 Nobel Prizes for Science in this period, 1903, 1911. These luminaries do not measure the participation of women in a male world, which could be very impressive, allowing for the tiny numbers involved. One thinks of the role of a handful of emancipated British women in the revival of the labour movement after 1888, of Annie Besant and Eleanor Marx, and the itinerant propagandists who did so much to form the young independent Labour Party, Enid Stacey, Catherine Conway, Caroline Martin. Nevertheless, while almost all such women were supporters of women's rights and, particularly in Britain and the USA, most were strong supporters of the political feminist movement, they devoted only marginal attention to it. Those who did concentrate on it were normally committed to political agitation, since they demanded rights which, like the vote, required political and legal changes. They could hardly expect much from conservative and confessional parties, and their relation with liberal and radical ones, with whom the ideological affinities of middle-class feminism lay, were sometimes difficult, especially in Britain where it was liberal governments which stood in the way of the strong suffragist movement in 1906–14. Occasionally, as among the Czechs and Finns, they were associated with opposition movements of national liberation. Within the socialist and labor movements females were encouraged to concentrate on their own sex, and many socialist feminists did so, not only because the exploitation of working women so obviously called for action, but also because they discovered the need to fight for the rights and interests of women within their own movement, in spite of its ideological commitment to equality. For the difference between a small avant-garde of progressive or revolutionary militants and a mass labor movement was that the latter consisted primarily not just of men, if only because the bulk of the wage-earning and even more of the organized working class was masculine, but of men whose attitude to women was traditional, and whose interests as trade unionists were to exclude low-paid competitors from men's work. And women were the quintessential form of cheap labor. However, within the labor movements these issues were muted and to some extent diffused by the multiplication of women's organizations and committees within them, particularly after 1905. Of the political issues of feminism, the right to vote in parliamentary elections was much the most prominent. Before 1914 it had not been won anywhere nationally except in Australasia, Finland, and Norway, though it existed in a number of states of the USA and to a limited extent in local government. Women's suffrage was not an issue which mobilized important movements of women or played a major role in national politics except in the USA and Britain, where it had very substantial support among women of the upper and middle class, and among the political leaders and activists of the socialist movement. The agitations were dramatized by the tactics of direct action of the Women's Social and Political Union, the suffragettes, in the period 1906–14. However, suffragism should not tempt us to overlook the extensive political organization of women as pressure groups for other causes either of special interest to their sex, such as the campaigns against the white slave traffic, which led to the Mann Act of 1910 in the USA, or concerning such issues as peace and anti-alcoholism. If they were, alas, unsuccessful in the first endeavor, their contribution to the triumph of the second, the 18th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, prohibition, was crucial. Nevertheless, outside the USA, Britain, the Low Countries and Scandinavia, the independent political activities of women, except as part of labor, remained of minor importance. 4. Yet there was another strand of feminism twining its way through political and non-political debates about women, sexual liberation. This was a touchy subject, as witness the persecution of women who publicly propagated so respectably backed a cause as birth control. Annie Besant, deprived of her children for this reason in 1877, Margaret Sanger and Marie Stopes later. But, above all, it did not fit readily into the texture of any movement. The upper-class world of Proust's great novel or the Paris of independent and often well-heeled lesbians like Natalie Barney accepted sexual freedom, orthodox or heterodox, with ease, so long as appearances were kept up where necessary. But, as witness Proust, it did not associate sexual liberation with social or private happiness, or social transformation, nor, except for a much lower bohème of artists and writers attracted to anarchism, did it welcome the prospect of such transformation. Conversely, social revolutionaries were certainly committed to sexual freedom of choice for women. The sexual utopia of Fourier, admired by Engels and Bebel, had not been entirely forgotten, and such movements attracted the anti-conventional, utopians, bohemians and countercultural propagandists of all kinds, including those who wished to assert the right to sleep with anyone in any way they pleased. Homosexuals like Edward Carpenter and Oscar Wilde, champions of sexual toleration like Havelock Ellis, liberated women of varying tastes like Annie Besant and Olive Schreiner, gravitated in the orbit of the small British socialist movement of the 1880s. Free unions without marriage certificates were not only accepted, but, where anti-clericalism was particularly impassioned, virtually mandatory. Yet, as Lenin's later brushes with female comrades too preoccupied with the sexual question show, opinions were divided about what free love should mean and how central a concern of the socialist movement it should be. An advocate of the unlimited liberation of instincts like the psychiatrist Otto Grosch, 1877–1920, criminal, drug addict and early disciple of Freud, who made his way through the intellectual and artistic milieu of Heidelberg, not least through his lovers the Richthofen sisters, lovers or wives of Max Weber, D.H. Lawrence and others, through Munich, Ascona, Berlin, and Prague, was a Nietzschean with scant sympathy for Marx. Though he was hailed by some of the pre-1914 Bohemian anarchists, but opposed as an enemy of morals by others, and favored anything that would destroy the existing order, he was an elitist who can hardly be fitted into any political framework. In short, as a program, sexual liberation raised more problems than it offered solutions. Outside the avant-garde bohème, its programmatic appeal was small. One major problem it raised, or drew attention to, was the precise nature of woman's future in society given equal rights, opportunities, and treatment. The crux here was the future of the family, which hinged on woman as mother. It was easy to conceive of women emancipated from the burdens of the household, which the middle and upper classes, especially in Britain, had largely shed by means of servants and by sending their male offspring to boarding schools from an early age. American women, in a country already short of servants, had long advocated, and now began to achieve, the labor-saving technological transformation of the home. Christine Frederick, in the Ladies' Home Journal of 1912, even brought scientific management into the home, see above, pages 44–5. Gas cookers began to spread, not very fast, from 1880, electric cookers, more rapidly, from the last pre-war years. The term vacuum cleaner appears in 1903 and electric irons were pushed on a skeptical public from 1909, but their triumph lay in the interwar future. Laundries, not as yet in the home, were mechanized. The value of washing machine production in the U.S. quintupled between 1880 and 1910. Socialists and anarchists, equally enthusiastic about technological utopia, favored more collective arrangements, and also concentrated on infant schools, creches and public provision of cooked food, of which school meals were an early example, which would enable women to combine motherhood with work and other activities. Yet this did not entirely solve the problem. Would not women's emancipation imply the replacement of the existing nuclear family by some other human grouping? Ethnography, which flourished as never before, demonstrated that this was far from the only type of family known to history. The Finnish anthropologist Westermark's History of Human Marriage, 1891, ran through 5 editions by 1921 and was translated into French, German, Swedish, Italian, Spanish, and Japanese. And Engels' Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884, drew the required revolutionary conclusions. Yet though the utopian, revolutionary left experimented with new forms of communal units, whose most lasting product was to be the kibbutz of Jewish settlers in Palestine, it is safe to say that most socialist leaders and an even more overwhelming majority of their supporters, not to mention less advanced persons, conceived of the future in terms of a transformed but still essentially nuclear family. However, opinions differed about the woman who made marriage, housekeeping, and motherhood her primary career. As Bernard Shaw pointed out to an emancipated female correspondent, woman's emancipation was chiefly about her. 24 In spite of some defense of home and hearth by the moderates of socialism, e.g. the German revisionists, left-wing theorists generally felt that woman's emancipation would come through outside employment or interests, which they therefore encouraged strongly. And yet the problem of combining emancipation and motherhood was not to be easily solved. A large number, and probably the majority, of the emancipated middle-class women who opted for a career in a man's world at this time solved it by childlessness, refusal to marry, often, as in Britain, virtual celibacy. This was not only a reflex of hostility to men, sometimes disguised as a sense of female superiority to the other sex, such as could be found on the fringes of the Anglo-Saxon suffrage movement. Nor was it simply a byproduct of the demographic fact that the excess of women, 1 million in Britain in 1911, precluded marriage for many. Marriage was indeed still a career to which even many non-manual working women looked forward, abandoning their school teaching or office employment on their wedding day, even when they did not have to. It reflected the very real difficulty of combining two demanding occupations, at a time when only exceptional resources and help made this practicable. In their absence a worker, feminist like Amelie Ribe-Seidel, 1876–1952, had to abandon her lifelong militancy in the Austrian Socialist Party for 5 years, 1895–1900, in order to bear her husband 3 children 25 and, by our standards more inexcusably, Bertha Philpotts Newell, 1877–1932, a distinguished and neglected historian, felt she had to resign as mistress of Girton College, Cambridge, as late as 1925, because her father needs her and she feels she must go. 26 But the cost of self-abnegation was high, and women who opted for a career, like Rosa Luxemburg, knew that it had to be paid and that they were paying it. 27 How far, then, had the condition of women been transformed in the half-century before 1914? The problem is not how to measure but how to judge changes which, by any standards, were substantial for a vast number, perhaps for most women in the urban and industrial West, and dramatic for a minority of middle-class women. But it is worth repeating that all these together formed only a small percentage of the female half of the human race. By the simple and elementary standards of Mary Wollstonecraft, who asked for the same rights for both sexes, there had been a major breakthrough in women's access to occupations and professions hitherto maintained as male monopolies, and often bitterly defended in the teeth of common sense and even bourgeois convention, as when male gynecologists argued the special unsuitability of women to treat specifically female diseases. By 1914 few women had advanced through the gap, but in principle the way was now open. In spite of appearances to the contrary, women were on the verge of a massive victory in the long struggle for equal citizen rights, symbolized by the vote. However bitterly contested before 1914, less than 10 years later women could vote in national elections for the first time in Austria, Czechoslovakia, Denmark, Germany, Ireland, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Russia, Sweden, the United Kingdom and the USA. 12 It is evident that this remarkable change was the culmination of pre-1914 struggles. As for equal rights before the civil law, the balance sheet was rather less positive, in spite of the removal of some of the more flagrant inequalities. In the matter of equality of earnings, there had been no significant advance. With negligible exceptions, women could still expect to earn much less than men for the same work, or to occupy jobs which, being seen as women's jobs, were for that reason low paid. One might say that, a century after Napoleon, the rights of man of the French Revolution had been extended to women. Women were on the verge of equal citizen rights, and, however grudgingly and narrowly, careers were now open to their talent as well as to men's. In retrospect it is easy to recognize the limitations of these advances, as it is easy to recognize those of the original rights of man. They were welcome, but they were not enough, especially not for the vast majority of women whom poverty and marriage kept dependent. But even for those for whom the progress of emancipation was unquestionable, Women of the established middle classes, though probably not of the new and old petty bourgeoisie or lower middle classes, and young women of working age before marriage, it posed a major problem. If emancipation meant emergence from the private and often separate sphere of family, household, and personal relations to which women had so long been confined, how could they, retain those parts of their femininity which were not simply roles imposed on them by males in a world designed for males? In other words, how could women compete as women in a public sphere formed by and in terms suited to a differently designed sex? Probably there is no permanent answer to this question, faced in different ways by every generation which takes the position of women in society seriously. Each answer, or set of answers, may be satisfactory only for its own historical conjuncture. What was the answer of the first generations of Western urban women which plunged into the era of emancipation? We know a good deal about the vanguard of politically active or culturally articulate prominent pioneers, but little about the inactive and inarticulate. All we know is that the women's fashions which swept the emancipated sectors of the West after the First World War, and which took up themes anticipated in the milieu of the advanced before 1914, notably the artistic bohemias of great cities, combined two very different elements. On the one hand, the post-war jazz generation demonstratively took over the public use of cosmetics, which had previously been the characteristic of women whose exclusive function was to please men, prostitutes and other entertainers. They now displayed parts of the body, starting with the legs, which 19th-century conventions of female sexual modesty had kept shielded from the concupiscent eyes of males. On the other hand, post-war fashions were to do their best to minimize the secondary sexual characteristics which distinguished women from men most visibly, by cutting and eventually cropping traditionally long hair, and making their chests look as flat as was physically possible. Like the short skirts, the abandoned corsets, the newfound ease of movement, all these were signs of, and calls for, freedom. They could not have been tolerated by an older generation of fathers, husbands, or other holders of traditional patriarchal authority. What else did they indicate? Perhaps, as in the triumph of the little black dress, invented by Coco Chanel, 1883 to 1971, pioneer of the professional businesswoman, they also reflected the requirements of women who needed to combine work and public informality with elegance. But we can only speculate. Yet it is hard to deny that the signs of emancipated fashion pointed in opposite and not always compatible directions. Like so much else in the world between the wars, the post-1918 fashions of women's liberation were first pioneered in the pre-war avant-gardes. More precisely, they flourished in the bohemian quarters of the great cities, Greenwich Village, Montmartre and Montparnasse, Chelsea, Schwabing. For the ideas of bourgeois society, including its ideological crises and contradictions, found characteristic, if often puzzling and puzzled expressions, in its arts. Country. Percentage. UK. 10.5. Germany. 9. Belgium, 1923. 8.4. Sweden. 5. Switzerland. 11. Finland. 12.3. Chapter 9. The arts transformed. The French politicians of the left were very ignorant about art, but they all pretended more or less to some knowledge of it, and often they really loved it. One of them would be a playwright, another would scrape on the violin, another would be a besotted Wagnerian. And they all collected impressionist pictures, read decadent books, and prided themselves on a taste for some ultra-aristocratic art. Romain Rolland, 19,151. It is among such men, with cultivated intellects, sensitive nerves, and bad digestion, that we find the prophets and disciples of the gospel of pessimism. Accordingly, pessimism is not a creed which is likely to exert much influence on the strong, practical, Anglo-Saxon race, and we can only discern some faint traces of it in the tendency of certain very limited cliques of so-called aestheticism to admire morbid and self-conscious ideals, both in poetry and painting. S. Lang, 18,852. The past is necessarily inferior to the future. That is how we wish it to be. How could we acknowledge any merit in our most dangerous enemy? This is how we deny the obsessing splendor of the dead centuries, and how we cooperate with the victorious mechanics that hold the world firm in its web of speed. F. T. Marinetti, The Futurist, 19133. Perhaps nothing illustrates the identity crisis through which bourgeois society passed in this period better than the history of the arts from the 1870s to 1914. It was the era when both the creative arts and the public for them lost their bearings. The former reacted to this situation by a flight forward into innovation and experiment, increasingly linked to utopianism or pseudo-theory. The latter, unless converted by fashion and snob appeal, murmured defensively that they didn't know about art, but they knew what they liked, or retreated into the sphere of classic works whose excellence was guaranteed by the consensus of generations. Yet the very concept of such a consensus was itself under fire. From the 16th until the end of the 19th century, about 100 ancient sculptures embodied what all agreed to be the highest achievements of plastic art, their names and reproductions familiar to every educated Western person: the Laocoon, the Apollo Belvedere, the Dying Gladiator, the Boy Removing a Thorn, the Weeping Niobe, and various others. Virtually all were forgotten in the 2 generations after 1900, except perhaps the Venus de Milo, singled out after discovery early in the 19th century by the conservatism of the authorities of the Louvre Museum in Paris, which has retained its popularity to this day. Moreover, from the end of the 19th century the traditional kingdom of high culture was undermined by an even more formidable enemy, the arts appealing to the common people and, with the partial exception of literature, revolutionized by the combination of technology and the discovery of the mass market. The cinema, the most extraordinary innovation in this field, together with jazz and its various offspring, had not yet triumphed, but by 1914 it was very much present and ready to conquer the globe. It is, of course, unwise to exaggerate the divergence between public and creative artists in high or bourgeois culture at this period. In many respects the consensus between them remained in being, and the works of people who considered themselves innovators, and met with resistance as such, were absorbed into the corpus of what was both good and popular among the cultured public, but also, in diluted or selected form, among much wider strata of the population. The accepted repertoire of the late 20th century concert hall includes the work of composers of this period as well as the 18th and 19th century classics which form its main stock: Mahler, Richard Strauss, Debussy, and various figures of mainly national eminence: Elgar, Vaughan Williams, Rieger, Sibelius. The international operatic repertoire was still being extended: Puccini, Strauss, Mascagni, Leoncavallo, Janáček, not to mention Wagner, whose triumph dates from the 30 years before 1914. In fact, grand opera flourished enormously, and even absorbed the avant-garde for the benefit of the fashionable public, in the form of the Russian ballet. The great names of that period are still legendary: Caruso, Chaliapin, Melba, Nijinsky. The light classics or the popular operettas, songs and short compositions essentially in their idiom, flourished greatly, as in the Habsburg operetta, Lehar, 1870–1948, and musical comedy. The repertoire of Pomcourt orchestras, bandstands, and even of present-day Muzak bear witness to its appeal. The serious prose literature of the time has found and kept its place, though not always its contemporary popularity. If the reputation of Thomas Hardy, Thomas Mann, or Marcel Proust has, rightly, risen, most of their work was published after 1914, though Hardy's novels appeared mostly between 1871 and 1897, The Fortunes of Arnold Bennett and H. G. Wells, Romain Rolland and Roger Martin Dugard, Theodore Dreiser and Selma Lagerlöf, have been more checkered. Ibsen and Shaw, Chekhov and, in his own country, Hauptmann have survived initial scandal to become part of classic theater. For that matter, the revolutionaries of the late 19th century visual arts, Impressionists and Post-Impressionists, came to be accepted in the 20th century as great masters rather than as indicators of their admirers' modernity. The real dividing line runs through the period itself. It is the experimental avant-garde of the last pre-war years which, outside a small community of the advanced, intellectuals, artists, and critics and the fashion-conscious, was never to find a genuine, spontaneous welcome among the broad public. They might console themselves with the thought that the future was theirs, but for Schönberg the future was not to come as it did for Wagner, though it may be argued that it did come for Stravinsky. For the Cubists it was not to come as it did for Van Gogh. To state this fact is not to judge the works, still less to undervalue the talents of their creators, which could be enormously impressive. Yet it is hard to deny that Pablo Picasso, 1881–1973, a man of extraordinary genius and vast productivity, is mainly admired as a phenomenon rather than, except for a handful of paintings, mainly from his pre-Cubist period, for the depth of impact, or even our simple enjoyment, of his works. He may well be the first artist of equivalent gifts since the Renaissance of whom this can be said. It is therefore pointless to survey the arts of this period, as the historian is tempted to do so for the earlier 19th century, in terms of their achievement. Yet it must be emphasized that they flourished notably. The sheer increase in the size and wealth of an urban middle class able to devote more of its attention to culture, as well as the great extension of literate and culture-hungry lower middle classes and sections of the working classes, would have been enough to ensure this. The number of theaters in Germany tripled between 1870 and 1896, from 200 to 600.4. This was the period when in Britain the promenade concerts began, 1895, when the new Medici Society, 1908, mass-produced cheap reproductions of the great masters of painting for the culturally aspiring, when Havelock Ellis, better known as a sexologist, edited an inexpensive mermaid series of Elizabethan and Jacobean dramatists, when such series as The World's Classics and The Everyman Library brought international literature to readers of small means. At the top of the scale of wealth, prices of old masters and other symbols of big money, dominated by the competitive buying of American multimillionaires advised by dealers and their associated experts like Bernard Berenson, both of whom did extremely well out of this traffic, reached an all-time peak in real terms. The cultured sectors of the rich, and occasionally the very rich, in suitable regions, and the well-financed museums, chiefly of Germany, brought not only the best of the old, but also the best of the new, including the extreme avant-gardes which survived economically largely on the patronage of a handful of such collectors, such as the Muscovite businessmen Morozov and Shchikhin. The less cultured had themselves, or more frequently their wives, painted by John Singer Sargent or Boldini and their houses designed by fashionable architects. There is thus no doubt that the public for the arts, richer, more cultured and more democratized, was enthusiastic and receptive. This was, after all, a period when cultural activities, long an indicator of status among the wealthier middle classes, found concrete symbols to express the aspirations and modest material achievements of wider strata, as in the upright piano, which, financially accessible through installment paying, now penetrated the front parlors of clerks, the better paid workers, at least in Anglo-Saxon countries, and comfortable peasants anxious to demonstrate their modernity. Moreover, culture represented not only individual but collective aspirations, nowhere more so than in the new mass labor movements. The arts also symbolized political aims and achievements in an age of democracy, to the material benefit of architects who designed the gigantic monuments to national self-congratulation and imperial propaganda, which filled the new German Empire and Edwardian Britain and India with masses of masonry, and of sculptors who supplied this golden age of what has been called statuomania 5 with objects ranging from the Titanic, as in Germany and the USA, to the modest busts of Marianne and the memorials of local worthies in French rural communes. The arts are not to be measured by sheer quantity, nor is their achievement a simple function of expenditure and market demand. Yet there is no denying that there were in this period more people trying to earn their living as creative artists, or a higher proportion of such people in the labor force. It has even been suggested that the various breakaways from the official art establishments which controlled the official public exhibitions, the New English Arts Club, the frankly entitled secessions of Vienna and Berlin, etc., successors to the French Impressionist exhibition of the early 1870s, were largely due to the overcrowding of the profession and its official institutes, which naturally tended to be dominated by the older and established artists. It might even be argued that it now became easier than ever before to earn a living as a professional creator, because of the striking growth of the daily and periodical press, including the illustrated press, and the appearance of the advertising industry, as well as of consumer goods designed by artists, craftsmen or other experts with professional standing. Advertising created at least one new form of the visual arts which enjoyed a small golden age in the 1890s, the poster. No doubt this proliferation of professional creators produced a great deal of hackwork, or was resented as such by its literary and musical practitioners, who dreamed of symphonies as they wrote operettas or song hits, or like George Gissing, of great novels and poems as they churned out reviews and essays or feuilletons. But it was paid work, and it could be reasonably paid. Aspiring women journalists, probably the largest body of new female professionals, were assured that £150 a year could be earned by supplying the Australian press alone. 7. Moreover, there is no denying that during this period artistic creation itself flourished remarkably, and over a wider area of Western civilization than ever before. Indeed, it now became internationalized as never before, if we omit music, which already enjoyed a basically international repertoire, mainly of Austro-German origin. The fertilization of Western arts by exotic influences, from Japan since the 1860s, from Africa in the early 1900s, has already been mentioned in connection with imperialism, see above, pages 80-1. In the popular arts, influences from Spain, Russia, Argentina, Brazil, and above all North America spread across the Western world. But culture in the accepted elite sense was also notably internationalized by the sheer ease of personal movement within a broad cultural zone. One thinks not so much of the actual naturalization of foreigners attracted by the prestige of certain national cultures, which made Greeks, Mauryas, Americans, Stuart Merrill, Francis Veal Griffin, and Englishmen, Oscar Wilde, write symbolist compositions in French, prompted Poles, Joseph Conrad, and Americans, Henry James, Ezra Pound, to establish themselves in England, and ensured that the École de Paris for painters consisted less of Frenchmen than of Spaniards, Picasso, Gris, Italians, Modigliani, Russians, Chagall, Lipchitz, Soutine, Romanians, Brancusi, Bulgarians, Passon, and Dutchmen, Van Dongen. In a sense, this was merely one aspect of that spray of intellectuals which in this period distributed itself across the cities of the globe, as emigrants, leisured visitors, settlers, and political refugees, or through universities and laboratories, to fertilize international politics and culture. One thinks rather of the Western readers who discovered Russian and Scandinavian literature, in translation, in the 1880s, the Central Europeans who found inspiration in the British arts and crafts movement, the Russian ballet which conquered fashionable Europe before 1914. High culture, from the 1880s, rested on a combination of native manufactures and imports. However, national cultures, at least in their less conservative and conventional manifestations, were clearly in a healthy state, if this is the right word for some arts and creative talents who took pride in the 1880s and 1890s in being considered decadent. Value judgments in this vague territory are notoriously difficult, for national sentiment is apt to exaggerate the merits of cultural achievements in its own language. Moreover, as we have seen, there were now flourishing written literatures in languages understood by few foreigners. For the overwhelming majority of us, the greatness of prose and especially poetry in Gaelic, Hungarian, or Finnish must remain a matter of faith, as does the greatness of the poetry of Goethe or Pushkin for those who know no German or Russian. Music is luckier in this respect. In any case, there were no valid criteria of judgment, except perhaps inclusion in a recognized avant-garde, for singling out some national figure from his or her contemporaries for international recognition. Was Rubén Darío, 1867–1916, a better poet than any of his Latin American contemporaries? He may well have been, but all we can be sure of is that the son of Nicaragua gained international recognition in the Hispanic world as an influential poetic innovator. This difficulty in establishing international criteria of literary judgment has made the choice of the Nobel Prize for Literature, instituted in 1897, permanently unsatisfactory. Cultural efflorescence was perhaps less noticeable in countries of recognized prestige and unbroken achievement in the high arts, though even there one notes the liveliness of the cultural scene in the French Third Republic and in the German Empire after the 1880s, compared to the mid-century decades, and the growth of new foliage on branches of the creative arts hitherto fairly bare, drama and musical composition in Britain, literature and painting in Austria. But what is particularly impressive is the unquestionable flowering of the arts in small or marginal countries or regions not hitherto much noted, or long dormant, in Spain, Scandinavia, or Bohemia. This is very obvious in an international fashion such as the variously named Art Nouveau, Jugendstil, Style Liberty, of the late century. Its epic entrees were found not only in some major cultural capitals, Paris, Vienna, but also, and indeed above all, in more or less peripheral ones, Brussels and Barcelona, Glasgow and Helsingfors, Helsinki. Belgium, Catalonia, and Ireland are striking examples. Probably at no time since the 17th century did the rest of the world need to take as much cultural notice of the southern Low Countries as in the final decades of the 19th century. For that is when Maeterlinck and Verhaeren briefly became major names in European literature. One of them is still familiar as the writer of Debussy's Pelléas et Melisande. James Ensor became a familiar name in painting, while the architect Horta launched Art Nouveau. Van de Velde brought a British-derived modernism into German architecture, and Constantine Meny invented the international stereotype of the sculptured proletarian. As for Catalonia, or rather the Barcelona of Modernisme, among whose architects and painters Gaudí and Picasso are only the most world-famous, it can safely be said that only the most self-confident Catalans would have envisaged such cultural glory in, say, 1860. Nor would an observer of the Irish scene in that year have predicted the extraordinary efflorescence of, mainly Protestant, writers who emerged from that island in the generation after 1880, George Bernard Shaw, Oscar Wilde, the great poet W. B. Yeats, John M. Synge, the young James Joyce, and others of more localized celebrity. Yet it plainly will not do to write the history of the arts in our period simply as a success story, which it certainly was in terms of economics and the democratization of culture, and, at a level somewhat more modest than the Shakespearean or Beethovenian, in widely distributed creative achievement. For even if we remain in the sphere of high culture, which was already being made technologically obsolescent, neither the creators in the arts nor the public for what was classified as good literature, music, painting, etc., saw it in such terms. There were still, notably in the border zone where artistic creation and technology overlapped, expressions of confidence and triumph. Those public palaces of the 19th century, the great railway stations, were still being built as massive monuments to the fine arts, in New York, St. Louis, Antwerp, Moscow, the extraordinary Kazan station, Bombay, and Helsinki. The sheer achievement of technology, as demonstrated in the Eiffel Tower and the novel American skyscrapers, dazzled even those who denied it aesthetic appeal. For the aspiring and increasingly literate masses, the mere accessibility of high culture still seen as a continuum of past and present, classic and modern, was itself a triumph. The British Every Man's Library published its achievements in volumes whose design echoed William Morris, ranging from Homer to Ibsen, from Plato to Darwin. 8 And, of course, public statuary and the celebration of history and culture on the walls of public buildings, as in the Paris Sorbonne and the Vienna Burgtheater, University and Art History Museum, flourished as never before. The incipient struggle between Italian and German nationalism in the Tyrol crystallized round the erection of monuments to Dante and Walther von der Vogelweide, a medieval lyricist, respectively. 2. Nevertheless, the late 19th century does not suggest widespread triumphalism and cultural self-confidence, and the familiar implications of the term fin de siècle are rather misleadingly those of the decadence in which so many established and aspiring artists, the young Thomas Mann comes to mind, took pride in the 1880s and 1890s. More generally, the high arts were ill at ease in society. Somehow, in the field of culture as elsewhere, the results of bourgeois society and historical progress, long conceived as a coordinated forward march of the human mind, were different from what had been expected. The first great liberal historian of German literature, Gervinus, had argued before 1848 that the liberal and national ordering of German political affairs was the indispensable precondition for another flowering of German literature. 9 After the New Germany had actually come into being, the textbooks of literary history confidently forecast the imminence of this golden age, but by the end of the century such optimistic prognosis turned into glorification of the classical heritage against contemporary writing seen as disappointing or, in the case of the modernists, undesirable. For greater minds than the run-of-the-mill pedagogues it seemed already clear that the German spirit of 1888 marks a regression from the German spirit of 1788, Nietzsche. Culture seemed a struggle of mediocrity consolidating itself against the dominance of the mob and the eccentrics, both mainly in alliance. 10 In the European battle between ancients and moderns, engaged at the end of the 17th century and so evidently won by the moderns in the Age of Revolution, the ancients, now no longer situated in classical antiquity, were once again winning. The democratization of culture through mass education, even through the numerical growth of culture-hungry middle and lower middle classes, was itself sufficient to make elites look for more exclusive cultural status, symbols. But the crux of the crisis of the arts lay in the growing divergence between what was contemporary and what was modern. At first this divergence was not obvious. Indeed, after 1880, when modernity became a slogan and the term avant-garde, in its modern sense, first crept into the conversation of French painters and writers, the gap between the public and the more adventurous arts seemed actually to be narrowing. This was partly because, especially in the decades of economic depression and social tension, advanced views on society and culture appeared to combine naturally, and partly because, perhaps through the public recognition of emancipated, middle class, women and youth as a group and through the more unbuttoned and leisure-oriented phase of bourgeois society, see Chapter 7 above, important sectors of middle-class taste become distinctly more flexible. The fortress of the established bourgeois public, Grand Opera, which had been shocked by the populism of Bizet's Carmen in 1875, had by the early 1900s accepted not only Wagner, but the curious combination of Arias and social realism, Verismo, about the lower orders, Mascagni's Cavalleria Rusticana, 1890, Charpentier's Louise, 1900. It was prepared to make the fortunes of a composer like Richard Strauss, whose Salome, 1905, combined everything designed to shock the bourgeoisie of 1880, a symbolist libretto based on a work by a militant and scandalous aesthete, Oscar Wilde, and an uncompromisingly post-Wagnerian musical idiom. At another, and commercially more significant level, anti-conventional minority taste now become marketable, as witness the fortunes of the London firms of Heels, furniture makers, and Liberty, fabrics. In Britain, the epicenter of this stylistic earthquake, as early as 1881 a spokesman of blinkered convention, the Gilbert and Sullivan operetta Patience, satirized an Oscar Wilde figure and attacked the novel preference of young ladies, favoring aesthetic robes inspired by art galleries, for symbolist poets with lilies rather than sturdy dragoon officers. Shortly thereafter William Morris and Arts and Crafts provided the model for the villas, rural cottages, and interiors of the comfortable and educated bourgeoisie, my class, as the economist J. M. Keynes was later to call it. Indeed, the fact that the same words were used to describe social, cultural, and aesthetic innovation underlines the convergence. The New English Arts Club, 1886, Art Nouveau, and the Nuisite, the major journal of international Marxism, used the same adjective as was supplied to the New Woman. Youth and springtime growth were the metaphors which described the German version of Art Nouveau. Jugendstil, the artistic rebels of Jungveen, 1890, and the devisers of images of spring and growth for the May Day demonstrations of labor. The future belonged to socialism, but the music of the future, Zukunftsmusik, of Wagner had a conscious socio-political dimension, in which even political revolutionaries of the left, Bernard Shaw, Victor Adler, the Austrian socialist leader, Plekhanov, the pioneer Russian Marxist, thought they discerned socialist elements which escape most of us today. Indeed, the anarchist, though perhaps less the socialist, left even discovered ideological merits in the great, but far from politically progressive genius of Nietzsche, who, whatever his other characteristics, was undoubtedly modern. 11. It was no doubt natural that advanced ideas should develop an affinity for artistic styles inspired by the people or which, pushing realism, cf. The Age of Capital, forward into naturalism, took the oppressed and exploited and even the struggle of labor as their subject matter. And the other way round. In the socially conscious Depression era there was a considerable amount of such work, a good deal of it, e.g. in painting, by people who did not subscribe to any manifesto of artistic rebellion. It was natural that the advanced should admire writers who shattered bourgeois conventions about what it was proper to write about. They favored the great Russian novelists, largely discovered and popularized in the West by progressives, Ibsen, and in Germany other Scandinavians like the young Homsen and, a more unexpected choice, Strindberg, and above all naturalist writers accused by the respectable of concentrating on the filthy underside of society, and often, sometimes temporarily, attracted to the democratic left of various kinds, like Emile Zola and the German dramatist Hauptmann. Nor did it seem strange that artists should express their passionate commitment to suffering humanity in ways which went beyond the realism whose model was a dispassionate scientific recording. Van Gogh, then still quite unknown, the Norwegian Munch, a socialist, the Belgian James Ensor, whose entry of Jesus Christ into Brussels in 1889 included a banner for the social revolution, or the German proto-expressionist Kathy Kollwitz, commemorating the revolt of the handloom weavers. Yet militant aesthetes and believers in art for art's sake, champions of decadence and schools designed to be difficult of mass access such as symbolism, also declared a sympathy for socialism, like Oscar Wilde and Maeterlinck, or at least an interest in anarchism. Huysmans, Leconte de Lisle and Mallarmé were among the subscribers to La Revolte, 1894. 12 In short, until the new century there was no general rift between political and artistic modernity. The British-based revolution in architecture and the applied arts illustrates the connection between both, as well as their eventual incompatibility. The British roots of the modernism which led to the Bauhaus were, paradoxically, Gothic. In the smoky workshop of the world, a society of egoism and aesthetic vandals, where the small craftsmen so visible elsewhere in Europe could no longer be seen in the fog generated by the factories, the Middle Ages of peasants and artisans had long seemed a model of a society both socially and artistically more satisfactory. Given the irreversible Industrial Revolution, it inevitably tended to become a model inspiring a future vision rather than something that could be preserved, let alone restored. William Morris, 1834–96, demonstrates the entire trajectory from late, romantic medievalist to a sort of Marxian social revolutionary. What made Morris and the associated arts and craft movement so remarkably influential was ideology, rather than his astonishing and manifold gifts as a designer, decorator, and craftsman. For this movement of artistic renovation specifically sought to restore the broken links between art and the worker in production, and to transform the environment of daily living, from interior furnishings to house, and indeed village, city, and landscape, rather than the self-contained sphere of the fine arts for the rich and leisured. The arts and crafts movement was disproportionately influential, because its impact automatically stretched beyond small circles of artists and critics, and because it inspired those who wished to change human life, not to mention practical men interested in producing structures and objects of use and in the relevant branches of education. Not least, it attracted a clutch of progressively minded architects, drawn to the new and urgent tasks of town planning. The term became familiar after 1900, by the vision of utopia so readily associated with their profession and its associated propagandists, the Garden City of Ebenezer Howard, 1898, or at least the Garden Suburb. With the arts and crafts movement, an artistic ideology thus became more than a fashion among creators and connoisseurs, because its commitment to social change linked it to the world of public institutions and reforming public authorities, which could translate it into the public reality of art schools and redesigned or expanded cities and communities. And it linked the men and, to a notably increased extent, the women active in it to productions, because its object was essentially to produce applied arts, or arts used in real life. The most lasting memorial to William Morris is a set of marvelous wallpaper and textile designs which were still commercially available in the 1980s. The culmination of this socio-aesthetic marriage between crafts, architecture, and reform was the style which, largely, though not entirely, propelled by British example and its propagandists, swept Europe in the later 1890s under various names, of which Art Nouveau is the most familiar. It was deliberately revolutionary, anti-historicist, anti-academic and, as its champions never ceased to repeat, contemporary. It combined the indispensable modern technology. Its most prominent monuments were the stations of the Paris and Vienna municipal transport systems, with the artisans' union of adornment and fitness for purpose, so much so that today it suggests above all a profusion of interlaced curvilinear decoration based on stylized mainly biological motifs, botanical or female. They were the metaphors of nature, youth, growth, and movement so characteristic of the time. And indeed, even outside Britain, artists and architects in this idiom were associated with socialism and labor, like Berliage, who built a trade union headquarters in Amsterdam, and Horta, who built the Maison du Peuple in Brussels. Essentially, Art Nouveau triumphed through furniture, motifs of interior decoration, and innumerable smallish domestic objects ranging from the expensive luxuries of Tiffany, Lalique, and the Wiener Werkstatt to the table lamps and cutlery which mechanical imitation spread through modest suburban homes. It was the first all-conquering modern style. Point 2. Yet there were flaws at the heart of Art Nouveau, which may be partly responsible for its rapid disappearance, at least from the high cultural scene. They were the contradictions which drove the avant-garde into isolation. In any case, the tensions between the elitism and the populist aspirations of advanced culture, i.e. between the hope of general renewal and the pessimism of educated middle classes faced with mass society, had only been temporarily obscured. From the middle 1890s, when it was clear that the great forward surge of socialism led not to revolution but to organized mass movements engaged in hopeful but routine activities, the artists and aesthetes found them less inspiring. In Vienna, Karl Kraus, originally attracted to social democracy, moved away from it in the new century. Electoral campaigns did not excite him, and the cultural policy of the movement had to take account of the conventional tastes of its proletarian militants, and had indeed trouble enough fighting off the influence of pulp thrillers, romances and other forms of Skund literature against which socialists, notably in Scandinavia, waged embittered campaigns. Point 13. The dream of an art for the people confronted the reality of an essentially upper and middle class public for the advanced arts. Give or take a few figures whose subject matter showed them to be politically acceptable to worker militants. Unlike the avant-gardes of 1880 to 95, those of the new century, apart from the survivors of the older generation, were not attracted by radical politics. They were apolitical or even, in some schools, like the Italian futurists, moving towards the right. Only war, the October Revolution and the apocalyptic mood which both brought with them were to fuse revolution in the arts and in society once again, thus casting a retrospective red glow over Cubism and Constructivism, which had no such associations before 1914. The majority of artists today, complained the old Marxist Plekhanov in 1912-13, follow bourgeois points of view and are entirely resistant to the great ideals of liberty in our time. 14 And in France it was noted that the avant-garde of painters were entirely caught up in their technical debates and kept out of the way of other intellectual and social movements. 15 Who would have expected this in 1890? 3. Yet there were more fundamental contradictions within the avant-garde arts. They concern the nature of the two things for which the motto of the Vienna Secession called, Der Zeit ihre Kunst, der Kunst ihre Freiheit, to our era its art, to art its freedom, or modernity and reality. Nature remained the subject matter of the creative arts. Even in 1911 the painter later regarded as the herald of pure abstraction, Vasily Kandinsky, 1866-1944, refused to sever all connection with it, since this would simply produce patterns like a necktie or a carpet, to put it bluntly. 16 But, as we shall see, the arts merely echoed a new and fundamental uncertainty about what nature was, see chapter 10 below. They faced a triple problem. Granted its objective and describable reality, a tree, a face, an event, how could description catch the reality? The difficulties of making reality real in a scientific or objective sense had already led e.g. Impressionist painters far beyond the visual language of representational convention, see The Age of Capital, chapter 15, though, as the event proved, not beyond the comprehension of laymen. It took their followers considerably further, into the pointillism of Seurat, 1859-91, and the search for the basic structure as against the appearance of visual reality, which the Cubists, claiming the authority of Cézanne, 1839-1906, thought they could discern in some three-dimensional shapes of geometry. Second, there was the duality between nature and imagination, or art as the communication of descriptions and of ideas, emotions, and values. The difficulty lay not in choosing between them, since few, even among the ultra-positivist realists or naturalists, saw themselves entirely as dispassionate human cameras. It lay in the crisis of 19th-century values diagnosed by the powerful vision of Nietzsche, and consequently of the conventional language, representational or symbolic, for translating ideas and values into the creative arts. The flood of official statuary and building in the traditional idiom which inundated the Western world between 1880 and 1914, from the Statue of Liberty, 1886, to the Victor Emmanuel Monument, 1912, represented a dying, and after 1918 clearly a dead, past. Yet the search for other idioms, often exotic, which was pursued from the ancient Egyptians and Japanese to the islands of Oceania and the sculptures of Africa, reflected not only dissatisfaction with the old, but uncertainty about the new. In a sense Art Nouveau was, for this reason, the invention of a new tradition which happened not to work out. Third, there was the problem of combining reality and subjectivity. For part of the crisis of positivism, which will be more fully discussed in the next chapter, was the insistence that reality was not just there, to be discovered, but was something perceived, shaped, even constructed through and by the mind of the observer. In the weak version of this view, reality was objectively there, but apprehended exclusively through the states of mind of the individual who apprehended and reconstructed it, as in Proust's vision of French society as the byproduct of one man's long expedition to explore his own memory. In the strong version, nothing remained of it but the creator's ego and its emanations in words, sound, or paint. Inevitably such art had enormous difficulties of communication. Inevitably it lent itself to, and unsympathetic critics dismissed it as, pure subjectivism verging on solipsism. But avant-garde art did of course want to communicate something other than the artist's state of mind or his technical exercises. However, the modernity it sought to express held a contradiction which proved fatal to Morris and Art Nouveau. The social renewal of the arts along Ruskin, Morris lines had no real place for the machine, the core of that capitalism which was, to adapt a phrase from Walter Benjamin, the era when technology learned to reproduce works of art. Indeed, the avant-gardes of the late 19th century attempted to create the art of the new era by prolonging the methods of the old, whose forms of discourse they still shared. Naturalism extended the field of literature as representation of reality, by enlarging its subject matter, notably to include the lives of the poor and sexuality. The established language of symbolism and allegory was modified or adapted to express new ideas and aspirations, as in the new Morrisian iconography of the socialist movements, and indeed in the other major avant-garde school of symbolism. Art Nouveau was the culmination of this attempt to say the new in a version of the language of the old. But how could it express precisely what the arts and crafts tradition disliked, namely the society of the machine and modern science? Was not the very mass production of the branches, flowers, and female forms, the motifs of artisanal decoration and idealism which the commercial vogue for Art Nouveau entailed, a reductio ad absurdum of the Morris dream of craft revival? As Van de Velde felt, he had initially been a champion of Morris and the Art Nouveau trends. Must not sentimentalism, lyricism, romanticism be incompatible with modern men who lived in the new rationality of the machine age? Must not art express a new human rationality reflecting that of the technological economy? Was there not a contradiction between the simple, utilitarian functionalism inspired by the old crafts and the craftsman's joy in decoration, out of which Art Nouveau developed its ornamental jungle? Ornament is crime, declared the architect Adolphe Loos, 1870–1933, equally inspired by Morris and the crafts. Significantly, the architects, including persons originally associated with Morris or even Art Nouveau, like Berliage in Holland, Sullivan in the USA, Wagner in Austria, Mackintosh in Scotland, Auguste Perret in France, Behrens in Germany, even Horta in Belgium, now moved towards the new utopia of functionalism, the return to the purity of line, form, and material undisguised by ornament, and adapted to a technology no longer identifiable with masons and carpenters. For, as one of them, Montesquieu, also, typically, an enthusiast for the British vernacular style, argued in 1902, the result of the machine can only be the unadorned, factual form. 17 We are already in the world of the Bauhaus and Le Corbusier. For the architects, now engaged on buildings to whose structure craft tradition was irrelevant and where decoration was an applied embellishment, the appeal of such rational purity was understandable, even though it sacrificed the splendid aspiration of a total union of structure and decoration, of sculpture, painting, and the applied arts, which Morris derived from his admiration of the Gothic cathedrals, a sort of visual equivalent of Wagner's total work of art or Gesamtkunstwerk. This unity, the arts culminating in Art Nouveau had still tried to achieve. But if one can understand the appeal of the new architect's austerity, one should also observe that there is absolutely no convincing reason why the use of a revolutionary technology in building must entail a decoratively stripped functionalism, especially when, as so often, it became an anti-functional aesthetic, or why anything except machines should aspire to look like machines. Thus it would have been quite as possible, and indeed more logical, to hail the triumph of revolutionary technology with the full 21-gun salute of conventional architecture, in the manner of the great 19th century railway stations. There was no compelling logic to the movement of architectural modernism. What it expressed was primarily the emotional conviction that the conventional language of the visual arts, based on historical tradition, was somehow inappropriate or inadequate for the modern world. To be more precise, they felt that such a language could not possibly express but could only obscure the new world which the 19th century had brought into being. The machine, as it were, grown to giant size, cracked the fine arts facade behind which it had been hidden. Nor could the old idiom, they felt, express the crisis of human understanding and values which the century of revolution had produced and was now forced to confront. In a sense, the avant-garde blamed the traditionalists and the fin de siècle modernists equally for what Marx had accused the revolutionaries of 1789 to 1848 of doing, namely conjuring up the spirits of the past to their service, and borrowing from them names, battle slogans and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and in this borrowed language. Point 18 Only they did not have a new language, or they did not know what it would be. For what was the language in which to express the new world, especially as, technology apart, its only recognizable aspect was the disintegration of the old? Such was the dilemma of modernism at the outset of the new century. What led the avant-garde artists forward was therefore not a vision of the future, but a reversed vision of the past. Often indeed, as in architecture and music, they were eminent practitioners of the styles derived from tradition which they abandoned only because, like the ultra-Wagnerian Schönberg, they felt them incapable of further modification. Architects abandoned ornament, as Art Nouveau pushed it to its extremes, composers tonality, as music drowned in post-Wagnerian chromaticism. Painters had long been troubled by the inadequacy of the older conventions for representing external reality and their own feelings, but, except for a very few who pioneered complete abstraction on the eve of the war, notably among the Russian avant-garde, they found it difficult to abandon painting something. The avant-garde fanned out in various directions, but, broadly speaking, opted either for what seemed to observers like Max Raphael the supremacy of color and form over content, or for the single-minded pursuit of a non-representational content in the form of emotion, expressionism, or for various ways of dismantling the conventional elements of representational reality and reassembling them in different kinds of order or disorder, cubism. Point 19 Only the writers, shackled by their dependency on words with known meanings and sounds, found it difficult as yet to make an equivalent formal revolution, though a few began to try. Experiments in abandoning conventional forms of literary composition, e.g. rhymed verse and meter, were neither new nor ambitious. Writers stretched, twisted, and manipulated content, i.e. what could be said in ordinary words. Fortunately, the poetry of the early 20th century was a lineal development of, rather than a revolt against, the symbolism of the late 19th century. It therefore produced Rilke, 1875–1926, Apollinaire, 1880–1918, George, 1868–1933, Yeats, 1865–1939, Bloch, 1880–1921, and the great Spaniards. Contemporaries, ever since Nietzsche, had no doubt that the crisis of the arts reflected the crisis of a society, the liberal bourgeois society of the 19th century, which, in one way or another, was in the process of destroying the bases of its existence, the systems of value, convention, and intellectual understanding which structured and ordered it. Later historians have traced this crisis in the arts in general and in particular cases, such as fin de siècle Vienna. Here we need only know two things about it. First, the visible break between the fin de siècle and the 20th century avant-gardes occurred sometime between 1900 and 1910. Amateurs of dates may choose between several, but the birth of Cubism in 1907 is as convenient as any. In the last few years before 1914, virtually everything that is characteristic of the various kinds of post-1918 modernism is already present. Second, the avant-garde henceforth found itself marching in directions the main army of the public was neither willing nor able to follow. Richard Strauss, who had traveled the road away from tonality as an artist, decided after Elektra failed, 1909, as a supplier of commercial grand opera, that the public would follow him no further, and returned, with enormous success, to the more accessible idiom of Rosenkavalier, 1911. A wide gap therefore opened between the main body of cultured taste and the various small minorities who asserted their status as dissident anti-bourgeois rebels by demonstrating admiration for styles of artistic creation inaccessible and scandalous to the majority. Only three major bridges crossed it. The first was the patronage of a handful of those who were both enlightened and well-heeled, like the German industrialist Walter Rathenau, or of dealers like Kahnweiler who appreciated the commercial potential of this small but financially rewarding market. The second was a sector of fashionable high society, more than ever enthusiastic for ever-changing but guaranteed unbourgeois styles, preferably exotic and shocking. The third, paradoxically, was business. Lacking aesthetic preconceptions, industry could recognize the revolutionary technology of building and the economy of a functional style. It had always done so, and business could see that avant-garde techniques were effective in advertising. Modernist criteria had practical value for industrial design and mechanized mass production. After 1918, business patronage and industrial design were to be the main agencies for assimilating the styles originally associated with the high cultural avant-garde. However, before 1914 it remained confined within isolated enclaves. It is therefore misleading to pay too much attention to the modernist avant-garde before 1914, except as ancestors. Most people, even among the highly cultured, had probably never heard of, say, Picasso or Schoenberg, whereas the innovators of the last quarter of the 19th century had already become part of the cultural luggage of the educated middle classes. The new revolutionaries belonged to each other, to argumentative groups of the dissident young in the cafes of suitable city quarters, to the critics and drafters of manifestos for new isms, cubism, futurism, vorticism, to little magazines and to a few impresarios and collectors with flair and a taste for new works and their creators, a Diaghilev, an Alma Schindler who, even before 1914, had progressed from Gustav Mahler to Kokoschka, Gropius and, a less successful cultural investment, the expressionist Franz Werfel. They were taken up by a section of high fashion. That was all. All the same, the avant-gardes of the last pre-1914 years marks a fundamental break in the history of the high arts since the Renaissance. But what they did not achieve was the actual cultural revolution of the 20th century they aimed at, which was simultaneously taking place as a byproduct of the democratization of society, mediated by the entrepreneurs whose eyes were on an entirely non-bourgeois market. The plebeian arts were about to conquer the world, both in their own version of arts and crafts and by means of high technology. This conquest constitutes the most important development in 20th century culture. 4. Its early stages are not always easy to trace. At some point in the later 19th century, the mass migration into the rapidly growing big cities produced both a lucrative market for popular spectacle and entertainment and those specialized city quarters devoted to it, which bohemians and artists also found attractive, Montmartre, Schwabing. Consequently, traditional forms of popular entertainment were modified, transformed, and professionalized, producing original versions of popular artistic creation. The world of high culture, or rather its bohemian fringe, was, of course, well aware of the world of popular theatrical entertainment which developed in such entertainment quarters of the great cities. The adventurous young, the avant-garde or artistic bohème, the sexually unconventional, the raffish elements in the upper class who had always patronized the likes of boxers, jockeys, and dancers, found themselves at ease in these unrespectable milieux. In fact, in Paris these demotic elements were shaped into the cabaret and show culture of Montmartre chiefly for the benefit of a public of socialites, tourists, and intellectuals, and immortalized in the posters and lithographs of its greatest denizen, the aristocratic painter Toulouse-Lautrec. A culture of avant-garde bourgeois low-life also showed signs of developing in Central Europe, but in Britain the music hall, which appealed to intellectual aesthetes from the 1880s on, was more genuinely aimed at a popular audience. The admiration was justified. The cinema was shortly to turn one figure from the entertainment world of the British poor into the most universally admired artist of the first half of the 20th century, Charlie Chaplin, 1889 to 1977. At a considerably more modest level of popular entertainment, or entertainment provided by the poor, the tavern, dance hall, singing cafe, and brothel, an international range of musical innovations appeared towards the end of the century, which spread across frontiers and oceans partly through tourism and the medium of the musical stage, mainly through the new practice of social dancing in public. Some, like the Neapolitan canzone, then in its golden age, remained localized. Others showed greater powers of expansion, like the Andalusian flamenco, enthusiastically taken up from the 1880s by populist Spanish intellectuals, or the tango, a product of the brothel quarter of Buenos Aires, which had reached the European beau monde before 1914. None of these exotic and plebeian creations was to have a more triumphant and global future than the musical idiom of North American Negroes which, once again via the stage, commercialized popular music and social dancing, had already crossed the ocean by 1914. These fused with the arts of the plebeian demi-monde of great cities, occasionally reinforced by déclassé bohemians and hailed by high-class aficionados. They were an urban equivalent of folk art, which now formed the base of a commercialized entertainment industry, though their mode of creation owed nothing to their mode of exploitation. But, above all, they were essentially arts which owed nothing of substance to bourgeois culture, either in the form of high art or in the form of middle-class light entertainment. On the contrary, they were about to transform bourgeois culture from below. The real art of technological revolution, based on the mass market, was meanwhile developing with a rapidity for which there was no parallel in past history. Two of these technological, economic media were as yet of minor significance, the mechanical broadcasting of sound and the press. The impact of the phonograph was limited by the cost of the devices it required, which still confined their ownership largely to the relatively well-off. The impact of the press was limited by its reliance on the old-fashioned printed word. Its content was broken up into small and self-contained chunks for the benefit of a class of readers with less education and willingness to concentrate than the solid middle-class elites who read the Times, the Journal de Débats and the Nuit Free Presse, but that was all. Its purely visual innovations, fat headlines, page layout, the mixture of text and picture, and especially display advertisements, were plainly revolutionary, as the Cubists recognized by including newspaper fragments in their pictures, but perhaps the only genuinely innovatory forms of communication the press revived were cartoons, and even the early versions of the modern strip cartoons which they took over from popular pamphlets and broadsheets in form simplified for technical reasons. Point 20. The mass press, which began to reach circulations of 1 million or more in the 1890s, transformed the environment of print, but not its content or associations, perhaps because men who founded newspapers were probably educated and certainly rich, and therefore sensitive to the values of bourgeois culture. Besides, there was nothing in principle new about newspapers and periodicals. On the other hand, the cinema, which, eventually also via television and video, was to dominate and transform all the 20th century arts, was utterly novel, in its technology, its mode of production and its manner of presenting reality. Here, indeed, was the first art which could not have existed except in the industrial society of the 20th century, and which had no parallel or precedent in the earlier arts, not even in the still photography which could be considered as no more than an alternative to sketching or painting. See The Age of Capital, Chapter 15, 4. For the first time in history the visual presentation of movement was emancipated from immediate, living performance. And for the first time in history story, drama, or spectacle were freed from the constraints imposed by time, space and the physical nature of the observer, not to mention the previous limits on stage illusion. The movement of the camera, the variability of its focus, the unlimited scope of trick photography and, above all, the ability to cut the strip of film which recorded it all into suitable pieces and to assemble or reassemble them at will, were immediately obvious and immediately exploited by filmmakers who rarely had any interest in or sympathies for the avant-garde arts. Yet no art represents the requirements, the unintended triumph, of an utterly untraditional artistic modernism more dramatically than the cinema. And the triumph of the cinema was quite extraordinary and unparalleled in its speed and scale. The moving photograph did not become technically feasible until about 1890. Though the French were the main pioneers of showing these moving pictures, short films were first shown as fairground or vaudeville novelties in 1895-6, almost simultaneously in Paris, Berlin, London, Brussels, and New York. 21 Barely a dozen years later there were 26 million Americans who went to see motion pictures every week, most probably in the 8,000 to 10,000 small Nickelodeons, that is to say roughly a figure as large as 20% of the entire population of the USA. 22 as for Europe, even. In backward Italy there were by then almost 500 cinemas in the major cities, 40 of them in Milan alone. 23 By 1914 the American film audience had risen to almost 50 millions. 24 Films were now big business. The film star system had been invented, in 1912 by Carl Laemmle for Mary Pickford. And the film industry had begun to settle in what was already on the way to being its global capital, on a hillside in Los Angeles. This extraordinary achievement was due, in the first place, to the total lack of interest of the film pioneers in anything except profitable entertainment for a mass public. They entered the industry as showmen, sometimes small-time fairground showmen like the first movie mogul, Charles Path, 1863–1957, of France, though he was not typical of the European entrepreneurs. More often they were, as in the USA, poor but energetic Jewish immigrant hucksters who would as willingly have gone on selling clothes, gloves, furs, hardware, or meat, if they had looked equally lucrative. They moved into production in order to fill their shows. They aimed unhesitatingly at the least educated, the least intellectual, the least sophisticated, the least self-improving who filled the Nickelodeons in which Carl Laemmle, Universal Films, Louis B. Mayer, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the Warner Brothers and William Fox, Fox Films, got their start around 1905. In the nation, 1913, American populist democracy welcomed this triumph of the lower orders by means of 5-cent admissions, while European social democracy, concerned to bring workers the higher things in life, dismissed films as the diversion of the lumpen proletariat in search of escapism. 25 The film therefore developed according to the formulas for surefire applause tried and tested since the ancient Romans. What is more, the film enjoyed one unanticipated but absolutely crucial advantage. Since it could, until the late 1920s, reproduce only images, not words, it was forced into silence, broken only by the sounds of the musical accompaniment, which multiplied the possibilities of employment for second-rate instrumentalists. Freed from the constraints of the Tower of Babel, the movies therefore developed a universal language which, in effect, enabled them to exploit the global market irrespective of language. There is no doubt that the revolutionary innovations of films as an art, practically all of which had been developed in the USA by 1914, were due to its need to address a potentially universal public exclusively through the, technically manipulable, eye, but also that innovations which left the high cultural avant-garde far behind in their daring were readily accepted by the masses, because this was an art which transformed everything except its content. What the public saw and loved in the movies was precisely what had astonished, excited, amused, and moved audiences as long as there had been professional entertainment. Paradoxically, this is where high culture made its only significant impact on the American film industry, which by 1914 was on the way to conquer and utterly dominate the global market. For while American storefront showmen were about to make themselves millionaires out of the nickels of immigrants and workers, other theatrical and vaudeville entrepreneurs, not to mention some of the Nickelodeon hucksters, dreamed of tapping the greater purchasing power and class of the respectable family public, and especially the cash flow of America's new woman and her children. For 75% of the public in the Nickelodeon era were adult males. They required expensive stories and prestige, screen classics, which the anarchy of cut-price American movie production was disinclined to risk. But these could be imported from the pioneer French industry, which still dominated a third of the world's output, or from other Europeans. For in Europe Orthodox theater, with its established middle-class market, had been the natural source for more ambitious film entertainment, and if dramatic adaptations of biblical stories and secular classics, Zola, Dumas, Daudet, Hugo, were successful, why not film adaptations? Imports of elaborate costume productions with famous actresses like Sarah Bernhardt, or elaborate epic equipment, in which the Italians specialized, proved commercially successful in the last pre-war years. Stimulated by the dramatic turn from documentary films to stories and comedies, which seems to have made itself felt in 1905-9, they encouraged American producers to make their own cinematic novels and epics. These in turn gave otherwise uninteresting minor literary talents of sound American white-collar stock like D.W. Griffith the chance to transform the motion picture into a major and original art form. Hollywood was based on the junction between Nickelodeon populism and the culturally and morally rewarding drama and sentiment expected by the equally large mass of middle Americans. Its strength and its weakness lay precisely in its single-minded concentration on the mass-market box office. The strength was in the first instance economic. The European cinema opted, not without some resistance from populist showmen, for the educated public at the expense of the uneducated. Who would otherwise have made the famous German UFA films of the 1920s? Meanwhile, the American industry could exploit to the full a mass market on the basis of a population which, on paper, was not more than a third larger than that provided by the population of Germany. This allowed it to cover costs and earn ample profits at home, and therefore to conquer the rest of the world by undercutting it. The First World War was to reinforce this decisive advantage and make the American position unchallengeable. Boundless resources would also enable Hollywood to buy up talent from all over the world, notably after the war from Central Europe. It did not always make adequate use of it. The weaknesses of Hollywood were equally obvious. It created an extraordinary medium with extraordinary potential, but one with an artistically negligible message, at least until the 1930s. The number of American silent films which are in the living repertoire, or which even the educated can recall, is tiny, except for comedies. Given the enormous rate at which motion pictures were produced, they form an entirely insignificant percentage of the output. Ideologically, indeed, the message was far from ineffective or negligible. If hardly anyone recalls the great mass of B-movies, their values were to be decanted into American high policy in the late 20th century. Nevertheless, industrialized mass entertainment revolutionized the 20th century arts, and it did so separately and independently from the avant-garde. For before 1914 the arts avant-garde had no part in films, and it appears to have taken no interest in them, apart from one Russian-born Cubist in Paris who is said to have thought about an abstract film sequence in 1913.27. It only took the medium up seriously in the middle of the war, when it was already virtually mature. The typical pre-1914 form of avant-garde show business was the Russian ballet, for which the great impresario Serge Diaghilev mobilized the most revolutionary and exotic composers and painters. But the Russian ballet was aimed at an elite of well-heeled or well-born cultural snobs as unhesitatingly as American film producers aimed at the lowest permissible common denominator of humanity. So the modern, the truly contemporary art of this century developed unexpectedly, overlooked by the guardians of cultural values, and with the speed to be expected of a genuine cultural revolution. But it was no longer, and could no longer be, the art of the bourgeois world and the bourgeois century, except in one crucial respect: it was profoundly capitalist. Was it culture in the bourgeois sense at all? Almost certainly most educated persons in 1914 would have thought it was not. And yet this new and revolutionary medium of the masses was stronger by far than the elite culture, whose search for a new way of expressing the world fills most histories of 20th century arts. Few figures represent the old tradition, in its conventional and revolutionary versions, more obviously than two composers of pre-1914 Vienna, Erich Wolfgang Korngold, an infant prodigy of the Mittelbau musical scene already launching himself into symphonies, operas, and the rest, and Arnold Schoenberg. The first ended his life as a highly successful composer of soundtracks for Hollywood motion pictures and musical director of Warner Brothers. The second, after revolutionizing 19th-century classical music, ended his life in the same city, still without a public, but admired and subsidized by more adaptable and vastly more prosperous musicians who earned money in the motion picture industry by not applying the lessons they had learned from him. The arts of the 20th century were therefore revolutionized, but not by those who set themselves the task of doing so. In this respect they differed dramatically from the sciences. Chapter 10. Certainties undermined, The sciences. What is the material universe composed of? Ether, matter, and energy. S. Lang, 18,851. It is generally agreed that during the past 15 years there has been a great advance in our knowledge of the fundamental laws of heredity. Indeed, it may fairly be said that more has been gained in this regard within this period than in the entire previous history of the field of knowledge. Raymond Pearl, 19,132. Space and time have ceased to be, for relativity physics, part of the bare bones of the world, and are now admitted to be constructions. Bertrand Russell, 19,143. There are times when man's entire way of apprehending and structuring the universe is transformed in a fairly brief period of time, and the decades which preceded the First World War were one of these. This transformation was as yet understood, or even observed, by relatively exiguous numbers of men and women in a handful of countries, and sometimes only by minorities even within the fields of intellectual and creative activity which were being transformed. And by no means all such fields saw a transformation, or were transformed in the same way. A fuller study would have to distinguish between fields in which men were conscious of linear progress rather than transformation, such as the medical sciences, and those which were revolutionized, such as physics, between old sciences revolutionized and sciences which themselves constituted innovations, since they were born in our period, such as genetics, between scientific theories destined to be the base of a new consensus or orthodoxy, and others which were to remain on the margins of their disciplines, such as psychoanalysis. It would also have to distinguish between accepted theories challenged but successfully re-established in a more or less modified form, such as Darwinism, and other parts of the mid-19th century intellectual heritage which disappeared except from the less advanced textbooks, such as the Physics of Lord Kelvin. And it would certainly have to distinguish between the natural sciences and social sciences which, like the traditional fields of scholarship in the humanities, increasingly diverged from them, creating a widening gap into which the large body of what the 19th century had regarded as philosophy looked like disappearing. Still, however we qualify the global statement, it remains true. The intellectual landscape in which peaks named Planck, Einstein, and Freud could now be seen to emerge, not to mention Schoenberg and Picasso, was clearly and fundamentally different from that which intelligent observers believed themselves to perceive in, say, 1870. The transformation was of two kinds. Intellectually it implied the end of an understanding of the universe in the image of the architect or engineer, a building as yet unfinished, but whose completion would not be very long delayed, a building based on the facts, held together by the firm framework of causes determining effects and the laws of nature and constructed with the reliable tools of reason and scientific method, a construction of the intellect, but one which also expressed, in an ever more accurate approximation, the objective realities of the cosmos. In the minds of the triumphant bourgeois world, the giant static mechanism of the universe inherited from the 17th century, but since amplified by extension into new fields, produced not only permanence and predictability but also transformation. It produced evolution, which could be easily identified with secular progress, at least in human affairs. It was this model of the universe and the human mind's way of understanding it which now broke down. But this breakdown had a crucial psychological aspect. The intellectual structuring of the bourgeois world eliminated the ancient forces of religion from the analysis of a universe in which the supernatural and the miraculous could have no part, and left little analytical place for the emotions, except as products of the laws of nature. Nevertheless, with marginal exceptions, the intellectual universe appeared to fit in both with the intuitive human grasp of the material world, with sense experience, and with the intuitive, or at least age-old, concepts of the operation of human reasoning. Thus it was still possible to think of physics and chemistry in mechanical models, the billiard ball atom, but the new structuring of the universe increasingly found itself obliged to jettison intuition and common sense. In a sense nature became less natural and more incomprehensible. Indeed, Though all of us today live by and with a technology which rests on the new scientific revolution, in a world whose visual appearance has been transformed by it, and one in which educated lay discourse may echo its concepts and vocabulary, it is far from clear to what extent this revolution has been absorbed into the common processes of thought of the lay public even today. One might say that it has been existentially rather than intellectually absorbed. The process of divorcing science and intuition may perhaps be illustrated by the extreme example of mathematics. Sometime in the middle of the 19th century, the progress of mathematical thought began to generate not only, as it had already done earlier, see the Age of Revolution, results which conflicted with the real world as apprehended by the senses, such as non-Euclidean geometry, but results which appeared shocking even to mathematicians, who found, like the great George Cantor, that je vois mais ne crois pas. 4 What Bourbaki calls the pathology of mathematics began. 5 In geometry, one of the two dynamic frontiers of 19th century mathematics, all manner of as it were unthinkable phenomena appear, such as curves without tangents. But the most dramatic and impossible development was perhaps the exploration of infinite magnitudes by Cantor, which produced a world in which the intuitive concepts of greater and smaller no longer applied and the rules of arithmetic no longer gave their expected results. It was an exciting advance, a new mathematical paradise, to use Hilbert's phrase, from which the avant-garde of mathematicians refused to be expelled. One solution, subsequently followed by the majority of mathematicians, was to emancipate mathematics from any correspondence with the real world, and to turn it into the elaboration of postulates, any postulates, which required only to be precisely defined and linked by the need not to be contradictory. Mathematics was henceforth based on a rigorous suspension of belief in anything except the rules of a game. In the words of Bertrand Russell, a major contributor to the rethinking of the foundations of mathematics which now moved to the center of the stage, perhaps for the first time in its history, mathematics was the subject in which no one knew what he was talking about or whether what he said was true. 6 Its foundations were reformulated by rigorously excluding any appeal to intuition. This imposed enormous psychological difficulties, as well as some intellectual ones. The relation of mathematics to the real world was undeniable, even though, from the point of view of mathematical formalists, it was irrelevant. In the 20th century the purest mathematics has, time and again, found some correspondence in the real world, and indeed served to explain this world or to dominate it by means of technology. Even G. H. Hardy, a pure mathematician specializing in number theory, and incidentally the author of a brilliant piece of autobiographical introspection, a man who claimed with pride that nothing he had done was of any practical use, contributed a theorem, which is at the base of modern population genetics, the so-called Hardy-Weinberg law. What was the nature of the relationship between the mathematical game and the structure of the real world which corresponded with it? Perhaps this did not matter to mathematicians in their mathematical capacity, but in fact even many of the formalists, such as the great Hilbert, 1862 to 1943, seem to have believed in an objective mathematical truth, i.e. that it was not irrelevant what mathematicians thought about the nature of the mathematical entities they manipulated or the truth of their theorems. An entire school of intuitionists, anticipated by Henri Poincaré, 1854 to 1912, and led, from 1907, by the Dutchman L. E. J. Brouwer, 1882 to 1966, bitterly rejected formalism, if necessary at the cost of abandoning even those triumphs of mathematical reasoning whose literally incredible results had led to the reconsideration of the bases of mathematics, and notably Cantor's own work in set theory, propounded, against impassioned opposition by some, in the 1870s. The passions evoked by this battle in the stratosphere of pure thought indicate the profundity of the intellectual and psychological crisis which the collapse of the old links between mathematics and the apprehension of the world produced. Moreover, the rethinking of the foundations of mathematics itself was far from unproblematic, for the attempt to base it on rigorous definitions and non-contradiction itself, which also stimulated the development of mathematical logic, ran into difficulties which were to turn the period between 1900 and 1930 into the great crisis of the foundations. Bourbaki, point 7. The ruthless exclusion of intuition itself was possible only by a certain narrowing of the mathematician's horizon. Beyond that horizon lay the paradoxes which mathematicians and mathematical logicians now discovered. Bertrand Russell formulated several in the early 1900s, and which raised the most profound difficulties. Point 2. Eventually, in 1931, the Austrian mathematician Kurt Gödel proved that for certain fundamental purposes contradiction could not be eliminated at all. We cannot prove that the axioms of arithmetic are consistent by a finite number of steps which do not lead to contradictions. However, by that time mathematicians had accustomed themselves to live with the uncertainties of their subject. The generations of the 1890s and 1900s were far from reconciled to them as yet. Except for a handful of people, the crisis in mathematics could be overlooked. A much larger body of scientists, as well as eventually most educated human beings, found themselves involved in the crisis of the Galilean or Newtonian universe of physics, whose beginning can be fairly precisely dated in 1895, and which was to be replaced by the Einsteinian universe of relativity. It met with less resistance in the world of physicists than the mathematical revolution, probably because it had not yet revealed itself as implying a challenge to the traditional beliefs in certainty and the laws of nature. That was to come only in the 1920s. On the other hand, it met with enormous resistance from the laity. Indeed, even as late as 1913 a learned and plainly by no means foolish German author of a 4-volume history and survey of science, who admittedly mentioned neither Planck, except as an epistemologist, nor Einstein, J.J. Thomson, nor a number of others who would now hardly be omitted, denied that anything exceptionally revolutionary was happening in the sciences. It is a sign of bias when science is presented as though its foundations had now become unstable, and our era must set about their reconstruction. Point 8. As we know, modern physics is still as remote to most laymen, even those who attempt to follow the often brilliant attempts to explain it to them which have multiplied since the First World War, as the higher reaches of scholastic theology were to most believers in Christianity in 14th century Europe. Ideologists on the left were to reject relativity as incompatible with their idea of science, and those on the right condemned it as Jewish. In short, science henceforth became not only something which few people could understand, but something of which many disapproved while increasingly recognizing that they depended on it. The shock to experience, common sense and accepted conceptions of the universe can perhaps best be illustrated by the problem of the luminiferous ether, now almost as forgotten as that of the phlogiston by which combustion had been explained in the 18th century before the chemical revolution. There was no evidence for the ether, an elastic, rigid, incompressible and frictionless something believed to fill the universe, but it had to exist, in a world picture which was essentially mechanical and excluded any so-called action at a distance, chiefly because 19th century physics was full of waves, starting with those of light, whose actual velocity was established for the first time, and multiplied by the progress of researches into electromagnetism, which, since Maxwell, appeared to include light waves. But in a mechanically conceived physical universe, waves had to be waves in something, just as sea waves were waves in water. As wave motion became ever more central to the physical world picture, to quote a by no means naive contemporary, ether was discovered in this century, in the sense that all known evidence of its existence was gathered in this epoch. Point 9. In short, it was invented because, as all the authoritative physicists held, with only the rarest dissenters like Heinrich Hertz, 1857–94, the discoverer of radio waves, and Ernst Mach, 1836–1916, best known as a philosopher of science, we should know nothing of light, of radiant heat, of electricity or magnetism. Without it there would probably be no such thing as gravitation, since a mechanical world picture also required it to exert its force through some material medium. Yet, if it existed, it must have mechanical properties, whether or not they were elaborated by means of the new electromagnetic concepts. These raised considerable difficulties, as physics, since Faraday and Maxwell, operated with two conceptual schemes which were not readily combined and in fact tended to move apart, the physics of discrete particles, of matter, and those of continuous media of fields. It seemed easiest to assume, the theory was elaborated by H. A. Lorentz, 1853–1928, one of the eminent Dutch scientists who made our period into a golden age of Dutch science comparable to the 17th century, that the ether was stationary with respect to matter in motion. But this could now be tested, and two Americans, A. A. Michelson, 1852–1931, and E. W. Morley, 1838–1923, attempted to do so in a celebrated and imaginative experiment in 1887, which produced a result that seemed profoundly inexplicable. So inexplicable, and so incompatible with deep-rooted beliefs, that it was periodically repeated with all possible precautions until the 1920s, always with the same result. What was the velocity of the movement of the Earth through the stationary ether? A beam of light was divided into two parts, which traveled to and fro along two equal paths at right angles to one another, and were then reunited again. If the Earth traveled through the ether in the direction of one of the beams, the motion of the apparatus during the passage of light ought to make the paths of the beams unequal. This could be detected. But it could not. It seemed that the ether, whatever it was, moved with the Earth, or presumably with anything else that was measured. The ether appeared to have no physical characteristics at all or to be beyond any form of material apprehension. The alternative was to abandon the established scientific image of the universe. It will not surprise readers familiar with the history of science that Lorentz preferred theory to fact, and therefore attempted to explain away the Michelson-Morley experiment, and thus to save that ether which was considered the fulcrum of modern physics 11 by an extraordinary piece of theoretical acrobatics which was to turn him into the John the Baptist of relativity. 12 Suppose that time and space could be pulled slightly apart, so that a body might turn out to be shorter when facing in the direction of its motion than it would be if it were at rest, or facing crosswise. Then the contraction of Michelson-Morley's apparatus might have concealed the stationariness of the ether. This supposition, it is argued, was very close indeed to Einstein's special theory of relativity, 1905, but the point about Lorentz and his contemporaries was that they broke the egg of traditional physics in a desperate attempt to maintain it intact, whereas Einstein, who had been a child when Michelson and Morley came to their surprising conclusion, was prepared simply to abandon the ancient beliefs. There was no absolute motion. There was no ether, or if there was it was of no interest to physicists. One way or another the old order in physics was doomed. Two conclusions can be drawn from this instructive episode. The first, which fits in with the rationalist ideal which science and its historians have inherited from the 19th century, is that facts are stronger than theories. Given the developments in electromagnetism, the discovery of new kinds of radiation, radio waves, Hertz 1883, X-rays, Röntgen 1895, radioactivity, Becquerel 1896, given the need increasingly to stretch orthodox theory into curious shapes, given the Michelson-Morley experiment, sooner or later theory would have to be fundamentally altered to fit in with fact. It is not surprising that this did not happen immediately, but it happened soon enough. The transformation can be dated with some precision in the decade 1895 to 1905. The other conclusion is the exact opposite. The view of the physical universe which fell apart in 1895 to 1905 had been based not on the facts but on a priori assumptions about the universe, based partly on a 17th-century mechanical model, partly on even more ancient intuitions of sense experience and logic. There had never been any greater intrinsic difficulty about applying relativity to electrodynamics or anything else than to classical mechanics, where it had been taken for granted since Galileo. All that physics can say about two systems within each of which Newtonian laws hold, e.g. two railway trains, is that they move in relation to each other, but not that one is in any absolute sense at rest. The ether had been invented because the accepted mechanical model of the universe required something like it, and because it seemed intuitively inconceivable that in some sense there was no distinction between absolute motion and absolute rest somewhere. Having been invented, it precluded the extension of relativity to electrodynamics or to the laws of physics in general. In short, what made the revolution in physics so revolutionary was not the discovery of new facts, though this certainly took place, but the reluctance of physicists to reconsider their paradigms. As always, it was not the sophisticated intelligences which were prepared to recognize that the emperor wore no clothes. They spent their time inventing theories to explain why these clothes were both splendid and invisible. Now both conclusions are correct, but the second is much more useful to the historian than the first. For the first does not really explain adequately how the revolution in physics came about. Old paradigms do not usually, and did not then, inhibit the progress of research, or the formation of theories which appeared to be both consistent with the facts and intellectually fertile. They merely produce what can be seen in retrospect, as in the case of the ether, to have been unnecessary and unduly complicated theories. Conversely, the revolutionaries in physics, mainly belonging to that theoretical physics which was hardly yet recognized as a field in its own right situated somewhere between mathematics and the laboratory apparatus, were plainly not fundamentally motivated by any desire to clear up inconsistencies between observation and theory. They went their own way, sometimes moved by purely philosophical or even metaphysical preoccupations like Max Planck's search for the absolute, which took them into physics against the advice of teachers who were convinced that only minor corners still remained to be tidied up in that science, and into parts of physics which others regarded as uninteresting. 13 Nothing is more surprising in the brief autobiographical sketch written in old age by Max Planck, whose quantum theory, announced in 1900, marked the first public breakthrough of the new physics, than the sense of isolation, of being misunderstood, almost of failure, which evidently never left him. After all, few physicists have been more honored, in their own country and internationally, than he was in his lifetime. Much of it was clearly the result of the 25 years, starting with his dissertation in 1875, during which the young Planck vainly tried to get his admired seniors, including men whom he would eventually convert, to understand, to respond to, even to read, the work he submitted to them, work about whose conclusiveness in his opinion, no doubt was possible. We look back and see scientists recognizing crucial unsolved problems in their field and setting about solving them, some pursuing the right path, the majority the wrong one. But in fact, as historians of science have reminded us, at least since Thomas Kuhn, 1962, this is not the way scientific revolutions operate. What, then, explains the transformation of mathematics and physics at this period? For the historian this is the crucial question. Moreover, for the historian who does not focus exclusively on the specialized debates among the theorists, the question is not simply about the change in the scientific image of the universe, but about the relation of this change to the rest of what was happening in the period. The processes of the intellect are not autonomous. Whatever the nature of the relations between science and the society in which it is embedded, and the peculiar historical conjuncture in which it takes place, there is such a relation. The problems which scientists recognize, the methods they use, the types of theories they regard as satisfactory in general or adequate in particular, the ideas and models they use in solving them, are those of men and women whose life, even in the present, is only partly confined within laboratory or study. Some of these relations are simple to the point of crudity. A substantial part of the impetus for the development of bacteriology and immunology was a function of imperialism, given that empires provided a strong incentive for the conquest of tropical diseases such as malaria and yellow fever which inhibited the activities of white men in colonial areas. 14 A direct line thus links Joseph Chamberlain and Sir Ronald Ross, Nobel laureate in medicine in 1902. Nationalism played a part which is far from negligible. Wassermann, whose syphilis test provided the incentive to the development of serology, was urged on in 1906 by the German authorities, who were anxious to catch up with what they regarded as the undue advance of French research into syphilis. 15 While it would be unwise to neglect such direct links between science and society, whether in the form of government or business patronage and pressure, or in the less trivial form of scientific work stimulated by or arising out of the practical progress of industry or its technical requirements, these relations cannot be satisfactorily analyzed in such terms, least of all in the period 1873 to 1914. On the one hand, the relations between science and its practical uses were far from close, if we accept chemistry and medicine. Thus in the Germany of the 1880s and 1890s, a few countries took the practical implications of science more seriously. The technical academies, Technische Hochschulen, complained that their mathematicians did not confine themselves purely to the teaching of the mathematics required by engineers, and the professors of engineering confronted those of mathematics in open battle in 1897. Indeed, the bulk of German engineers, though inspired by American progress to install technological laboratories in the 1890s, were not in close touch with current science. Industry, conversely, complained that the universities were not interested in its problems and did their own research, though slow to do even this. Krupp, who did not allow his son to attend a technical academy until 1882, did not take an interest in physics, as distinct from chemistry, until the mid-1890s. 16 In short, universities, technical academies, industry and the government were far from coordinating their interests and efforts. Government-sponsored research institutions were indeed coming into being, but they were hardly yet advanced. The Kaiser Wilhelm Gesellschaft, today the Max Planck Gesellschaft, which funded and coordinated basic research, was not founded until 1911, though it had privately financed predecessors. Moreover, while governments were undoubtedly beginning to commission and even press forward researches they considered of significance, we can hardly as yet speak of government as a major force commissioning fundamental research, any more than we can of industry, with the possible exception of the Bell laboratories. Moreover, the one science other than medicine in which pure research and its practical applications were adequately integrated at this time was chemistry, which was certainly undergoing no fundamental or revolutionary transformations during our period. These scientific transformations would not have been possible but for technical developments in the industrial economy, such as those which made electricity freely available, provided adequate vacuum pumps and accurate measuring instruments. But a necessary element in any explanation is not in itself a sufficient explanation. We must look further. Can we understand the crisis of traditional science by analyzing the social and political preoccupations of scientists? These were obviously dominant in the social sciences, and, even in those natural sciences which appeared to be directly relevant to society and its concerns, the social and political element was often crucial. In our period this was plainly the case in those fields of biology which touched directly on social man, and all those which could be linked with the concept of evolution and the increasingly politicized name of Charles Darwin. Both carried a high ideological charge. In the form of racism, whose central role in the 19th century cannot be overemphasized, biology was essential to a theoretically egalitarian bourgeois ideology, since it passed the blame for visible human inequalities from society to nature. See The Age of Capital, Chapter 14, 2. The poor were poor because born inferior. Hence biology was not only potentially the science of the political right, but the science of those who suspected science, reason, and progress. Few thinkers were more skeptical of the mid-19th century verities, including science, than the philosopher Nietzsche. Yet his own writings, and notably his most ambitious work, The Will to Power 17, can be read as a variant of social Darwinism, a discourse conducted in the language of natural selection, in this instance selection destined to produce a new race of Superman who will dominate human inferiors as man in nature dominates and exploits brute creation. And the links between biology and ideology are indeed particularly evident in the interplay between eugenics and the new science of genetics, which virtually came into existence around 1900, receiving its name from William Bateson shortly thereafter, 1905. Eugenics, which was a program for applying the selective breeding techniques familiar in agriculture and livestock raising to people, long preceded genetics. The name dates from 1883. It was essentially a political movement, overwhelmingly confined to members of the bourgeoisie or middle classes, urging upon governments a program of positive or negative actions to improve the genetic condition of the human race. Extreme eugenists believed that the condition of man and society could be ameliorated only by the genetic improvement of the human race, by concentrating on encouraging valuable human strains, usually identified with the bourgeoisie or with suitably tinted races such as the Nordic, and eliminating undesirable strains, usually identified with the poor, the colonized or unpopular strangers. Less extreme eugenists left some scope for social reforms, education, and environmental change in general. While eugenics could become a fascist and racist pseudoscience which turned to deliberate genocide under Hitler, before 1914 it was by no means exclusively identified with any one branch of middle-class politics any more than the widely popular theories of race in which it was implicit. Eugenic themes occur in the ideological music of liberals, social reformers, Fabian socialists, and some other sections of the left, in those countries in which the movement was fashionable. Though in the battle between heredity and environment, or, in Karl Pearson's phrase nature and nurture, the left could hardly opt exclusively for heredity. Hence, incidentally, the marked lack of enthusiasm for genetics among the medical profession at this period. For the great triumphs of medicine at this time were environmental, both by means of the new treatment for microbial diseases, which, since Pasteur and Koch, had given rise to the new science of bacteriology, and through public hygiene. Doctors were as reluctant as social reformers to believe with Pearson that £1,500,000 spent in encouraging healthy parentage would do more than the establishment of a sanatorium in every township to eliminate tuberculosis. 18 They were right. What made eugenics scientific was precisely the rise of the science of genetics after 1900, which appeared to suggest that environmental influences on heredity could be absolutely excluded, and that most or all traits were determined by a single gene, i.e. that the selective breeding of human beings along Mendelian lines was possible. It would be impermissible to argue that genetics grew out of eugenical preoccupations, even though there are cases of scientists who were drawn into research on heredity as a consequence of a prior commitment to race culture, notably Sir Francis Galton and Karl Pearson. 19 On the other hand, the links between genetics and eugenics between 1900 and 1914 were demonstrably close, and in both Britain and the USA leading figures in the science were associated with the movement, though even before 1914, at least in both Germany and the USA, the line between science and racist pseudoscience was far from clear. 20 Between the wars, this led serious geneticists to move out of the organizations of committed eugenists. At all events, the political element in genetics is evident. The future Nobel laureate H.J. Muller was to declare in 1918, "I've never been interested in genetics purely as an abstraction, but always because of its fundamental relation to man, his characteristics and means of self-betterment." 21. If the development of genetics must be seen in the context of the urgent preoccupation with social problems for which eugenics claimed to provide biological solutions, sometimes as alternatives to socialist ones, the development of evolutionary theory, into which it fitted, also had a political dimension. The development of sociobiology in recent years has once again drawn attention to this. This had been evident from the inception of the theory of natural selection, whose key model, the struggle for existence, had been primarily derived from the social sciences, Malthus. Observers at the turn of the century noted a crisis in Darwinism which produced various alternative speculations, the so-called vitalism, neo-Lamarckism, as it was called in 1901, and others. It was due not only to scientific doubts about the formulations of Darwinism, which had become something like a biological orthodoxy by the 1880s, but also to doubts about its wider implications. The marked enthusiasm of social democrats for Darwinism was enough to ensure that it would not be discussed in exclusively scientific terms. On the other hand, while the dominant politico-Darwinist trend in Europe saw it as reinforcing Marx's view that evolutionary processes in nature and society take place regardless of men's will and consciousness, and every socialist knew where they would inevitably lead. In America, social Darwinism stressed free competition as nature's fundamental law, and the triumph of the fittest, i.e. successful businessmen, over the unfit, i.e. the poor. The survival of the fittest could also be indicated, and indeed ensured, by the conquest of inferior races and people or war against rival states, as the German general Bernhardi suggested in 1913 in his book on Germany and the Next War. Point 22. Such social themes entered the debates of scientists themselves. Thus the early years of genetics were bedeviled by a persistent and embittered quarrel between the Mendelians, most influential in the USA and among experimentalists, and the so-called biometric Ians, relatively stronger in Britain and among mathematically advanced statisticians. In 1900, Mendel's long-neglected researches into the laws of heredity were simultaneously and separately rediscovered in 3 countries, and were, against biometrical opposition, to provide the foundation of modern genetics, though it has been suggested that the biologists of 1900 read into the old reports on growing sweet peas a theory of genetic determinants which was not in Mendel's mind in his monastery garden in 1865. A number of reasons for this debate have been suggested by historians of science, and one set of such reasons has a clear political dimension. The major innovation which, together with Mendelian genetics, restored a markedly modified Darwinism to its position as the scientifically orthodox theory of biological evolution was the introduction into it of unpredictable and discontinuous genetic leaps, sports or freaks, mostly unviable but occasionally of potential evolutionary advantage, upon which natural selection would operate. They were called mutations by Hugo de Vries, one of the several contemporaneous rediscoverers of Mendel's forgotten researches. De Vries himself had been influenced by the chief British Mendelian, and inventor of the word genetics, William Bateson, whose studies in variation, 1894, had been conducted with special regard to discontinuity in the origin of species. Yet continuity and discontinuity were not a matter of plant breeding alone. The chief of the biometric Ians, Karl Pearson, rejected discontinuity even before he became interested in biology, because no great social reconstruction, which will permanently benefit any class of the community, is ever brought about by a revolution. Human progress, like nature, never leaps. Point 23. Bateson, his great antagonist, was far from a revolutionary. Yet if one thing is clear about the views of this curious figure, it is his distaste for existing society, outside the University of Cambridge, which he wished to preserve from all reform except the admission of women, his hatred of industrial capitalism and sordid shopkeeper utility, and his nostalgia for an organic feudal past. In short, for both Pearson and Bateson the variability of species was a question of ideology as well as of science. It is pointless, and indeed usually impossible, to equate specific scientific theories and specific political attitudes, least of all in such fields as evolution which lend themselves to a variety of different ideological metaphors. It is almost as pointless to analyze them in terms of the social class of their practitioners, virtually all of whom, in this period, belonged almost by definition to the professional middle classes. Nevertheless, in such fields as biology, politics, ideology, and science cannot be kept apart, for their links are too obvious. In spite of the fact that theoretical physicists and even mathematicians are also human beings, these links are not obvious in their case. Conscious or unconscious political influences may be read into their debates, but not with much profit. Imperialism and the rise of mass labor movements may help to elucidate developments in biology, but hardly in symbolic logic or quantum theory. Events in the world outside their studies in the years from 1875 and 1914 were not so cataclysmic as to intervene directly in their labors, as they were to do after 1914, and as they may have done in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Revolutions in the world of the intellect in this period can hardly be derived by analogy from revolutions in the outside world. And yet every historian is struck by the fact that the revolutionary transformation of the scientific worldview in these years forms part of a more general, and dramatic, abandonment of established and often long accepted values, truths, and ways of looking at the world and structuring it conceptually. It may be pure accident or arbitrary selection that Planck's quantum theory, the rediscovery of Mendel, Husserl's Logisk Untersuchungen, Freud's interpretation of dreams and Cézanne's still life with onions can all be dated 1900. It would be equally possible to open the new century with Ostwald's inorganic chemistry, Puccini's Tosca, Colette's first Claudine novel and Rostand's L'Aiglon, but the coincidence of dramatic innovation in several fields remains striking. One clue to the transformation has already been suggested. It was negative rather than positive, insofar as it replaced what had been regarded, rightly or wrongly, as a coherent, potentially comprehensive scientific view of the world in which reason was not at odds with intuition, with no equivalent alternative. As we have seen, the theorists themselves were puzzled and disoriented. Neither Planck nor Einstein was prepared to give up the rational, causal, determinist universe which their work did so much to destroy. Planck was as hostile as Lenin to Ernst Mach's neopositivism. Mach, in turn, though one of the rare early skeptics about the physical universe of late 19th century scientists, was to be equally skeptical of the theory of relativity. 24 The small world of mathematics, as we have seen, was split by battles about whether mathematical truth could be more than formal. At least the natural numbers and time were real, thought Brouwer. The truth is that theorists found themselves faced with contradictions which they could not resolve, for even the paradoxes, a euphemism for contradictions, which the symbolic logicians tried so hard to overcome were not satisfactorily eliminated, not even, as Russell was to admit, by the monumental labors of his and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica, 1910-13. The least troublesome solution was a retreat into that neopositivism which was to become the nearest thing to an accepted philosophy of science in the 20th century. The neopositivist current which emerged towards the end of the 19th century, with writers like Duhem, Mach, Pearson, and the chemist Ostwald, is not to be confused with the positivism which dominated the natural and social sciences before the new scientific revolution. That positivism believed that it could found a coherent view of the world which was about to be challenged on true theories based on the tested and systematized experience of the, ideally experimental, sciences, i.e. on the facts of nature as discovered by scientific method. In turn, these positive sciences, as distinct from the undisciplined speculation of theology and metaphysics, would provide the firm foundation for law, politics, morality, and religion, in short, for the ways in which human beings lived together in society and articulated their hopes for the future. Non-scientific critics like Husserl pointed out that the exclusiveness with which the total worldview of modern man, in the second half of the 19th century, let itself be determined by the positive sciences and be blinded by the prosperity which they produced, meant an indifferent turning away from the questions which were decisive for a genuine humanity. 25 Neopositivists concentrated on the conceptual defects of the positive sciences themselves. Faced with scientific theories which, now seen to be inadequate, could also be seen to be a forcing of language and a straining of definitions. 26 And with pictorial models, like the billiard ball atom, which were unsatisfactory, they chose two linked ways out of the difficulty. On the one hand, they proposed a reconstruction of science on a ruthlessly empiricist and even phenomenalist basis, on the other a rigorous formalization and axiomatization of the bases of science. This eliminated speculations about the relations between the real world and our interpretations of it, i.e. about the truth as distinct from the internal consistency and usefulness of propositions, without interfering with the actual practice of science. Scientific theories, as Henri Poincaré said flatly, were neither true nor false but merely useful. It has been suggested that the rise of neopositivism at the end of the century made possible the scientific revolution by allowing physical ideas to be transformed without bothering about prior preconceptions about the universe, causality, and natural laws. This, in spite of Einstein's admiration for Mach, is both to give too much credit to philosophers of science, even those who tell scientists not to bother about philosophy, and to underestimate the very general crisis of accepted 19th century ideas in this period, of which neo-positivist agnosticism and the rethinking of mathematics and physics were only some aspects. For if we are to see this transformation in its historical context at all, it must be as part of this general crisis. And if we are to find a common denominator for the multiple aspects of this crisis, which affected virtually all branches of intellectual activity in varying degrees, it must be that all were confronted after the 1870s with the unexpected, unpredicted, and often incomprehensible results of progress. Or, to be more precise, with the contradictions it generated. To use a metaphor suited to the confident age of capital, the railway lines constructed by humanity were expected to lead to destinations which the travelers might not know, having not yet arrived there, but about whose existence and general nature they had no real doubt. Just so Jules Verne's travelers to the moon had no doubt about the existence of that satellite, or about what, having got there, they would already know and what remained to be discovered by closer inspection on the ground. The 20th century could be predicted, by extrapolation, as an improved and more splendid version of the mid-19th. And yet, as the travelers looked out of the window of humanity's train while it moved steadily forward into the future, could the landscape they saw, unanticipated, enigmatic and troubling, really be on the way to the destination indicated on their tickets? Had they entered the wrong train? Worse, had they entered the right train which was somehow taking them in a direction they neither wanted nor liked? If so, how had this nightmare situation arisen? The intellectual history of the decades after 1875 is full of the sense of expectations not only disappointed. How beautiful the Republic was when we still had the Emperor, as a disenchanted Frenchman joked, but somehow turning into their opposite. We have seen this sense of reversal troubling both the ideologists and the practitioners of politics at this time, see Chapter 4 above. We have already observed it in the field of culture, where it produced a small but flourishing genre of bourgeois writing on the decline and fall of modern civilization from the 1880s. Degeneration by the future Zionist Max Nordau, 1893, is a good, and suitably hysterical, example. Nietzsche, the eloquent and menacing prophet of an impending catastrophe whose exact nature he did not quite define, expressed this crisis of expectations better than anyone else. His very mode of literary exposition, by means of a succession of poetic and prophetic aphorisms containing visionary intuitions or unargued truths, seemed a contradiction of the rationalist system-building discourse of philosophy which he claimed to practice. His enthusiastic admirers multiplied among middle-class, male, youth from 1890. For Nietzsche, the avant-garde decadence, pessimism, and nihilism of the 1880s was more than a fashion. They were the logical end product of our great values and ideals. 27 Natural science, he argued, produced its own internal disintegration, its own enemies, and anti-science. The consequences of the modes of thought accepted by 19th century politics and economics were nihilist. 28 The culture of the age was threatened by its own cultural products. Democracy produced socialism, the fatal swamping of genius by mediocrity, strength by weakness, a note also struck, in a more pedestrian and positivistic key, by the eugenists. In that case, was it not essential to reconsider all these values and ideals and the system of ideas of which they formed a part, for in any case the revaluation of all values was taking place? Such reflections multiplied as the old century drew to its end. The only ideology of serious caliber which remained firmly committed to the 19th century belief in science, reason, and progress was Marxism, which was unaffected by disillusion about the present because it looked forward to the future triumph of precisely those masses whose rise created so much uneasiness among middle-class thinkers. The developments in science which broke the mold of established explanation were themselves part of this general process of expectations transformed and reversed which is found at this time wherever men and women, in public or private capacities, confronted the present and compared it with their own or their parents' expectations. Could one suppose that in such an atmosphere thinkers might be readier than at other times to question the established ways of the intellect, to think, or at least to consider, the hitherto unthinkable? Unlike the early 19th century, the revolutions echoed, in some sense, in the products of the mind were not actually taking place, but were rather to be expected. They were implicit in the crisis of a bourgeois world which simply could no longer be understood in its own old terms. To look at the world anew, to change one's perspective, was not merely easier. It was what, in one way or another, most people actually had to do in their lives. However, this sense of intellectual crisis was strictly a minority phenomenon. Among the scientifically educated, one would guess, it was confined to the few people directly involved in the collapse of the 19th century way of looking at the world, and by no means all of these felt it acutely. The numbers concerned were tiny, for even where scientific education had expanded dramatically, as in Germany, where the number of science students multiplied eightfold between 1880 and 1910, they could still be counted in thousands rather than tens of thousands. 29 And most of them went into industry or fairly routine teaching where they were unlikely to worry much about the collapse of the established image of the universe. 1/3 of Britain's science graduates in 1907-10 were primary school teachers, 30 the chemists, by far the largest body of professional scientists of the time, were still only on the fringes of the new scientific revolution. Those who felt the intellectual earthquake directly were the mathematicians and physicists, whose numbers were not even growing very fast as yet. In 1910 the German and British physical societies together had only about 700 members, compared to more than 10 times that number in the combined British and German learned societies for chemistry. 31. Moreover, even in its most extended definition, modern science remained a geographically concentrated community. The distribution of the new Nobel Prizes shows that its major achievements still clustered in the traditional area of scientific advance, Central and Northwestern Europe. Out of the first 76 Nobel laureates, 32 all but 10 came from Germany, Britain, France, Scandinavia, the Low Countries, Austria, Hungary and Switzerland. Only 3 came from the Mediterranean, 2 from Russia and 3 from the rapidly rising, but still secondary, scientific community of the USA. The rest of non-European science and mathematics were making their mark, sometimes an extremely distinguished mark, as with the New Zealand physicist Ernest Rutherford, chiefly through their work in Britain. In fact, the scientific community was more concentrated than even these figures imply. More than 60% of all Nobel laureates came from the German, British, and French scientific centers. Again, the Western intellectuals who tried to elaborate alternatives to 19th-century liberalism, the educated bourgeois youth which welcomed Nietzsche and irrationalism, were small minorities. Their spokesmen numbered a few dozens, their public essentially belonged to new generations of the university-trained, who were, outside the USA, an exiguous educational elite. There were in 1913 14,000 students in Belgium and the Netherlands out of a total population of 13 to 14 millions, 11,400 in Scandinavia, minus Finland, out of almost 11 millions, and even in studious Germany only 77,000 out of 65 millions. 33 When journalists talked about the generation of 1914, what they meant was usually a café table full of young men speaking for the network of friends they had made when they entered the École Normale Supérieure in Paris or some self-selected leaders of intellectual fashion in the universities of Cambridge or Heidelberg. This should not lead us to underestimate the impact of the new ideas, for numbers are no guide to intellectual influence. The total number of men elected to the small Cambridge Discussion Society, usually known as the Apostles, between 1890 and the war was only 37, but they included the philosophers Bertrand Russell, G. E. Moore and Ludwig Wittgenstein, the future economist J. M. Keynes, the mathematician G. H. Hardy and a number of persons reasonably famous in English literature. 34 In Russian intellectual circles the impact of the revolution in physics and philosophy was already such in 1908 that Lenin felt impelled to write a large book against Ernst Mach, whose political impact on the Bolsheviks he regarded as both serious and deleterious, materialism and empiria criticism. Whatever we think of Lenin's judgments on science, his assessment of political realities was highly realistic. Moreover, it would not take long, in a world which was already formed, as Karl Kraus, satirist and enemy of the press, argued, by the modern media, for distorted and vulgarized notions of major intellectual changes to penetrate a wider public. In 1914 the name of Einstein was hardly a household word outside the great physicist's own household, but by the end of the World War relativity was already the subject of uneasy jokes in Central European cabarets. Within a few years of the First World War Einstein, in spite of the total impenetrability of his theory for most laymen, had become perhaps the only scientist since Darwin whose name and image were generally recognized among the educated lay public all over the world. Chapter 11. Reason and Society. They believed in reason as the Catholics believed in the Blessed Virgin. Romain Rolland, 19151. In the neurotic, we see the instinct of aggression inhibited, while class consciousness liberates it. Marx shows how it can be gratified in keeping with the meaning of civilization, by grasping the true causes of oppression, and by suitable organization. Alfred Adler, 19092. We do not share the obsolete belief that the totality of cultural phenomena can be deduced as the product or function of constellations of material interests. Nevertheless, we do believe that it was scientifically creative and fertile to analyze social phenomena and cultural events in the special light of the extent to which they are economically conditioned. It will remain so for the foreseeable future, so long as this principle is applied with care and not shackled by dogmatic partiality. Max Weber, 19043. Perhaps another form of confronting the intellectual crisis should be mentioned here. For one way of thinking the then unthinkable was to reject reason and science altogether. It is difficult to measure the strength of this reaction against the intellect in the last years of the old century, or even, in retrospect, to appreciate its strength. Many of its more vocal champions belonged to the underworld or demi-monde of the intelligence, and are today forgotten. We are apt to overlook the vogue for occultism, necromancy, magic, parapsychology, which preoccupied some leading British intellectuals, and various versions of Eastern mysticism and religiosity, which swept along the fringes of Western culture. The unknown and incomprehensible became more popular than they had been since the early Romantic era, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 14, 2. We may note in passing that the fashion for such matters, which had once been located largely on the self-educated left, now tended to move sharply to the political right. For the heterodox disciplines were no longer, as they had once been, would-be sciences like phrenology, homeopathy, spiritualism, and other forms of parapsychology, favored by those who were skeptical of the conventional learning of the establishment, but rejections of science and all its methods. However, while these forms of obscurantism made some contributions of substance to the avant-garde arts, as, for instance, via the painter Kandinsky and the poet W.B. Yeats, their impact on the natural sciences was negligible. Nor, indeed, did they make much impact among the general public. For the great mass of the educated, and especially the newly educated, the old intellectual verities were not in question. On the contrary, they were triumphantly reaffirmed by men and women for whom progress had far from exhausted its promise. The major intellectual development of the years from 1875 to 1914 was the massive advance of popular education and self-education and of a popular reading public. In fact, self-education and self-improvement was one of the major functions of the new working-class movements and one of the major attractions for its militants. And what the masses of newly educated laypersons absorbed, and welcomed if they were politically on the democratic or socialist left, was the rational certainties of 19th-century science, enemy of superstition and privilege, presiding spirit of education and enlightenment, proof and guarantee of progress and the emancipation of the lowly. One of the crucial attractions of Marxism over other brands of socialism was precisely that it was scientific socialism. Darwin and Gutenberg, inventor of the printing press, were as honored among radicals and social democrats as Tom Paine and Marx. Galileo's "and still it moves" was persistently quoted in socialist rhetoric to indicate the inevitable triumph of the workers' cause. The masses were both on the move and being educated. Between the mid-1870s and the war, the number of primary school teachers grew by anything between about one-third in well-schooled countries like France, to 7 or even 13 times its 1,875 figure in formerly ill-schooled ones like England and Finland. The number of secondary school teachers might multiply up to 4 or 5 times, Norway, Italy. The very fact that they were both on the move and educated, pushed the front of the old science forward even as its supply base in the rear was getting ready for reorganization. For school teachers, at least in Latin countries, lessons in science meant inculcating the spirit of the encyclopedists, of progress and rationalism, of what a French manual, 1898, called the freeing of the spirit, for easily identified with free thought or liberation from church and God. If there was any crisis for such men and women, it was not that of science or philosophy, but of the world of those who lived by privilege, exploitation, and superstition. And in the world beyond Western democracy and socialism, science meant power and progress in an even less metaphorical sense. It meant the ideology of modernization, forced upon backward and superstitious rural masses by the cientificos, enlightened political elites of oligarchs inspired by positivism, as in the Brazil of the Old Republic and the Mexico of Porfirio Diaz. It meant the secret of Western technology. It meant the social Darwinism that legitimate American multimillionaires. The most striking proof of this advance of the simple gospel of science and reason was the dramatic retreat of traditional religion, at least in the European heartlands of bourgeois society. This is not to say that a majority of the human race were about to become free thinkers, to use the contemporary phrase. The great majority of human beings, including the virtual totality of its female members, remained committed to a belief in the divinities or spirits of whatever was the religion or their locality and community, and to its rites. As we have seen, CP 210 above, Christian churches were markedly feminized in consequence. Considering that all major religions distrusted women and insisted firmly on their inferiority, and some, like the Jews, virtually excluded them from formal religious worship, the female loyalty to the gods seemed incomprehensible, and surprising to rationalist men, and was often considered yet another proof of the inferiority of their gender. Thus gods and anti-gods conspired against them, though the supporters of free thought, theoretically committed to the equality of the sexes, did so shamefacedly. Again, over most of the non-white world, religion still remained the only language for talking about the cosmos, nature, society, and politics, and both formulated and sanctioned what people thought and did. Religion was what mobilized men and women for purposes which Westerners expressed in secular terms, but which in fact could not be entirely translated into the secular idiom. British politicians might wish to reduce Mahatma Gandhi to a mere anti-imperialist agitator using religion to rouse superstitious masses, but for the Mahatma a saintly and spiritual life was more than a political instrument for winning independence. Whatever its meaning, religion was ideologically omnipresent. The young Bengali terrorists of the 1900s, the nursery of what later came to be Indian Marxism, were initially inspired by a Bengali ascetic and his successor Swami Vivekananda, whose Vedanta doctrine is probably best known through a more anodyne Californian version, which they interpreted, not implausibly, as calling for a rising of the country now subject to a foreign power, but destined to give a universal faith to mankind. It has been said that not through secular politics but through quasi-religious societies educated Indians first fell into the habit of thinking and organizing on a national scale. 6 Both the absorption of the West, through groups like the Brahmo Samaj, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 12, 2, and the rejection of the West by nativist middle classes, through the Arya Samaj, founded 1875, took this form, not to mention the Theosophical Society, whose connections with the Indian national movement will be noted below. And if in countries like India the emancipated, the educated strata which welcomed modernity, thus found their ideologies inseparable from religion, or, if they did find them separable, had to be careful to conceal the fact, then it is obvious that the appeal of purely secular ideological language to the masses was negligible, and a purely secular ideology incomprehensible. Where they rebelled, it was quite likely to be under the banners of their gods, as they still did after the First World War against the British because of the fall of the Turkish Sultan, who had been ex officio caliph, or head of all the Muslim faithful, or against the Mexican Revolution for Christ the King. In short, on a global scale, it would be absurd to think of religion as significantly weaker in 1914 than in 1870, or in 1780. Yet in the bourgeois heartlands, though perhaps not in the USA, traditional religion was receding with unprecedented rapidity, both as an intellectual force and among the masses. This was to some extent an almost automatic consequence of urbanization, since it was practically certain that, other things being equal, city was likely to discourage piety more than country, big city more than small town. But even the cities became less religious as the immigrants from the pious countryside assimilated to the irreligious or sceptical native towns. In Marseilles half the population had still attended Sunday worship in 1840, but by 1901 only 16% did so. 7 Moreover, in the Roman Catholic countries, which comprised 45% of the European population, faith retreated particularly fast in our period, before the joint offensive of, to quote a French clerical complaint, middle-class rationalism and the socialism of school teachers ate, but especially of the combination of emancipatory ideals and political calculation which made the fight against the Church the key issue in politics. The word anti-clerical first occurs in France in the 1850s, and anti-clericalism became central to the politics of the French center and left from the middle of the century, when Freemasonry passed under anti-clerical control. 9. Anti-clericalism became central to politics in the Catholic countries for two main reasons, because the Roman Church had opted for a total rejection of the ideology of reason and progress, and thus could not but be identified with the political right, and because the struggle against superstition and obscurantism united liberal bourgeoisie and working class, rather than dividing capitalist from proletarian. Shrewd politicians did not fail to bear this in mind in appeals for the unity of all good men. France surmounted the Dreyfus affair by such a united front and immediately disestablished the Catholic Church. One of the byproducts of this struggle, which thus led to the separation of church and state in France in 1905, was a sharp acceleration of militant dechristianization. In 1899 only 2.5% of children in the Diocese of Limoges had not been baptized. In 1904, the peak of the movement, the percentage was 34%. But even where the struggle of church and state was not at the center of politics, the organization of mass labor movements, or the entry of the common man, for women were much more loyal to the faith, into political life, had the same effect. In the Pious Po Valley of North Italy the complaints about the decline of religion multiply at the end of the century. In the city of Mantua 2/3 already abstained from Easter communion in 1885. The Italian laborers who migrated into the Lorraine steel works before 1914 were already godless. In the Spanish, or rather Catalan, Diocese of Barcelona and Vichy the proportion of children baptized in their first week of life halved between 1900 and 1910.11. In short, for most of Europe progress and secularization went together. And both advanced all the more rapidly inasmuch as churches were increasingly deprived of that official status which gave them the advantages of the monopolist. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge, which excluded or discriminated against non-Anglicans until 1871, rapidly ceased to be refuges for Anglican clergymen. If in Oxford, 1891, most heads of colleges were still in holy orders, none of the professors were so any longer. 12. There were indeed little eddies in the contrary direction, upper-class Anglicans who converted to the more full-blooded faith of Roman Catholicism, fin de siècle aesthetes attracted by colorful ritual, and perhaps especially irrationalists for whom the very intellectual absurdity of traditional faith proved its superiority to mere reason, and reactionaries who backed the great bulwark of ancient tradition and hierarchy even when they did not believe in it, as was the case of Charles Maurras. In France, the intellectual leader of the Royalist and ultra-Catholic Action Française. There were indeed many who practiced their religion, and even some fervent believers among scholars, scientists, and philosophers, but the religious faith of few of them could have been inferred from their writings. In short, intellectually Western religion was never more hard-pressed than in the early 1900s, and politically it was in full retreat, at least into confessional enclosures barricaded against assault from outside. The natural beneficiary of this combination of democratization and secularization was the political and ideological left, and it was in these quarters that the old bourgeois belief in science, reason, and progress bloomed. The most impressive heir to the, politically and ideologically transformed, old certainties was Marxism, the corpus of theory and doctrine elaborated after the death of Karl Marx out of his and Friedrich Engels' writings, mainly within the German Social Democratic Party. In many ways Marxism, in the version of Karl Koschei, 1854–1938, definer of its orthodoxy, was the last triumph of 19th-century positivist scientific confidence. It was materialist, determinist, inevitabilist, evolutionist, and firmly identified the laws of history with the laws of science. Koschei himself began by seeing Marx's theory of history as nothing but the application of Darwinism to social development, and held in 1880 that Darwinism in social science taught that the transition from an old to a new conception of the world occurs irresistibly. 13 Paradoxically, for a theory so firmly attached to science, Marxism was generally rather suspicious of the dramatic contemporary innovations in science and philosophy, perhaps because they appeared to be attached to a weakening of the materialist, i.e. free-thinking and deterministic, certainties which were so attractive. Only in the Austro-Marxist circles of intellectual Vienna, where so many innovations met, did Marxism keep in touch with these developments, though it might have done so more among the revolutionary Russian intellectuals but for the even more militant attachment to materialism of its Marxist gurus. 2 Natural scientists of the period therefore had little professional reason to take an interest in Marx and Engels, and, though some were on the political left, as in the France of the Dreyfus affair, few took an interest in them. Koschei did not even publish Engels' Dialectics of Nature, on the advice of the only professional physicist in the party, for whose sake the German Empire passed the so-called Lex Arens, 1898, which bans social democratic scholars from university appointments. 15. However, Karl Marx, whatever his personal interest in the progress of mid-19th century natural sciences, had devoted his time and intellectual energy overwhelmingly to the social sciences. And on these, as well as on history, the impact of Marxian ideas was substantial. Their influence was both direct and indirect. 16 In Italy, East Central Europe, and above all in the Tsarist Empire, regions which seemed on the verge of social revolution or disintegration, Marx immediately attracted a large, extremely brilliant, but sometimes temporary, body of intellectual support. In such countries or regions there were times, for instance during the 1890s, when virtually all younger academic intellectuals were some kind of revolutionary or socialist, and most thought of themselves as Marxist, as has often happened in the history of Third World countries since. In Western Europe few intellectuals were strongly Marxist, in spite of the size of the mass labor movements dedicated to a Marxian social democracy, except, oddly, in the Netherlands, then entering upon her early industrial revolution. The German Social Democratic Party imported its Marxist theorists from the Habsburg Empire, Koschei, Hilferting, and from the Tsarist Empire, Rosa Luxemburg, Parvus. Here Marxism was chiefly influential through people who were sufficiently impressed by its intellectual as well as its political challenge to criticize its theory or to seek alternative non-socialist responses to the intellectual questions it raised. In the case both of its champions and of its critics, not to mention the ex-Marxists or post-Marxists who began to appear from the late 1890s, such as the eminent Italian philosopher Benedetto Croce, 1866–1952, the political element was clearly dominant. In countries like Britain, which did not have to worry about a strong Marxist labor movement, nobody bothered much about Marx. In countries which had strong movements of this kind, Very eminent professors like Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, 1851–1914, in Austria took time off their duties as teachers and cabinet ministers to rebut Marxist theory. 17 But of course Marxism would hardly have stimulated so substantial and heavyweight a literature, for and against, if its ideas had not been of considerable intellectual interest. The impact of Marx on the social sciences illustrates the difficulty of comparing their development with that of the natural sciences in this period. For they dealt essentially with the behavior and problems of human beings, who are very far from neutral and dispassionate observers of their own affairs. As we have seen, even in the natural sciences ideology becomes more prominent as we move from the inanimate world to life, and especially to problems of biology which directly involve and concern human beings. The social and human sciences operate entirely, and by definition, in the explosive zone where all theories have direct political implications, and where the impact of ideology, politics, and the situation in which thinkers find themselves is paramount. It was quite possible in our, or any, period to be both a distinguished astronomer and a revolutionary Marxist, like A. Panikkot, 1873–1960, whose professional colleagues doubtless thought his politics as irrelevant to his astronomy as his comrades felt his astronomy to be to the class struggle. Had he been a sociologist, nobody would have regarded his politics as irrelevant to his theories. The social sciences have zigzagged, crossed, and recrossed the same territory or turned in a circle often enough for this reason. Unlike the natural sciences, they lacked a generally accepted central body of cumulative knowledge and theory, a structured field of research in which progress could be claimed to result from an adjustment of theory to new discoveries. And in the course of our period the divergence between the two branches of science became accentuated. In a way this was new. During the heyday of the liberal belief in progress, it looked as though most of the social sciences, ethnography/anthropology, philology/linguistics, sociology and several important schools of economics, shared a basic framework of research and theory with the natural sciences in the form of evolutionism, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 14, 2. The core of social science was the study of the ascent of man from a primitive state to the present, and the rational understanding of that present. This process was usually conceived of as a progress by humanity through various stages, though leaving behind on its margins survivals from earlier stages, rather similar to living fossils. The study of human society was a positive science like any other evolutionary discipline from geology to biology. It seemed perfectly natural for an author to write a study of the conditions of progress under the title Physics and Politics, or Thoughts on the Application of the Principles of Natural Selection and Inheritance to Political Society, and for such a book to be published in the 1880s in a London Publishers International Scientific Series, cheek by jowl with volumes on the conservation of energy, studies in spectrum analysis, the study of sociology, general physiology of muscles and nerves, and money and the mechanism of exchange. 18. However, this evolutionism was congenial neither to the new fashions in philosophy and neo-positivism, nor to those who began to have their doubts about a progress which looked like leading in the wrong direction, and hence about historical laws which made it apparently inevitable. History and science, so triumphantly combined in the theory of evolution, now found themselves being separated. The German academic historians rejected historical laws as part of generalizing science, which had no place in human disciplines devoted specifically to the unique and unrepeatable, even to the subjective, psychological way of looking at things which was separated by so vast a chasm from the crude objectivism of the Marxists. 19 For the heavy artillery of theory mobilized in the senior European historical periodical in the 1890s, the Historische Zeitschrift, though originally directed against other historians too inclined towards social or any other science, could soon be seen to be firing primarily against the Social Democrats. 20. On the other hand, such social and human sciences as could aspire to rigorous or mathematical argument, or to the experimental methods of natural sciences, also abandoned historical evolution, sometimes with relief. Even some who could aspire to neither, did so, like psychoanalysis, which has been described by one perceptive historian as an ahistorical theory of man and society that could make bearable, to Freud's fellow liberals in Vienna, a political world spun out of orbit and beyond control. 21 Certainly in economics a bitterly fought battle of methods in the 1880s turned on history. The winning side, led by Karl Menger, another Viennese liberal, represented not only a view of scientific method, deductive as against inductive argument, but a deliberate narrowing of the hitherto wide perspectives of the economist's science. Historically minded economists were either, like Marx, expelled into the limbo of cranks and agitators, or like the historical school, which was then dominant in German economics, asked to reclassify themselves as something else, for instance, economic historians or sociologists, leaving real theory to the analysts of neoclassical equilibria. This meant that questions of historical dynamics, of economic development and indeed of economic fluctuations and crises were largely extruded from the fields of the new academic orthodoxy. Economics thus became the only social science in our period undisturbed by the problem of non-rational behavior, since it was so defined as to exclude all transactions which could not be described as being in some sense rational. Similarly, linguistics, which had been, with economics, the first and most confident of the social sciences, now seemed to lose interest in the model of linguistic evolution which had been its greatest achievement. Fernand de Saussure, 1857–1913, who posthumously inspired all the structuralist fashions after the Second World War, concentrated instead on the abstract and static structure of communication, of which words happened to be one possible medium. Where the practitioners of social or human sciences could, they assimilated themselves to experimental scientists, as notably in one part of psychology, which rushed into the laboratory to pursue its studies in perception, learning and the experimental modification of behavior. This produced a Russo-American theory of behaviorism, I. Pavlov, 1849–1936, J. B. Watson, 1878–1958, which is hardly an adequate guide to the human mind. For the complexities of human societies, or even ordinary human lives and relations, did not lend themselves to the reductionism of laboratory positivists, however eminent, nor could the study of transformations over time be conducted experimentally. The most far-reaching practical consequence of experimental psychology, intelligence testing, pioneered by Binet in France from 1905, found it easier for this reason to determine the limits of a person's intellectual development by means of an apparently permanent IQ than the nature of that development, or how it took place, or where it might lead. Such positivist or rigorous social sciences grew, generating university departments and professions, but without anything much that can be compared to the capacity to surprise and shock which we find in the revolutionary natural sciences of the period. Indeed, where they were being transformed, the pioneers of the transformation had already done their work in an earlier period. The new economics of marginal utility and equilibrium looked back to W. S. Jevons, 1835–82, Leon Walras, 1834–1910, and Karl Menger, 1840–1921, whose original work was done in the 1860s and 1870s, the experimental psychologists, even though their first journal under that title was that of the Russian Bekhterev in 1904, looked back to the German school of Wilhelm Wundt, established in the 1860s. Among the linguists the revolutionary Saussure was still barely known, outside Lausanne, since his reputation rests on lecture notes published after his death. The more dramatic and controversial developments in the social and human sciences were closely connected with the intellectual fin de siècle crisis of the bourgeois world. As we have seen, this took two forms. Society and politics themselves appeared to require rethinking in the era of the masses, and in particular the problems of social structure and cohesion, or, in political terms, citizen loyalty and government legitimacy. It was, perhaps, the fact that the capitalist economy in the West appeared to face no equally grave problems, or at least only temporary ones, which preserved economics from greater intellectual convulsions. More generally, there were the new doubts about 19th century assumptions with regard to human rationality and the natural order of things. The crisis of reason is most obvious in psychology, at least insofar as it tried to come to terms not with experimental situations, but with the human mind as a whole. What remained of the solid citizen pursuing rational aims by maximizing personal utilities, if this pursuit was based on a bundle of instincts like those of animals? McDougall, 22. If the rational mind was only a boat tossed on the waves and currents of the unconscious, Freud, or even if rational consciousness was only a special kind of consciousness whilst all about it, parted from it by the flimsiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. William James. 1902, 23. Such observations were of course familiar to any reader of great literature, any lover of art, or to most introspective mature adults. Yet it was now and not before that they became part of what claimed to be the scientific study of the human psyche. They did not fit into the psychology of the laboratory or the test score, and the two branches of the investigation into the human psyche coexisted uneasily. Indeed, the most dramatic innovator in this field, Sigmund Freud, created a discipline, psychoanalysis, which separated itself from the rest of psychology and whose claims to scientific status and therapeutic value have been treated with suspicion ever since in conventional scientific circles. On the other hand, its impact on a minority of emancipated intellectual laymen and laywomen was rapid and considerable, including some in the humanities and social sciences. Weber, Sombart. Vaguely Freudian terminology was to penetrate the common discourse of educated laypersons after 1918, at least in the zones of German and Anglo-Saxon culture. With Einstein, Freud is probably the only scientist of the period, for he saw himself as such, whose name is generally familiar to the man in the street. No doubt this was due to the convenience of a theory which allowed men and women to throw the blame for their actions on something they could not help, such as their unconscious, but even more to the fact that Freud could be seen, correctly, as a breaker of sexual taboos and, incorrectly, as a champion of freedom from sexual repression. For sexuality, a subject which became open to public discussion and investigation in our period and to a fairly undisguised treatment in literature, one has only to think of Proust in France, Arthur Schnitzler in Austria and Frank Wedekind in Germany. 3. Was central to Freud's theory. Of course, Freud was not the only or even the first writer to investigate it in depth. He does not really belong to the growing body of sexologists, who appeared after the publication of Richard von Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, 1886, which invented the term masochism. Unlike Krafft-Ebing, most of them were reformers, seeking to win public toleration for various forms of unconventional, abnormal, sexual inclinations, to provide information and to free from guilt those who belonged to such sexual minorities. Havelock Ellis 1859–1939, Magnus Hirschfeld 1868, 1935–4. Unlike the new sexologists, Freud appealed not so much to a public specifically concerned with sexual problems, as to all reading men and women sufficiently emancipated from traditional Judeo-Christian taboos to accept what they had long suspected, namely the enormous power, ubiquity, and multiformity of the sexual impulse. Freudian or non-Freudian, individual or social, what concerned psychology was not how human beings reasoned, but how little their capacity to reason affected their behavior. In doing so, it was apt to reflect the era of the politics and economy of the masses in two ways, both of them critical, by means of the consciously anti-democratic crowd psychology of L. E. Bohn, 1841–1931, Tard, 1843–1904, and Trotter, 1872–1939, who held that all men in a mob abdicated from rational behavior, and through the advertising industry, whose enthusiasm for psychology was notorious, and which had long since discovered that soap was not sold by argument. Works on the psychology of advertising appeared from before 1909. However, psychology, most of which dealt with the individual, did not have to come to terms with the problems of a changing society. The transformed discipline of sociology did. Sociology was probably the most original product of the social sciences in our period, or, more precisely, the most significant attempt to come to intellectual grips with the historical transformations which are the main subject of this book. For the fundamental problems which preoccupied its most notable exponents were political. How did societies cohere, when no longer held together by custom and the traditional acceptance of cosmic order, generally sanctioned by some religion, which once justified social subordination and rule? How did societies function as political systems under such conditions? In short, how could a society cope with the unpredicted and troubling consequences of democratization and mass culture, or, more generally, of an evolution of bourgeois society which looked like leading to some other kind of society? This set of problems is what distinguishes the men now regarded as the founding fathers of sociology from the bulk of now forgotten positivistic evolutionists inspired by Comte and Spencer, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 14, 2, who had hitherto represented the subject. The new sociology was not an established, or even a well-defined, academic subject, or one which has ever since succeeded in establishing an international consensus about its exact content. At most, something like an academic field emerged in this period in some European countries, around a few men, periodicals, societies, and even one or two university chairs, most notably in France around Émile Durkheim, 1858–1917, and in Germany around Max Weber, 1864–1920. Only in the Americas, and especially in the USA, did sociologists exist under that name in significant numbers. In fact, a good deal of what would now be classified as sociology was the work of men who still continued to regard themselves as something else: Thorstein Veblen, 1857–1929, as an economist; Ernst Troeltsch, 1865–1923, as a theologian; Vilfredo Pareto, 1848–1923, as an economist; Gaetano Mosca, 1858–1941, as a political scientist; even Benedetto Croce as a philosopher. What gave the field some kind of unity was the attempt to understand a society which the theories of political and economic liberalism could not, or could no longer, comprehend. However, unlike the vogue for sociology in some of its later phases, its major concern in this period was how to contain change rather than how to transform, let alone revolutionize society. Hence its ambiguous relation to Karl Marx, who is now often bracketed with Durkheim and Weber as a founding father of 20th-century sociology, but whose disciples did not always take kindly to this label. As a contemporary German scholar put it, quite apart from the practical consequences of his doctrines, and the organization of his followers, who are committed to them, Marx has, even from a scientific point of view, tied the knots which we must make an effort to disentangle. 24. Some of the practitioners of the new sociology concentrated on how societies actually worked, as distinct from how liberal theory supposed them to operate. Hence a profusion of publications in what would today be called political sociology, largely based on the experience of the new electoral, democratic politics, of mass movements or both, Mosca, Pareto, Michaels, S. and B. Webb. Some concentrated on what they thought held societies together against the forces of disruption by the conflict of classes and groups within them, and the tendency of liberal society to reduce humanity to a scattering of disoriented and rootless individuals, anomie. Hence the preoccupation of leading and almost invariably agnostic or atheist thinkers like Weber and Durkheim with the phenomenon of religion, and hence the beliefs that all societies needed either religion or its functional equivalent to maintain their fabric, and that the elements of all religion were to be found in the rites of the Australian Aborigines, then usually regarded as survivals from the infancy of the human race, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 14, 2. Conversely, the primitive and barbarous tribes which imperialism now allowed, and sometimes required, anthropologists to study at close quarters, field work became a regular part of social anthropology in the early 20th century, were now seen not primarily as exhibits of past evolutionary stages, but as effectively functioning social systems. But whatever the nature of the structure and cohesion of societies, the new sociology could not avoid the problem of the historical evolution of humanity. Indeed, social evolution still remained the core of anthropology, and for men such as Max Weber the problem of where bourgeois society had come from and whither it was evolving remained as crucial as it did for the Marxists, and for analogous reasons. For Weber, Durkheim, and Pareto, all three liberals of varying degrees of skepticism, were preoccupied with the new socialist movement, and made it their business to refute Marx, or rather his materialist conception of history, by elaborating a more general perspective of social evolution. They set out, as it were, to give non-Marxian answers to Marxian questions. This is least obvious in Durkheim, for in France Marx was not influential, except as someone providing a slightly redder tinge for the old Jacobin, communard revolutionism. In Italy Pareto, best remembered as a brilliant mathematical economist, accepted the reality of the class struggle, but argued that it would lead not to the overthrow of all ruling classes but to the replacement of one ruling elite by another. In Germany Weber has been called the bourgeois Marx because he accepted so many of Marx's questions, while standing his method of answering them, historical materialism, on its head. What motivated and determined the development of sociology in our period was thus the sense of crisis in the affairs of bourgeois society, the consciousness of the need to do something to prevent its disintegration or transformation into different, and no doubt less desirable, kinds of society. Did it revolutionize the social sciences, or even create an adequate foundation for the general science of society its pioneers set out to construct? Opinions differ, but most of them are probably skeptical. However, another question about them can be answered with more confidence. Did they provide a means of avoiding the revolution and disintegration which they hoped to hold at bay or reverse? They did not. For every year brought the combination of revolution and war nearer. We must now trace it. Chapter 12. Towards Revolution. Have you heard of Sinn Féin in Ireland? It is a most interesting movement and resembles very closely the so-called extremist movement in India. Their policy is not to beg for favors but to wrest them. Jawaharlal Nehru, aged 18, to his father, September 12, 1971. In Russia the sovereign and the people are both of the Slav race, but simply because the people cannot bear the poison of autocracy, they are willing to sacrifice millions of lives to buy freedom. But when I look at my country I cannot control my feelings. For not only has it the same autocracy as Russia but for 200 years we have been trampled upon by foreign barbarians. A Chinese revolutionary, c. 1903-42. You are not alone, workers and peasants of Russia. If you succeed in overthrowing, crushing, and destroying the tyrants of feudal, police-ridden landlord and Tsarist Russia, your victory will serve as a signal for a world struggle against the tyranny of capital. V. I. Lenin, 19,053. We have so far considered the Indian summer of 19th century capitalism as a period of social and political stability, of regimes not only surviving but flourishing. And indeed, if we were to concentrate only on the countries of developed capitalism, this would be reasonably plausible. Economically, the shadows of the years of the Great Depression lifted, to give way to the brilliantly sunny expansion and prosperity of the 1900s. Political systems which did not quite know how to deal with the social agitations of the 1880s, with the sudden emergence of mass working-class parties dedicated to revolution, or with the mass mobilizations of citizens against the state on other grounds, appeared to discover flexible ways of containing and integrating some and isolating others. The 15 years or so from 1899 to 1914 were a belle époque not only because they were prosperous and life was exceedingly attractive for those who had money and golden for those who were rich, but also because the rulers of most Western countries were perhaps worried about the future, but not really frightened about the present. Their societies and regimes, by and large, seemed manageable. Yet there were considerable areas of the world in which this clearly was not the case. In these areas the years from 1880 to 1914 were an era of constantly possible, of impending or even of actual revolution. Though some of these countries were to be plunged into world war, even in these 1914 is not the apparently sudden break which separates tranquility, stability, and order from an era of disruption. In some, e.g. the Ottoman Empire, the World War itself was merely one episode in a series of military conflicts which had already begun some years earlier. In others, possibly Russia and certainly the Habsburg Empire, the World War was itself largely the product of the insolubility of the problems of domestic politics. In yet another group of countries, China, Iran, Mexico, the War of 1914 played no significant part at all. In short, for the vast area of the globe which thus constituted what Lenin in 1908 acutely called combustible material in world politics, for the idea that somehow or other, but for the unforeseen and avoidable intervention of catastrophe in 1914, stability, prosperity and liberal progress would have continued, has not even the most superficial plausibility. On the contrary, after 1917 it became clear that the stable and prosperous countries of Western bourgeois society themselves would be, in one way or another, drawn into the global revolutionary upheavals which began on the periphery of the single, interdependent world system this society had created. The bourgeois century destabilized its periphery in two main ways: by undermining the old structures of its economies and the balance of its societies, and by destroying the viability of its established political regimes and institutions. The first of these effects was the more profound and explosive. It accounts for the difference in historical impact between the Russian and Chinese revolutions and the Persian and Turkish. But the second was more readily visible. For, with the exception of Mexico, the global political earthquake zone of 1900 to 14 consisted mainly of the great geographical belt of ancient empires, some reaching back into the mists of antiquity, which stretched from China in the east to the Habsburgs and perhaps Morocco in the west. By the standards of the Western bourgeois nation-states and empires, these archaic political structures were rickety, obsolete and, as the many contemporary believers in social Darwinism would have argued, doomed to disappear. It was their breakdown and breakup which provided the setting for the revolutions of 1910 to 14, and indeed, in Europe, the immediate setting for both the coming World War and the Russian Revolution. The empires which fell in these years were among the most ancient political forces in history. China, though sometimes disrupted and occasionally conquered, had been a great empire and the center of civilization for at least 2 millennia. The great imperial civil service examinations, which selected the scholar, gentry that ruled it, had been held annually with occasional interruptions for over 2,000 years. When they were abandoned in 1905, the end of the empire could not but be close. In fact, it was 6 years away. Persia had been a great empire and center of culture for a similar period, though her fortunes fluctuated more dramatically. She had survived her great antagonists, the Roman and Byzantine empires, resurfaced again after conquests by Alexander the Great, Islam, Mongols, and Turks. The Ottoman Empire, though very much younger, was the last of that succession of nomadic conquerors who had ridden out of Central Asia since the days of Attila the Hun to overthrow and take over the eastern and western realms, Avars, Mongols, various brands of Turks. With its capital in Constantinople, the former Byzantium, the city of Caesars, Tsarograd, it was the lineal heir of the Roman Empire, whose western half had collapsed in the 5th century AD but whose eastern half had survived, until conquered by the Turks, for another 1,000 years. Though the Ottoman Empire had been pushed back since the end of the 17th century, it still remained a formidable tricontinental territory. Moreover, the Sultan, its absolute ruler, was regarded by the majority of the world's Muslims as their caliph, the head of their religion, and as such the successor of the Prophet Muhammad and his 7th century conquering disciples. The 6 years which saw the transformation of all 3 of these empires into constitutional monarchies or republics on the Western bourgeois model patently marked the end of a major phase of the world's history. Russia and the Habsburgs, the 2 great and shaky multinational European empires which were also about to collapse, were not quite comparable, except insofar as both represented a type of political structure, countries run, as it were, like family properties, which increasingly looked like some prehistoric survival into the 19th century. Moreover, both claimed the title of Caesar, Tsar, Kaiser, the former through medieval barbarian ancestors looking to the Roman Empire of the East, the latter to similar ancestors reviving the memories of the Roman Empire of the West. In fact, as empires and European powers both were comparatively recent. Moreover, unlike the ancient empires, they were situated in Europe, on the borders between the zones of economic development and backwardness, and thus partly integrated from the start into the economically advanced world, and as great powers totally integrated into the political system of Europe, a continent whose very definition has always been political. Hence, incidentally, the enormous repercussions of the Russian Revolution and, in a different way, of the collapse of the Habsburg Empire on the European and global political scene, compared with the relatively modest or purely regional repercussions of, say, the Chinese, Mexican or Iranian revolutions. The problem of the obsolete empires of Europe was that they were simultaneously in both camps, advanced and backward, strong and weak, wolves and sheep. The ancient empires were merely among the victims. They seemed destined for collapse, conquest, or dependency, unless they could somehow acquire from the Western imperialists what made them so formidable. By the end of the 19th century this was perfectly clear, and most of the larger states and rulers of the ancient world of empires tried, in varying degree, to learn what they understood to be the lessons of the West, but only Japan succeeded in this difficult task and had by 1900 become a wolf among the wolves. 2. Without the pressure of imperialist expansion, it is not likely that there would have been revolution in the ancient, but by the 19th century rather decrepit, Empire of Persia, any more than in the most westerly of the Islamic kingdoms, Morocco, where the Sultan's government, the Makhzen, tried, with indifferent success, to extend its area of administration and to establish some sort of effective control over the anarchic and formidable world of Berber fighting clans. It is indeed not certain whether the events of 1907–8 in Morocco deserve even the courtesy title of a revolution. Persia was under the double pressure of Russia and Britain, from which she desperately tried to escape by calling in advisors and helpers from other Western states, Belgium, on which the Persian constitution was to be modeled, the USA and, after 1914, Germany, who were in no position to provide a real counterweight. Iranian politics already contained the three forces whose conjunction was to make an even greater revolution in 1979, the emancipated and westernized intellectuals, keenly aware of the country's weakness and social injustice, the bazaar merchants, keenly aware of foreign economic competition, and the collectivity of the Muslim clergy, who represented the Shia branch of Islam, which functioned as a sort of national Persian religion, capable of mobilizing the traditional masses. They in turn were keenly aware of the incompatibility of Western influence and the Quran. The alliance between radicals, bazaarists, and clergy had already shown its force in 1892, when an imperial grant of the tobacco monopoly to a British businessman had to be cancelled following riot, insurrection, and a remarkably successful nationwide boycott on the sale and use of tobacco, joined even by the Shah's wives. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904–5, and the First Russian Revolution, temporarily eliminated one of Persia's tormentors, and gave Persian revolutionaries both encouragement and a program. For the power which had defeated a European emperor was not only Asian but also a constitutional monarchy. A constitution could thus be seen not only, by emancipated radicals, as the obvious demand of a Western revolution but also, by wider sections of public opinion, as some sort of secret of strength. In fact, a mass departure of Ayatollahs to the holy city of Qom, and a mass flight of bazaar merchants into the British legation, which incidentally brought Tehran business to a standstill, secured an elected assembly and a constitution in 1906. In practice, the 1907 agreement between Britain and Russia to divide Persia peacefully among them gave Persian politics little chance. De facto, the first revolutionary period ended in 1911, though Persia remained, nominally, under something like the Constitution of 1906-7 until the Revolution of 1979.5. On the other hand, the fact that no other imperialist power was in a real position to challenge Britain and Russia probably saved the existence of Persia as a state and of her monarchy, which had little enough power of its own, except a Cossack brigade, whose commander after the First War made himself into the founder of the last imperial dynasty, the Pahlavis, 1921-79. In this respect Morocco was unluckier. Situated at a particularly strategic spot on the global map, the northwestern corner of Africa, she looked like a suitable prey to France, Britain, Germany, Spain, and anyone else within naval distance. The monarchy's internal weakness made her particularly vulnerable to foreign ambitions, and the international crises which arose out of the quarrels between the various predators, notably in 1906 and 1911, played a major role in the genesis of the First World War. France and Spain partitioned her, with international, i.e. British, interests being taken care of by a free port at Tangier. On the other hand, while Morocco lost her independence, the absence of her sultan's control over the Berber fighting clans was to make the actual French, and even more the Spanish, military conquest of the territory difficult and prolonged. 3. The internal crises of the great Chinese and Ottoman empires were both more ancient and more profound. The Chinese Empire had been shaken by major social crisis from the middle of the 19th century, see the Age of Capital. It had only overcome the revolutionary threat of the Taiping at the cost of virtually liquidating the empire's central administrative power and throwing it on the mercy of the foreigners, who had established extraterritorial enclaves and virtually taken over the main source of imperial finance, the Chinese customs administration. The enfeebled empire, under the Empress, Dowager Cixi, 1835-1908, who was more feared within the empire than outside it, seemed destined to disappear under the combined onslaughts of imperialism. Russia advanced into Manchuria, whence it was to be expelled by its rival Japan, which detached Taiwan and Korea from China after a victorious war in 1894-5 and prepared to take over more. Meanwhile the British had enlarged their Hong Kong colony and had practically detached Tibet, which they saw as a dependency of their Indian Empire. Germany carved out bases for herself in North China, the French exerted some influence in the neighborhood of their Indo-Chinese Empire, itself detached from China, and extended their positions in the south, and even the feeble Portuguese achieved the cession of Macau, 1887. While the wolves were ready to form a pack against the prey, as they did when Britain, France, Russia, Italy, Germany, the USA, and Japan joined to occupy and loot Peking in 1900 on the pretext of putting down the so-called Boxer Rising, they could not agree on the division of the immense carcass. All the more so since one of the more recent imperial powers, the United States, now increasingly prominent in the Western Pacific, which had long been an area of U.S. interest, insisted on the open door to China, i.e. that it had as much right to booty as earlier imperialists. As in Morocco, these Pacific rivalries over the decaying body of the Chinese Empire contributed to the coming of the First World War. More immediately, they both saved China's nominal independence and caused the final collapse of the world's most ancient surviving political entity. Three major forces of resistance existed in China. The first, the imperial establishment of court and Confucian senior civil servants, recognized clearly enough that only modernization on the Western, or perhaps more precisely, the Western-inspired Japanese, model could save China. But this would have meant the destruction of precisely that moral and political system they represented. Conservative-led reform was bound to fail, even if it had not been hampered by court intrigues and divisions, weakened by technical ignorance and wrecked, every few years, by yet another bout of foreign aggression. The second, the ancient and powerful tradition of popular rebellion and secret societies imbued with ideologies of opposition, remained as powerful as ever. In fact, in spite of the defeat of the Taiping, everything combined to reinforce it, as 9 to 13 millions died of starvation in the North China famine of the late 1870s and the dikes of the Yellow River broke, signifying the failure of an empire whose duty it was to protect them. The so-called Boxer Rising of 1900 was indeed a mass movement, whose vanguard was formed by the organization Fist Fighters for Justice and Unity, which was a sprig of the large and ancient Buddhist secret society known as the White Lotus. Yet, for obvious reasons, the cutting edge of these rebellions was militantly xenophobic and anti-modern. It was directed against foreigners, Christianity, and machines. While it provided some of the force for a Chinese revolution, it could provide neither program nor perspective for it. Only in southern China, where business and trade had always been important and foreign imperialism laid the basis for some indigenous bourgeois development, was there a foundation, as yet narrow and unstable, for such a transformation. The local ruling groups were already quietly drawing away from the Manchu dynasty, and here alone the ancient secret societies of opposition allied with, or even developed an interest in, something like a modern and concrete program for Chinese renewal. The relations between the secret societies and the young southern movement of Republican revolutionaries, among whom Sun Yat-sen, 1866–1925, was to emerge as the chief inspirer of the first phase of the revolution, have been the subject of much debate and some uncertainty, but there can be no doubt that they were close and essential. Chinese Republicans in Japan, which was a base for their agitation, even formed a special lodge of the Triads in Yokohama for their own use. Both shared a rooted opposition to the Manchu dynasty. The Triads were still dedicated to the restoration of the old Ming dynasty, 1368–1644, a hatred of imperialism, which could be formulated in the phraseology of traditional xenophobia or the modern nationalism borrowed from Western revolutionary ideology, and a concept of social revolution, which the Republicans transposed from the key of the ancient anti-dynastic uprising to that of the modern Western Revolution. Sun's famous three principles of nationalism, republicanism, and socialism, or more precisely, agrarian reform, may have been formulated in terms derived from the West, notably from John Stuart Mill, but in fact even Chinese who lacked his Western background, as a mission-educated and widely traveled medical practitioner, could see them as logical extensions of familiar anti-Manchu reflections. And for the handful of Republican city intellectuals, the secret societies were essential to reach the urban and especially the rural masses. They probably also helped to organize support among the overseas communities of Chinese emigrants, which Sun Yat-sen's movement was the first to mobilize politically for national purposes. Nevertheless, the secret societies, as the communists would also later discover, were hardly the best foundation for a new China, and the westernized or semi-westernized radical intellectuals from the southern seaboard were as yet not sufficiently numerous, influential, or organized to take power. Nor did the Western liberal models inspiring them provide a recipe for governing the empire. The empire fell in 1911 to a southern and central revolt in which elements of military rebellion, republican insurrection, withdrawal of loyalty by the gentry, and popular or secret society revolt were combined. However, in practice it was replaced for the time being not by a new regime, but by a congeries of unstable and shifting regional power structures, mainly under military control, warlords. No stable new national regime was to emerge in China for almost 40 years, until the triumph of the Communist Party in 1949. 4. The Ottoman Empire had long been crumbling, though, unlike all other ancient empires, it remained a military force strong enough to give even the armies of great powers a distinctly hard time. Since the end of the 17th century, its northern frontiers had been pushed back into the Balkan Peninsula and Transcaucasia by the advance of the Russian and Habsburg empires. The Christian subject peoples of the Balkans were increasingly restless and, with the encouragement and assistance of rival great powers, had already transformed much of the Balkans into a collection of more or less independent states which gnawed and nibbled at what remained of Ottoman territory. Most of the remoter regions of the empire, in North Africa and the Middle East, had not been under regular effective Ottoman rule for a long time. They now increasingly, if not quite officially, passed into the hands of the British and French imperialists. By 1900 it was clear that everything from the western borders of Egypt and the Sudan to the Persian Gulf was likely to come under British rule or influence, except Syria from the Lebanon northwards, where the French maintained claims, and most of the Arab peninsula, which, since no oil or anything else of commercial value had yet been discovered there, could be left to the disputes of the local tribal chieftains and the Islamic revivalist movements of Bedouin preachers. In fact, by 1914 Turkey had almost entirely disappeared from Europe, had been totally eliminated from Africa, and maintained a feeble empire only in the Middle East, where she did not outlast the World War. Yet, unlike Persia and China, Turkey had available an immediate potential alternative to the collapsing empire, a large block of an ethnically and linguistically Turkish Muslim population in Asia Minor, which could form the basis of something like a nation-state on the approved Occidental 19th century model. This was almost certainly not initially in the mind of the westernized officers and civil servants, supplemented by members of the new secular professions such as law and journalism too, who set out to revive the empire by means of revolution, since the empire's own half-hearted attempts to modernize itself, most recently in the 1870s, had run into the sand. The Committee for Union and Progress, better known as the Young Turks, founded in the 1890s, which seized power in 1908 in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, aimed to establish an all-Ottoman patriotism which cut across ethnic, linguistic, and religious divisions, on the basis of the secular verities of the French 18th century Enlightenment. The version of the Enlightenment which they chiefly cherished was inspired by the positivism of Auguste Comte, which combined a passionate belief in science and inevitable modernization with the secular equivalent of a religion, non-democratic progress, order and progress, to quote the positivist motto, and planned social engineering undertaken from above. For obvious reasons this ideology appealed to smallish modernizing elites in power in backward, traditionalist countries which they tried by main force to wrench into the 20th century. It was probably never as influential as in the last part of the 19th century in non-European countries. In this respect as in others the Turkish Revolution of 1908 failed. Indeed, it accelerated the collapse of what remained of the Turkish Empire, while saddling the state with the classic liberal constitution, multi-party parliamentary system and the rest, designed for bourgeois countries in which governments were not actually supposed to govern very much, since the affairs of society were in the hidden hands of a dynamic and self-regulating capitalist economy. That the Young Turk regime also continued the empire's economic and military commitment to Germany, which brought Turkey onto the losing side in the First World War, was to be fatal to them. Turkish modernization therefore shifted from a liberal, parliamentary to a military, dictatorial frame, and from the hope in a secular, imperial political loyalty to the reality of a purely Turkish nationalism. Unable any longer to overlook group loyalties or to dominate non-Turkish communities, Turkey after 1915 was to opt for an ethnically homogeneous nation, which implied the forcible assimilation of such Greeks, Armenians, Kurds, and others as were not either expelled en bloc or massacred. An ethno-linguistic Turkish nationalism even permitted imperial dreams on a secular nationalist basis, for large parts of Western and Central Asia, mainly in Russia, were inhabited by people speaking varieties of Turkish languages, whom it was surely the destiny of Turkey to gather into a greater Pan-Turanian union. Within the Young Turks the balance thus tilted from westernizing and transnational modernizers to westernizing but strongly ethnic or even racialist modernizers like the national poet and ideologist Ziya Gökalp, 1876–1924. The real Turkish Revolution, starting with the actual abolition of the empire itself, took place under such auspices after 1918. But its content was already implicit in the aims of the Young Turks. Unlike Persia and China, Turkey thus did not only liquidate an old regime but proceeded fairly soon to construct a new one. The Turkish Revolution inaugurated perhaps the first of the contemporary Third World modernizing regimes, passionately committed to progress and enlightenment against tradition, development, and a sort of populism untroubled by liberal debating. In the absence of a revolutionary middle class, or indeed any other revolutionary class, intellectuals, and especially, after the war, soldiers were to take over. Their leader, Kemal Ataturk, a tough and successful general, was to carry out the Young Turk modernizing program ruthlessly. A republic was proclaimed, Islam abolished as a state religion, the Roman alphabet substituted for the Arabic, the women were unveiled and sent to school, and Turkish men, if necessary by military force, were put under bowler hats or other Western headgear instead of turbans. The weakness of the Turkish Revolution, notable in its economy, lay in its inability to impose itself on the great mass of rural Turks or to change the structure of agrarian society. Nevertheless, the historical implications of this revolution were great, even though they have been insufficiently recognized by historians whose eyes tend to be fixed before 1914 on the immediate international consequences of the Turkish Revolution, the collapse of the empire and its contribution to the origin of the First World War, and after 1917 on the much greater Russian Revolution. For obvious reason, these events overshadowed contemporary Turkish developments. An even more overlooked revolution of the time began in Mexico in 1910. It attracted little foreign attention outside the United States, partly because diplomatically Central America was Washington's exclusive backyard. Poor Mexico, its overthrown dictator had exclaimed, so far from God, so near to the USA, and because initially the implications of the revolution were entirely unclear. There seemed no immediately evident distinction between this and the 114 other violent changes of government in 19th-century Latin America which still form the largest class of events commonly known as revolutions. 7 Moreover, by the time the Mexican Revolution had emerged as a major social upheaval, the first of its kind in a third-world peasant country, it was to be, once again, overshadowed by events in Russia. And yet the Mexican Revolution is significant, because it was directly born of the contradictions within the world of empire, and because it was the first of the great revolutions in the colonial and dependent world in which the laboring masses played a major part. For while anti-imperialist and what would later be called colonial liberation movements were indeed developing within the old and new colonial empires of the metropoles, as yet they did not seem seriously to threaten imperial rule. By and large, colonial empires were still controlled as easily as they had been acquired, apart from those mountainous warrior zones such as Afghanistan, Morocco, and Ethiopia, which still held off foreign conquest. Native risings were repressed without much trouble, though sometimes, as in the case of the Herero in German Southwest Africa, the present Namibia, with notable brutality. Anti-colonial or autonomist movements were indeed beginning to develop in the socially and politically more complex of the colonized countries, but did not usually achieve that alliance between the educated and westernizing minority and the xenophobic defenders of ancient tradition which, as in Persia, made them into a serious political force. Both distrusted one another for obvious reasons, to the benefit of the colonial power. In French Algeria resistance was centered in the Muslim clergy, ulama, who were already organizing, while the secular évolus tried to become Frenchmen of the Republican left. In the Protectorate of Tunisia it was centered in the educated westernizers, who were already forming a party demanding a constitution, the Distur, and which was the lineal ancestor of the Neo-Distur party, whose leader, Habib Bourguiba, became the head of independent Tunisia in 1954. Of the great colonial powers only the oldest and greatest, Britain, had serious premonitions of impermanence, cp 82 above. She acquiesced in the virtual independence of the colonies of white settlement, called dominions from 1907. Since this was not to be resisted, it was not expected to create problems, not even in South Africa, where the Boers, recently annexed after defeat in a difficult war, seemed reconciled by a generous liberal settlement, and by the common front of British and Boer whites against the non-white majority. In fact, South Africa caused no serious trouble in either of the two world wars, after which the Boers took that subcontinent over once again. Britain's other white colony, Ireland, was, and has remained, endlessly troublesome, though, as it happened, after 1890 the explosive unrest of the years of the Land League and Parnell seemed to have been defused by Irish political quarrels and by a powerful combination of repression and far-reaching agrarian reform. The problems of British parliamentary politics revived the Irish issue again after 1910, but the base of support for the Irish insurrectionaries remained so narrow and shaky that their strategy for broadening it was essentially to court martyrdom by a foredoomed rebellion, whose suppression would win the people to their cause. This is indeed what happened after the Easter Rising of 1916, a small putsch by a handful of totally isolated armed militants. The war, as so often, revealed the fragility of political buildings which had seemed stable. There appeared to be no immediate threat to British rule anywhere else. And yet a genuine colonial liberation movement was visibly developing both in the oldest and in one of the youngest of Britain's dependencies. Egypt, even after the suppression of the young soldiers' insurrection of Arabi Pasha in 1882, had never been reconciled to British occupation. Its ruler, the Khedive, and the local ruling class of large landowners, whose economy had long since been integrated into the world market, accepted the administration of the British proconsul Lord Cromer with a marked lack of enthusiasm. The autonomist movement/organization/party later known as the WAFD was already taking shape. British control remained quite firm, indeed it was to last until 1952, but the unpopularity of direct colonial rule was such that it was to be abandoned after the war, 1922, for a less direct form of management, which implied a certain Egyptianization of the administration. Irish semi-independence and Egyptian semi-autonomy, both won in 1921-2, were to mark the first partial retreat of empires. The liberation movement in India was far more serious. In this subcontinent of almost 300 million inhabitants, an influential bourgeoisie, both commercial, financial, industrial, and professional, and an important cadre of educated officials who administered it for Britain were increasingly resentful of economic exploitation, political impotence and social inferiority. One has only to read E. M. Forster's A Passage to India to understand why. An autonomist movement had already emerged. Its chief organization, the Indian National Congress, founded 1885, which was to become the Party of National Liberation, initially reflected both this middle-class discontent and the attempt by intelligent British administrators like Alan Octavian Hume, who actually founded the organization, to disarm agitation by giving recognition to respectable protest. However, by the early 20th century Congress had begun to escape from British tutelage, thanks in part to the influence of the apparently non-political ideology of theosophy. As admirers of Eastern mysticism, Western adepts of this philosophy were apt to sympathize with India, and some, like the ex-secularist and ex-socialist militant Annie Besant, had no difficulty in converting themselves into champions of Indian nationalism. Educated Indians, and indeed Ceylonese, naturally found Western recognition of their own cultural values congenial. However, Congress, though a growing force, and incidentally strictly secular and Western-minded, remained an elite organization. Nevertheless, an agitation which set out to mobilize the uneducated masses by the appeal to traditional religion was already on the scene in the west of India. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, 1856–1920, defended the holy cows of Hinduism against the foreign menace with some popular success. Moreover, there were by the early 20th century two other even more formidable nurseries of Indian popular agitation. The Indian emigration to South Africa had begun to organize collectively against the racism of that region, and the chief spokesman of its successful movement of passive or nonviolent mass resistance, as we have seen, was the young Gujarati lawyer who, on his return to India in 1915, was to become the major force for mobilizing the Indian masses in the cause of national independence, Gandhi, see pages 77–8 above. Gandhi invented the enormously powerful role in third world politics of the modern politician as a saint. At the same time a more radical version of the politics of liberation was emerging in Bengal, with its sophisticated vernacular culture, its large Hindu middle class, its vast mass of educated and modestly employed lower middle class, and its intellectuals. The British plan to partition this large province into a predominantly Muslim region allowed the anti-British agitation to develop on a massive scale in 1906–9. The scheme was abandoned. The Bengali nationalist movement, which stood to the left of Congress from the start and was never quite integrated into it, combined, at this stage, a religio-ideological appeal to Hinduism with a deliberate imitation of congenial Western revolutionary movements such as the Irish and the Russian Narodniks. It produced the first serious terrorist movement in India. Just before the war there were to be others in North India, based on returned Punjabi emigrants from America, the Gujjar Party, and by 1905 it already constituted a serious problem for the police. Moreover, the first Indian communists, e.g. M. N. Roy 1887–1954, were to emerge from the Bengali terrorist movement during the war. 8 While British control of India remained firm enough, it was already evident to intelligent administrators that some sort of devolution leading, however slowly, to some preferably modest degree of autonomy would become unavoidable. Indeed, the first of such proposals was to be made by London during the war. Where global imperialism was at its most immediately vulnerable was in the grey zone of informal rather than formal empire, or what would after the Second World War be called neocolonialism. Mexico was certainly a country both economically and politically dependent on its great neighbor, but technically it was an independent sovereign state with its own institutions and political decisions. It was a state like Persia rather than a colony like India. Moreover, economic imperialism was not unacceptable to its native ruling classes, inasmuch as it was a potential modernizing force. For throughout Latin America the landowners, merchants, entrepreneurs, and intellectuals who constituted the local ruling classes and elites dreamed only of achieving that progress which would give their countries, which they knew to be backward, feeble, unrespected and on the margins of the Western civilization of which they saw themselves as an integral part, the chance to fulfill their historic destiny. Progress meant Britain, France and, increasingly clearly, the USA. The ruling classes of Mexico, especially in the north where the influence of the neighboring U.S. economy was strong, had no objection to integrating themselves into the world market and therefore into the world of progress and science, even when despising the ungentlemanly boorishness of gringo businessmen and politicians. In fact, after the revolution it was to be the Sonora Gang, chieftains of the economically most advanced agrarian middle class of that most northern of Mexico's states, who emerged as the decisive political group in the country. Contrariwise, the great obstacle to modernization was the vast mass of the rural population, immobile and immovable, wholly or partly Indian or black, plunged into ignorance, tradition, and superstition. There were moments when the rulers and intellectuals of Latin America, like those of Japan, despaired of their peoples. Under the influence of the universal racism of the bourgeois world, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 14, 11, they dreamed of a biological transformation of their populations which would make them amenable to progress, by the mass immigration of people of European stock in Brazil and in the southern cone of South America, by mass interbreeding with whites in Japan. The Mexican rulers were not particularly attracted by the mass immigration of whites, who were only too likely to be North Americans, and their fight for independence against Spain had already sought legitimation in an appeal to an independent and largely fictitious pre-Hispanic past identified with the Aztecs. Mexican modernization therefore left biological dreaming to others and concentrated directly on profit, science, and progress as mediated by foreign investment and the philosophy of Auguste Comte. The group of so-called científicos devoted itself single-mindedly to these objects. Its uncontested chief, and the political boss of the country since the 1870s, i.e. for the entire period since the great forward surge of the world imperialist economy, was President Porfirio Diaz, 1830–1915. And, indeed, the economic development of Mexico under his presidency had been impressive, not to mention the wealth which some Mexicans derived from it, especially those who were in a position to play off rival groups of European entrepreneurs, such as the British oil and constructional tycoon Wheatman Pearson, against each other and against the steadily more dominant North Americans. Then, as now, the stability of regimes between the Rio Grande and Panama was jeopardized by the loss of goodwill in Washington, which was militantly imperialist and took the view that Mexico is no longer anything but a dependency of the American economy. 9 Diaz's attempts to keep his country independent by playing off European against North American capital made him extremely unpopular north of the border. The country was rather too big for military intervention, which the USA practiced with enthusiasm at this time in smaller states of Central America, but by 1910 Washington was not in a mood to discourage well-wishers, like Standard Oil, irritated by British influence in what was already one of the major oil-producing countries, who might wish to assist Diaz's overthrow. There is no doubt that Mexican revolutionaries benefited greatly from a friendly northern border, and Diaz was all the more vulnerable because, after winning power as a military leader, he had allowed the army to atrophy, since he understandably supposed that army coups were a greater danger than popular insurrections. It was his bad luck that he found himself faced by a major armed popular revolution which his army, unlike most Latin American forces, was quite unable to crush. That he found himself faced with it was due precisely to the striking economic developments over which he had presided so successfully. The regime had favored business-minded estate owners, hacendados, all the more so since the global boom and substantial railway development turned formerly inaccessible stretches of land into potential treasure chests. The free village communities mainly in the center and south of the country, which had been preserved under Spanish royal law, and probably reinforced in the first generations of independence, were systematically stripped of their lands for a generation. They were to be the core of the agrarian revolution which found a leader and spokesman in Emiliano Zapata, 1879–1919. As it happened, two of the areas where agrarian unrest was most intense and readily mobilized, the states of Morelos and Guerrero, were within easy riding distance of the capital, and therefore in a position to influence national affairs. The second area of unrest was in the north, rapidly transformed, especially after the defeat of the Apache Indians in 1885, from an Indian frontier into an economically dynamic border region living in a sort of dependent symbiosis with the neighboring areas of the USA. It contained plenty of potential malcontents, from former communities of Indian fighting frontiersmen, now deprived of their land, Yaqui Indians resentful of their defeat, the new and growing middle class, and the considerable number of footloose and self-confident men often owning their guns and horses, who could be found in empty ranching and mining country. Pancho Villa, bandit, rustler, and eventually revolutionary general, was typical of these. There were also groups of powerful and wealthy estate owners such as the Maderos, perhaps the richest family in Mexico, who competed for control of their states with the central government or its allies among the local hacendados. Many of these potentially dissident groups were in fact beneficiaries of the Porfirian era of massive foreign investments and economic growth. What turned them into dissidents, or rather what turned a commonplace political struggle over the re-election or possible retirement of President Diaz into a revolution, was probably the growing integration of the Mexican economy into the world, or rather the U.S. economy. As it happened, the American economic slump of 1907–8 had disastrous effects on Mexico, directly in the collapse of Mexico's own markets and the financial squeeze on Mexican enterprise, indirectly in the flood of penniless Mexican laborers returning home after losing their jobs in the USA. Modern and ancient crises coincided, cyclical slump and ruined harvests with food prices soaring beyond the range of the poor. It was in these circumstances that an electoral campaign turned into an earthquake. Diaz, having mistakenly allowed public campaigning by the opposition, easily won the elections against the chief challenger, Francisco Madero, but the defeated candidate's routine insurrection turned, to everyone's surprise, in a social and political upheaval in the northern borderlands and the rebellious peasant center which could no longer be controlled. Diaz fell. Madero took over, soon to be assassinated. The USA looked for but failed to find among the rival generals and politicians someone who was both sufficiently pliable or corrupt and able to establish a stable regime. Zapata redistributed land to his peasant followers in the south, Villa expropriated haciendas in the north when it suited him to pay his revolutionary army, and claimed, as a man sprung from the poor, to be looking after his own. By 1914 nobody had the faintest idea what was going to happen in Mexico, but there could be no doubt whatever that the country was convulsed by a social revolution. The shape of post-revolutionary Mexico was not to become clear until the end of the 1930s. 6. There is a view among some historians that Russia, perhaps the most rapidly developing economy of the late 19th century, would have continued to advance and evolve into a flourishing liberal society had her progress not been interrupted by a revolution which could have been avoided but for the First World War. No prospect would have surprised contemporaries more than this one. If there was one state where revolution was believed to be not only desirable but inevitable, it was the empire of the Tsars. Gigantic, lumbering and inefficient, economically and technologically backward, inhabited by 126 million people, 1,897, of whom 80% were peasants and 1% hereditary nobles, it was organized in a way which to all educated Europeans appeared positively prehistoric by the later 19th century, namely as a bureaucratized autocracy. This very fact made revolution the only method of changing state policy other than catching the Tsar's ear and moving the machinery of state into action from above. The first was hardly available to many, and did not necessarily imply the second. Since change of one sort or another was almost universally felt to be needed, virtually everybody from what in the West would have been moderate conservatives to the extreme left was obliged to be a revolutionary. The only question was, of what kind? The Tsars' governments had been aware since the Crimean War, 1854-6, that Russia's status as a major great power could no longer rest safely on the country's mere size, massive population, and consequently vast but primitive military forces. It needed to modernize. The abolition of serfdom in 1861, Russia was, with Romania, the last stronghold of serf farming in Europe, had been intended to drag Russian agriculture into the 19th century, but it produced neither a satisfied peasantry, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 10, 2, nor a modernized agriculture. The average yield of grain in European Russia, 1898 to 1902, was just under 9 bushels per acre compared to about 14 in the USA and 35.4 in Britain. 10 Still, the opening of vast areas of the country to grain production for export turned Russia into one of the main cereal suppliers in the world. The net harvest of all grains increased by 160% between the early 1860s and the early 1900s, exports multiplied between 5- and 6-fold but at the cost of making Russian peasants more dependent on a world market price, which, for wheat, fell by almost half during the world agricultural depression. 11. Since peasants were collectively neither seen nor heard outside their villages, the discontent of almost 100 millions of them was easy to overlook, although the famine of 1891 drew some attention to it. And yet this discontent was not merely sharpened by poverty, land hunger, high taxes and low grain prices, but possessed significant forms of potential organization through the collective village communities, whose position as officially recognized institutions had been, paradoxically, reinforced by the liberation of the serfs, and was further reinforced in the 1880s when some bureaucrats regarded it as an invaluable bastion of traditionalist loyalty against social revolutionaries. Others, on the opposite ideological grounds of economic liberalism, pressed for its rapid liquidation by transforming its land into private property. An analogous debate divided the revolutionaries. The Narodniks, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 9, or populists, with, it must be said, some uncertain and hesitant support from Marx himself, thought a revolutionized peasant commune could be the base of a direct socialist transformation of Russia, bypassing the horrors of capitalist development. The Russian Marxists believed this was no longer possible because the commune was already splitting into a mutually hostile rural bourgeoisie and proletariat. They would have preferred it to, since they put their faith in the workers. Both sides in both debates testify to the importance of the peasant communes, which held 80% of the land in 50 provinces of European Russia in communal tenure, to be periodically redistributed by communal decision. The commune was indeed disintegrating in the more commercialized regions of the south, but more slowly than the Marxists believed, it remained almost universally firm in the north and center. Where it remained strong, it was a body articulating village consensus for revolution as well as, in other circumstances, for the Tsar and Holy Russia. Where it was being eroded, it drew most villagers together in its militant defense. In fact, luckily for the revolution, the class struggle in the village predicted by the Marxists had not yet developed far enough to jeopardize the appearance of a massive movement of all peasants, richer and poorer, against gentry and state. Whatever their views, almost everybody in Russian public life, legal or illegal, agreed that the Tsar's government had mismanaged the agrarian reform and neglected the peasants. In fact, it aggravated their discontents at a time when they were already acute, by diverting resources from the agrarian population for a massive bout of state-sponsored industrialization in the 1890s. For the countryside represented the bulk of the Russian tax revenue, and high taxes were, with high protective tariffs and vast capital imports, essential to the project of increasing the power of Tsarist Russia by economic modernization. The results, achieved by a mixture of private and state capitalism, were spectacular. Between 1890 and 1904 the railway mileage was doubled, partly by the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway, while the output of coal, iron, and steel all doubled in the last 5 years of the century. 12 But the other side of the coin was that Tsarist Russia now also found herself with a rapidly growing industrial proletariat, concentrated in unusually large complexes of plants in a few major centers, and consequently with the beginnings of a labor movement which was, of course, committed to social revolution. A third consequence of rapid industrialization was its disproportionate development in regions on the non-Great Russian western and southern fringe of the empire, as in Poland, the Ukraine and, the oil industry, Azerbaijan. Both social and national tensions were intensified, especially as the Tsarist government attempted to strengthen its political hold by a systematic policy of educational Russification from the 1880s. As we have seen, the combination of social with national discontents is indicated by the fact that among several, perhaps most, of the politically mobilized minority peoples in the Tsarist Empire, variants of the new social democratic, Marxist, movement became the de facto national party, see page 162 above. That a Georgian, Stalin, should become the ruler of a revolutionized Russia was less of a historical accident than that a Corsican, Napoleon, should have become the ruler of a revolutionized France. All European liberals since 1830 were familiar with, and sympathized with, the gentry-based national liberation movement of Poland against the Tsarist government, which occupied much the largest part of that partitioned country, although since the defeated insurrection of 1863 revolutionary nationalism was not very visible there. 3 From about 1870 they also got used to, and supported, the novel idea of an impending revolution in the very heart of the empire ruled by the autocrat of all the Russias, both because Tsarism itself showed signs of internal and external weakness, and because of the emergence of a highly visible revolutionary movement, initially recruited almost entirely from the so-called intelligentsia, sons, and to an unprecedented and high degree daughters, of the nobility and gentry, the middle and other educated strata, including, for the first time, a substantial proportion of Jews. The first generation of these were chiefly Narodniks, populists, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 9, looking to the peasantry, which took no notice of them. They were rather more successful at small group terrorism, dramatically so in 1881 when they succeeded in assassinating the Tsar, Alexander II. While terrorism did not significantly weaken Tsarism, it gave the Russian revolutionary movement its high international profile, and helped to crystallize a virtually universal consensus, except on the extreme right, that a Russian revolution was both necessary and inevitable. The Narodniks were destroyed and scattered after 1881, though they revived, in the form of a social revolutionary party in the early 1900s, but by this time the villages were prepared to listen to them. They were to become the major rural party of the left, though they also revived their terrorist wing, which was by this time infiltrated by the secret police. Point 4 Like all who looked to any sort of Russian revolution, they had been assiduous students of suitable theories from the West, and hence of the most powerful and, thanks to the first international, prominent theorist of social revolution, Karl Marx. In Russia even people who would elsewhere have been liberals were Marxists before 1900, given the social and political implausibility of Western liberal solutions, for Marxism at least predicted a phase of capitalist development on the way to its overthrow by the proletariat. Not surprisingly, the revolutionary movements which grew on the ruins of the populism of the 1870s were Marxist, although they were not organized into a Russian Social Democratic Party, or rather a complex of rival, though occasionally cooperating social democratic organizations under the general wing of the International, until the late 1890s. By then the idea of a party based on the industrial proletariat had some realistic basis, even though the strongest mass support for social democracy at this time was probably still to be found among the poverty-stricken and proletarianized handicraftsmen and outworkers in the northern part of the Pale, stronghold of the Jewish Bund, 1897. We have been used to tracing the progress of the specific group among the Marxist revolutionaries which eventually prevailed, namely that led by Lenin, V. I. Ulyanov, 1870–1924, whose brother had been executed for his part in the assassination of the Tsar. Important though this is, not least because of Lenin's extraordinary genius for combining revolutionary theory and practice, three things should be remembered. The Bolsheviks were merely one among several tendencies in and around Russian social democracy, which was in turn distinct from other nationally based socialist parties of the empire. They did not, in effect, become a separate party until 1912, about the time when they almost certainly became the majority force among the organized working class. Thirdly, from the point of view of foreign socialists, and probably of ordinary Russian workers, the distinctions between different kinds of socialists were incomprehensible or seemed secondary, all being equally deserving of support and sympathy as enemies of Tsarism. The main difference between the Bolsheviks and others was that Lenin's comrades were better organized, more efficient and more reliable. Point 13. That social and political unrest was rising and dangerous became obvious to the Tsar's governments, even though peasant unrest subsided for some decades after emancipation. Tsarism did not discourage, and sometimes encouraged, the mass anti-Semitism for which there was an enormous amount of popular support, as the wave of pogroms after 1881 revealed, though there was less support among Great Russians than in Ukraine and the Baltic regions, where the bulk of the Jewish population was concentrated. The Jews, increasingly mistreated and discriminated against, were more and more attracted to revolutionary movements. On the other hand, the regime, aware of the potential danger of socialism, played with labor legislation and even, briefly, organized counter-trade unions under police auspices in the early 1900s, which effectively became real unions. It was the massacre of a demonstration led from such quarters which actually precipitated the 1905 revolution. However, it became increasingly evident, from 1900 on, that social unrest was rising rapidly. Peasant rioting, long semi-dormant, clearly began to revive from about 1902, at the same time as workers organized what amounted to general strikes in Rostov-on-Don, Odessa, and Baku, 1902–3. Insecure regimes are well advised to avoid adventurous foreign policies. Tsarist Russia plunged into them, as a great power, however clay-footed, which insisted on playing what it felt to be its due part in imperialist conquest. Its chosen territory was the Far East. The Trans-Siberian Railway was constructed largely to penetrate it. Their Russian expansion encountered Japanese expansion, both at the expense of China. As usual in these imperialist episodes, obscure and hopefully lucrative deals by shady entrepreneurs complicated the picture. Since only the hapless hulk of China had fought a war against Japan, the Russian Empire was the first in the 20th century to underestimate that formidable state. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904–5, though it killed 84,000 Japanese and wounded 143,000,14 was a rapid and humiliating disaster for Russia, which underlined the weakness of Tsarism. Even the middle-class liberals, who had begun to organize as a political opposition since 1900, ventured into public demonstrations. The Tsar, conscious of the rising waves of revolution, speeded up negotiations for peace. The revolution broke out in January of 1905 before they had been concluded. The 1905 revolution was, as Lenin said, a bourgeois revolution achieved by proletarian means. Proletarian means is perhaps an oversimplification, though it was mass workers' strikes in the capital and sympathetic strikes in most industrial cities of the empire which initiated the government's retreat and later, once again, exerted the pressure which led to the grant of something like a constitution on October 17. Moreover, it was the workers who, doubtless with village experience behind them, spontaneously formed themselves into councils, Russian, Soviets, among which the St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies, established October 13, functioned not merely as a sort of workers' parliament but probably for a brief period as the most effective actual authority in the national capital. The socialist parties quickly recognized the significance of such assemblies and some took a prominent part in them, like the young L.B. Trotsky, 1879–1940, in St. Petersburg. Vi4, crucial as the intervention of the workers was, concentrated as they were in the capital and other politically sensitive centers, it was, as in 1917, the outbreak of peasant revolts on a massive scale in the Black Earth region, the Volga Valley and parts of Ukraine, and the crumbling of the armed forces. Dramatized by the mutiny of the battleship Potemkin, which broke the back of Tsarist resistance. The simultaneous mobilization of revolutionary resistance among the minor nationalities was equally significant. The bourgeois character of the revolution could be, and was, taken for granted. Not only were the middle classes overwhelmingly in favor of the revolution, and the students, unlike in October 1917, overwhelmingly mobilized to fight for it, but it was accepted, almost without dissent, by both liberals and Marxists, that the revolution, if successful, could only lead to the establishment of a Western bourgeois parliamentary system with its characteristic civil and political liberties, within which the later stages of the Marxian class struggle would have to be fought out. In short, there was a consensus that the construction of socialism was not on the immediate revolutionary agenda, if only because Russia was too backward. It was neither economically nor socially ready for socialism. On this point everyone agreed, except the social revolutionaries, who still dreamed of an increasingly implausible prospect of peasant communes transformed into socialist units, a prospect, paradoxically, realized only among the Palestinian kibbutzim, products of about the least typical mujiks in the world, socialist, nationalist urban Jews emigrating to the Holy Land from Russia after the failure of the 1905 revolution. And yet Lenin saw as clearly as the Tsarist authorities that the liberal, or any, bourgeoisie in Russia was numerically and politically much too feeble to take over from Tsarism, just as Russian private capitalist enterprise was too feeble to modernize the country without foreign enterprise and state initiative. Even at the peak of the revolution the authorities made only modest political concessions far short of a bourgeois, liberal constitution, little more than an indirectly elected parliament, Duma, with limited powers over finance and none over the government and fundamental laws, and in 1907 when revolutionary unrest had subsided and the gerrymandered franchise would still not produce a sufficiently harmless Duma, most of the constitution was abrogated. There was indeed no return to autocracy, but in practice Tsarism had re-established itself. But it could, as 1905 had proved, be overthrown. The novelty of Lenin's position as against his chief rivals the Mensheviks was that he recognized that, given the weakness or absence of the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois revolution had, as it were, to be made without the bourgeoisie. It would be made by the working class, organized and led by the disciplined vanguard party of professional revolutionaries which was Lenin's formidable contribution to 20th century politics, and relying on the support of the land-hungry peasantry, whose political weight in Russia was decisive and whose revolutionary potential had now been demonstrated. This, broadly speaking, remained the Leninist position until 1917. The idea that the workers might, given the absence of a bourgeoisie, take power themselves and proceed directly to the next stage of the social revolution, permanent revolution, had indeed been floated briefly during the revolution, if only in order to stimulate a proletarian revolution in the West, without which the long-term chances of a Russian socialist regime were believed to be negligible. Lenin considered this prospect, but still rejected it as impracticable. The Leninist perspective rested on a growth of the working class, on the peasantry remaining a revolutionary force, and of course also on mobilizing, allying with, or at least neutralizing the forces of national liberation which were plainly revolutionary assets, inasmuch as they were enemies of Tsarism. Hence Lenin's insistence on the right to self-determination, even of secession from Russia, although the Bolsheviks were organized as a single all-Russian and, as it were, a national party. The proletariat was indeed growing, as Russia launched herself into another massive bout of industrialization in the last years before 1914, and the young rural immigrants streaming into the factories in Moscow and St. Petersburg were more likely to follow the radical Bolsheviks than the more moderate Mensheviks, not to mention the miserable provincial encampments of smoke, coal, iron, textiles, and mud, the Donets, the Urals, Ivanovo, which had always inclined to Bolshevism. After a few years of demoralization following the defeat of the 1905 revolution, an enormous new wave of proletarian unrest once again rose from 1912, its rise dramatized by the massacre of 200 striking workers in the remote, British-owned, Siberian goldfields on the river Lena. But would the peasants remain revolutionary? The reaction of the Tsar's government to 1905, under the able and determined minister Stolypin, was to create a substantial and conservative body of peasants, while simultaneously improving agricultural productivity, by a wholehearted plunge into the Russian equivalent of the British enclosure movement. The peasant commune was to be systematically broken up into private plots, for the benefit of a class of commercially minded entrepreneurial large peasants, the kulaks. If Stolypin won his bet on the strong and sober, the social polarization between village rich and land poor, the rural class differentiation announced by Lenin would indeed take place, but, faced with the actual prospect, he recognized with his habitual and ruthless eye for political realities that it would not help the revolution. Whether the Stolypin legislation could have achieved the expected political result in the longer run, we cannot know. It was quite widely taken up in the more commercialized southern provinces, notably Ukraine, much less so elsewhere. 15 However, as Stolypin himself was eliminated from the Tsar's government in 1911 and assassinated shortly thereafter, and as the empire itself had only 8 more years of peace in 1906, the question is academic. What is clear is that the defeat of the 1905 revolution had produced neither a potential bourgeois alternative to Tsarism, nor given Tsarism more than a half-dozen years of respite. By 1912-14 the country was clearly once again seething with social unrest. A revolutionary situation, Lenin was convinced, was once again approaching. By the summer of 1914 all that stood in its way was the strength and solid loyalty of the Tsar's bureaucracy, police, and armed forces which, unlike 1904-5, were neither demoralized nor otherwise engaged. 16 And perhaps the passivity of the Russian middle-class intellectuals who, demoralized by the defeat of 1905, had largely abandoned political radicalism for irrationalism and the cultural avant-garde. As in so many other European states, the outbreak of war relaxed accumulating social and political fervor. When this had passed, it became increasingly evident that Tsarism was doomed. In 1917 it fell. By 1914 revolution had shaken all the ancient empires of the globe from the borders of Germany to the China Seas. As the Mexican Revolution, the Egyptian agitations and the Indian national movement showed, it was beginning to erode the new ones of imperialism, formal and informal. However, nowhere was its outcome clear as yet, and the significance of the fires flickering among Lenin's inflammable material in world politics was easy to underestimate. It was not yet clear that the Russian Revolution would produce a communist regime, the first in history, and would become the central event in 20th century world politics, as the French Revolution had been the central event of 19th century politics. And yet it was already obvious that, of all the eruptions in the vast social earthquake zone of the globe, a Russian Revolution would have much the greatest international repercussion, for even the incomplete and temporary convulsion of 1905-6 had dramatic and immediate results. It almost certainly precipitated the Persian and Turkish revolutions, it probably accelerated the Chinese, and, by stimulating the Austrian emperor to introduce universal suffrage, it transformed, and made even more unstable, the troubled politics of the Habsburg Empire. For Russia was a great power, one of the 5 keystones of the Euro-centered international system and, taking only home territories into account, much the largest, most populous, and best endowed with resources. A social revolution in such a state was bound to have far-reaching global effects, for exactly the same reason that had, among the numerous revolutions of the late 18th century, made the French one by far the most internationally significant. But the potential repercussions of a Russian Revolution would be even wider than those of 1789. The sheer physical extent and multinationality of an empire which stretched from the Pacific to the borders of Germany meant that its collapse affected a far greater range of countries in 2 continents than a more marginal or isolated state in Europe or Asia. And the crucial fact that Russia straddled the worlds of the conquerors and the victims, the advanced and the backward, gave its revolution a vast potential resonance in both. It was both a major industrial country and a technologically medieval peasant economy, an imperial power and a semi-colony, a society whose intellectual and cultural achievements were more than a match for the most advanced culture and intellect of the Western world, and one whose peasant soldiers in 1904-5 gaped at the modernity of their Japanese captors. In short, a Russian Revolution could appear to be simultaneously relevant to Western labor organizers and to Eastern revolutionaries, in Germany and in China. Tsarist Russia exemplified all the contradictions of the globe in the age of empire. All it would take to make them burst into simultaneous eruption was that world war which Europe increasingly expected, and found itself unable to prevent. Chapter 13. From Peace to War. In the course of the debate of March 27, 1900, I explained that I understood by a world policy merely the support and advancement of the tasks that have grown out of the expansion of our industry, our trade, the labor power, activity, and intelligence of our people. We had no intention of conducting an aggressive policy of expansion. We wanted only to protect the vital interests that we had acquired, in the natural course of events, throughout the world. The German Chancellor, von Bülow, 1901. There is no certainty that a woman will lose her son if he goes to the front. In fact, the coal mine and the shunting yard are more dangerous places than the camp. Bernard Shaw, 1922. We will glorify war, the world's only hygiene, militarism, patriotism, the destructive gesture of freedom bringers, beautiful ideas worth dying for, and scorn for woman. F. T. Marinity, 1993. The lives of Europeans since August 1914 have been surrounded, impregnated, and haunted by world war. At the time of writing, most people on this continent over the age of 70 have passed through at least part of 2 wars in the course of their lives, all over the age of 50, with the exception of Swedes, Swiss, Southern Irish and Portuguese, have experienced part of at least one. Even those born since 1945, since the gun ceased to fire across frontiers in Europe, have known scarcely a year when war was not abroad somewhere in the world, and have lived all their lives in the dark shadow of a third, nuclear, world conflict which, as virtually all their governments told them, was held at bay only by the endless competition to ensure mutual annihilation. How can we call such an epoch a time of peace, even if global catastrophe has been avoided for almost as long as major war between European powers was between 1871 and 1914? For, as the great philosopher Thomas Hobbes observed. War consisteth not in battle only, or in the act of fighting, but in a tract of time, wherein the will to contend by battle is sufficiently known. Point 4. Who can deny that this has been the situation of the world since 1945? This was not so before 1914, peace was the normal and expected framework of European lives. Since 1815 there had been no war involving all the European powers. Since 1871 no European power had ordered its armed men to fire on those of any other such power. The great powers chose their victims from among the weak, and in the non-European world, though they might miscalculate the resistance of their adversaries, the Boers gave the British far more trouble than expected, and the Japanese established their status as a great power by actually defeating Russia in 1904-5 with surprisingly little trouble. On the territory of the nearest and largest of the potential victims, the long disintegrating Ottoman Empire, war was indeed a permanent possibility as its subject peoples sought to establish or enlarge themselves as independent states and subsequently fought each other, drawing the great powers into their conflicts. The Balkans were known as the powder keg of Europe, and indeed that is where the global explosion of 1914 began. But the Eastern question was a familiar item on the agenda of international diplomacy, and while it had produced a steady succession of international crises for a century, and even one quite substantial international war, the Crimean War, it had never entirely escaped from control. Unlike the Middle East since 1945, the Balkans, for most Europeans who did not live there, belonged to the realm of adventure stories, such as those of the German boys author Karl May, or of operetta. The image of Balkan wars at the end of the 19th century was that of Bernard Shaw's Arms and the Man, which was, characteristically, turned into a musical, The Chocolate Soldier, by a Viennese composer in 1908. Of course the possibility of a general European war was foreseen, and preoccupied not only governments and their general staffs, but a wider public. From the early 1870s on, fiction and futurology, mainly in Britain and France, produced generally unrealistic sketches of a future war. In the 1880s Friedrich Engels already analyzed the chances of a world war, while the philosopher Nietzsche crazily, but prophetically, hailed the growing militarization of Europe and predicted a war which would say yes to the barbarian, even to the wild animal within us. 5 In the 1890s the concern about war was sufficient to produce the World, Universal, Peace Congresses. The 21st was due in Vienna in September 1914, the Nobel Peace Prizes, 1897, and the first of the Hague Peace Conferences, 1899, international meetings by mostly skeptical representatives of governments, and the first of many gatherings since in which governments have declared their unwavering but theoretical commitment to the ideal of peace. In the 1900s war drew visibly nearer, in the 1910s its imminence could and was in some ways taken for granted. And yet its outbreak was not really expected. Even during the last desperate days of the international crisis in July 1914 statesmen, taking fatal steps, did not really believe they were starting a world war. Surely a formula would be found, as so often in the past. The opponents of war could not believe either that the catastrophe they had so long foretold was now upon them. At the very end of July, after Austria had already declared war on Serbia, the leaders of international socialism met, deeply troubled but still convinced that a general war was impossible, that a peaceful solution to the crisis would be found. I personally do not believe that there will be a general war, said Victor Adler, chief of Habsburg Social Democracy, on 29 July. 6 Even those who found themselves pressing the button of destruction did so, not because they wanted to but because they could not help it, like Emperor William, asking his generals at the very last moment whether the war could not after all be localized in Eastern Europe by refraining from attacking France as well as Russia, and being told that unfortunately this was quite impracticable. Those who had constructed the mills of war and turned the switches found themselves watching their wheels beginning to grind in a sort of stunned disbelief. It is difficult for anyone born after 1914 to imagine how deeply the belief that a world war could not really come was ingrained in the fabric of life before the deluge. For most Western states, and for most of the time between 1871 and 1914, a European war was thus a historical memory or a theoretical exercise for some undefined future. The major function of armies in their societies during this period was civilian. Compulsory military service, conscription, was by now the rule in all serious powers, with the exception of Britain and the USA, though in fact by no means all young men were conscripted, and with the rise of socialist mass movements generals and politicians were, mistakenly, as it turned out, sometimes nervous about putting arms into the hands of potentially revolutionary proletarians. For the ordinary conscripts, better acquainted with the servitude than the glories of the military life, joining the army became a rite of passage marking a boy's arrival at manhood, followed by 2 or 3 years of drill and hard labor, made more tolerable by the notorious attraction of girls to uniforms. For the professional non-commissioned officers the army was a job. For the officers it was a children's game played by adults, the symbol of their superiority to civilians, of virile splendor and of social status. For the generals it was, as always, the field for those political intrigues and career jealousies which are so amply documented in the memoirs of military chieftains. For governments and ruling classes, armies were not only forces against internal and external enemies, but also a means of securing the loyalty, even the active enthusiasm, of citizens with troubling sympathies for mass movements which undermine the social and political order. Together with the primary school, military service was perhaps the most powerful mechanism at the disposal of the state for inculcating proper civic behavior and, not least, for turning the inhabitant of a village into the patriotic citizen of a nation. School and military service taught Italians to understand, if not to speak, the official national language, and the army turned spaghetti, formerly a regional dish of the impoverished South, into an all-Italian institution. As for the civilian citizenry, the colorful street theater of military display was multiplied for their enjoyment, inspiration, and patriotic identification, parades, ceremonials, flags and music. For the non-military inhabitants of Europe between 1871 and 1914 the most familiar aspect of armies was probably the ubiquitous military band, without which public parks and public occasions were difficult to imagine. Naturally soldiers, and rather more rarely sailors, also from time to time carried out their primary functions. They might be mobilized against disorder and protest at moments of disturbance and social crisis. Governments, especially those which had to worry about public opinion and their electors, were usually careful about facing troops with the risk of shooting down their fellow citizens. The political consequences of soldiers firing on civilians were apt to be bad, and those of their refusal to do so were apt to be even worse, as demonstrated in Petrograd in 1917. Nevertheless, troops were mobilized often enough, and the number of domestic victims of military repression was by no means negligible during this period, even in Central and West European states not believed to be on the verge of revolution, like Belgium and the Netherlands. In countries like Italy they could be very substantial indeed. For the troops, domestic repression was a harmless pursuit, but the occasional wars, especially in the colonies, were more risky. The risk was, admittedly, medical rather than military. Of the 274,000 U.S. troops mobilized for the Spanish-American War of 1898, only 379 were killed and 1,600 wounded, but more than 5,000 died of tropical diseases. It is not surprising that governments were keen to support the medical researches which, in our period, achieved some control over yellow fever, malaria, and other scourges of the territories still known as the white man's grave. France lost in colonial operations between 1871 and 1908 an average of 8 officers per year, including the only zone of serious casualties, Tonkin, where almost half the 300 officers killed in those 37 years fell. 71 would not wish to underestimate the seriousness of such campaigns, all the more so since the losses among the victims were disproportionately heavy. Even for the aggressor countries, such wars could be anything but sporting trips. Britain sent 450,000 men to South Africa in 1899 to 1902, losing 29,000 killed and died of their wounds and 16,000 by disease, at the cost of £220 million. Such costs were far from negligible. Nevertheless, the soldiers' work in Western countries was, by and large, considerably less dangerous than that of certain groups of civilian workers such as those in transport, especially by sea, and the mines. In the last 3 years of the long decades of peace, every year an average of 1,430 British coal miners were killed, an average of 165,000, or more than 10% of the labor force, injured. And the casualty rate in British coal mines, though higher than the Belgian or Austrian, was somewhat lower than the French, about 30% or below the German, and not much more than 1/3 of that in the USA. 8 The greatest risks to life and limb were not run in uniform. Thus, if we omit Britain's South African War, the life of the soldier and sailor of a great power was peaceful enough, though this was not the case for the armies of Tsarist Russia, engaged in serious wars against the Turks in the 1870s, and a disastrous one against the Japanese in 1904-5, nor of the Japanese, who fought both China and Russia successfully. It is still recognizable in the entirely non-fighting memories and adventures of that immortal ex-member of the famous 91st Regiment of the Imperial and Royal Austrian Army, the good soldier Schwedschk, invented by its author in 1911. Naturally, general staffs prepared for war, as was their duty. As usual, most of them prepared for an improved version of the last major war within the experience or memory of the commandants of staff colleges. The British, as was natural for the greatest naval power, prepared for only a modest participation in terrestrial warfare, though it increasingly became evident to the generals arranging for cooperation with the French allies in the years before 1914 that much more would be required of them. But on the whole it was the civilians rather than the men who predicted the terrible transformations of warfare, thanks to the advances of that military technology which the generals, and even some of the technically more open-minded admirals, were slow to understand. Friedrich Engels, that old military amateur, frequently drew attention to their obtuseness, but it was a Jewish financier, Ivan Bloch, who in 1898 published in St. Petersburg the 6 volumes of his technical, economic, and political aspects of the coming war, a prophetic work which predicted the military stalemate of trench warfare which would lead to a prolonged conflict whose intolerable economic and human costs would exhaust the belligerents or plunge them into social revolution. The book was rapidly translated into numerous languages, without making any mark on military planning. While only some civilian observers understood the catastrophic character of future warfare, uncomprehending governments plunged enthusiastically into the race to equip themselves with the armaments whose technological novelty would ensure it. The technology of killing, already in the process of industrialization in the middle of the century, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 4:11, advanced dramatically in the 1880s, not only by virtual revolution in the speed and firepower of small arms and artillery, but also by the transformation of warships by means of far more efficient turbine engines, more effective protective armor and the capacity to carry far more guns. Incidentally, even the technology of civilian killing was transformed by the invention of the electric chair, 1890, though executioners outside the USA remained faithful to old and tried methods such as hanging and beheading. An obvious consequence was that preparations for war became vastly more expensive, especially as states competed to keep ahead of, or at least to avoid falling behind, each other. This arms race began in a modest way in the later 1880s, and accelerated in the new century, particularly in the last years before the war. British military expenses remained stable in the 1870s and 1880s, both as a percentage of the total budget and per head of the population. But it rose from £32 million in 1887 to £44.1 million in 1898/9 and over £77 million in 1913/14. And, not surprisingly, it was the Navy, the high-technology wing of warfare which corresponded to the missile sector of modern armaments expenditure, which grew most spectacularly. In 1885 it had cost the state £11 million, about the same order of magnitude as in I-860. In 1913/14 it cost more than 4 times as much. Meanwhile German naval expenditure grew even more strikingly, from 90 million marks per annum in the mid-1890s to almost 400 millions. One consequence of such vast expenditures was that they required either higher taxes, or inflationary borrowing, or both. But an equally obvious, though often overlooked consequence was that they increasingly made death for various fatherlands a byproduct of large-scale industry. Alfred Nobel and Andrew Carnegie, two capitalists who knew what had made them millionaires in explosives and steel respectively, tried to compensate by devoting part of their wealth to the cause of peace. In this they were untypical. The symbiosis of war and war production inevitably transformed the relations between government and industry, for, as Friedrich Engels observed in 1892, as warfare became a branch of the grande industrie, la grande industrie, became a political necessity. 10 And conversely, the state became essential to certain branches of industry, for who but the government provided the customers for armaments. The goods it produced were determined not by the market, but by the never-ending competition of governments to secure for themselves a satisfactory supply of the most advanced, and hence the most effective, arms. What is more, governments needed not so much the actual output of weapons, but the capacity to produce them on a wartime scale, if the occasion arose, that is to say they had to see that their industry maintained a capacity far in excess of any peacetime requirements. In one way or another states were thus obliged to guarantee the existence of powerful national armaments industries, to carry much of their technical development costs, and to see that they remained profitable. In other words, they had to shelter these industries from the gales which threatened the ships of capitalist enterprise sailing the unpredictable seas of the free market and free competition. They might of course have engaged in armaments manufacture themselves, and indeed had long done so. But this was the very moment when they, or at least the liberal British state, preferred to come to an arrangement with private enterprise. In the 1880s private armament producers took on more than a third of supply contracts for the armed forces, in the 1890s 46%, or in the 1900s 60%, the government, incidentally, was ready to guarantee them 2/3. 11 It is hardly surprising that armaments firms were among, or joined, the giants of industry. War and capitalist concentration went together. In Germany Krupp, the king of cannons, employed 16,000 in 1873, 24,000 around 1890, 45,000 around 1900, and almost 70,000 in 1912 when the 50,000th of Krupp's famous guns left the works. In Britain Armstrong, Whitworth employed 12,000 men at their main works in Newcastle, who had increased to 20,000, or over 40% of all metal workers on Tyneside, by 1914, not counting those in the 1,500 smaller firms who lived by Armstrong's subcontracts. They were also very profitable. Like the modern military, industrial complex of the USA, these giant industrial concentrations would have been nothing without the armaments race of governments. It is therefore tempting to make such merchants of death, the phrase became popular among peace campaigners, responsible for the war of steel and gold, as a British journalist was to call it. Was it not logical for the armaments industry to encourage the acceleration of the arms race, if necessary by inventing national inferiorities or windows of vulnerability, which could be removed by lucrative contracts? A German firm, specializing in the manufacture of machine guns, managed to get a notice inserted in Le Figaro to the effect that the French government planned to double the number of its machine guns. The German government consequently ordered 40 million marks worth of these weapons in 1908-10, thus raising the firm's dividends from 20 to 32 per cent. 12. A British firm, arguing that its government had gravely underestimated the German naval rearmament program, benefited by £250,000 for each new dreadnought built by the British government, which doubled its naval construction. Elegant and shady persons like the Greek Basil Zaharoff, who acted for Vickers, and was later knighted for his services to the Allies in the First World War, saw to it that the arms industry of the great powers sold its less vital or obsolescent products to states in the Near East and Latin America, who were always ready to buy such hardware. In short, the modern international trade in death was well underway. And yet we cannot explain the World War by a conspiracy of armorers, even though the technicians certainly did their best to convince generals and admirals more familiar with military parades than with science that all would be lost if they did not order the latest gun or battleship. Certainly the accumulation of armaments which reached fearful proportions in the last 5 years before 1914 made the situation more explosive. Certainly the moment came, at least in the summer of 1914, when the inflexible machine for mobilizing the forces of death could no longer be put into reserve. But what drove Europe into the war was not competitive armament as such, but the international situation which launched powers into it. 2. The argument about the origins of the First World War has never stopped since August 1914. Probably more ink has flowed, more trees have been sacrificed to make paper, more typewriters have been busy to answer this question than any other in history, perhaps not even excluding the debate on the French Revolution. As generations have changed, as national and international politics have been transformed, the debate has been revived time and again. Hardly had Europe plunged into catastrophe, before the belligerents began to ask themselves why international diplomacy had failed to prevent it, and to accuse one another of responsibility for the war. Opponents of the war immediately began their own analyses. The Russian Revolution of 1917, which published the secret documents of Tsarism, accused imperialism as a whole. The victorious Allies made the thesis of exclusive German war guilt the cornerstone of the Versailles peace settlement of 1919, and precipitated a huge flood of documentation and historical propagandist writings for, but mainly against, this thesis. The Second World War naturally revived the debate, which took on yet another lease of life some years later as a historiography of the left reappeared in the German Federal Republic, anxious to break with conservative and Nazi German patriotic orthodoxies, by stressing their own version of Germany's responsibility. Arguments about the dangers to world peace, which have, for obvious reasons, never ceased since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, inevitably seek for possible parallels between the origins of past world wars and current international prospects. While propagandists preferred comparison with the years before the Second World War, Munich, historians increasingly found the similarities between the 1980s and the 1910s troubling. The origins of the First World War were thus, once again, a question of burning, immediate relevance. In these circumstances any historian who tries to explain, as a historian of our period must, why the First World War occurred plunges into deep and turbulent waters. Still, we can at least simplify his task by eliminating questions he does not have to answer. Chief among these is that of war guilt, which is one of moral and political judgment, but concerns historians only peripherally. If we are interested in why a century of European peace gave way to an epoch of world wars, the question whose fault it was is as trivial as the question whether William the Conqueror had a good legal case for invading England is for the study of why warriors from Scandinavia found themselves conquering numerous areas of Europe in the 10th and 11th centuries. Of course, responsibilities can often be assigned in wars. Few would deny that in the 1930s the posture of Germany was essentially aggressive and expansionist, the posture of her adversaries essentially defensive. None would deny that the wars of imperial expansion in our period, such as the Spanish-American War of 1898 and the South African War of 1899 to 1902, were provoked by the USA and Britain, and not by their victims. In any case, everyone knows that all state governments in the 19th century, however concerned about their public relations, regarded wars as normal contingencies of international politics, and were honest enough to admit that they might well take the military initiative. Ministries of war had not yet been universally euphemized into ministries of defense. Yet it is absolutely certain that no government of a great power before 1914 wanted either a general European war or even, unlike the 1850s and 1860s, a limited military conflict with another European great power. This is conclusively demonstrated by the fact that where the political ambitions of the great powers were in direct opposition, namely in the overseas zone of colonial conquests and partitions, their numerous confrontations were always settled by some peaceable arrangement. Even the most serious of these crises, those on Morocco in 1906 and 1911, were defused. On the eve of 1914, colonial conflicts no longer appeared to raise insoluble problems for the various competing powers, a fact which has, quite illegitimately, been used to argue that imperialist rivalries were irrelevant to the outbreak of the First World War. Of course, the powers were far from pacific, let alone pacifist. They prepared for a European war, sometimes wrongly, even as their foreign ministries did their best to avoid what they unanimously considered a catastrophe. No government in the 1900s pursued aims which, like Hitler's in the 1930s, only war or the constant menace of war could have achieved. Even Germany, whose chief of staff vainly pleaded for a preemptive attack against France while her ally Russia was immobilized by war, and later by defeat and revolution, in 1904-05, used the golden opportunity of temporary French weakness and isolation merely to push her imperialist claims on Morocco, a manageable issue over which nobody intended to start a major war, or indeed did so. No government of a major power, even the most ambitious, frivolous, and irresponsible, wanted a major one. The old Emperor Francis Joseph, announcing the eruption of such a war to his doomed subjects in 1914, was perfectly sincere in saying, "I did not want this to happen, ich habe es nicht gewollt," even though it was his government which, in effect, provoked it. The most that can be claimed is that at a certain point in the slow slide towards the abyss, war seemed henceforth so inevitable that some governments decided that it might be best to choose the most favorable, or least unpropitious, moment for launching hostilities. It has been claimed that Germany looked for such a moment from 1912, but it could hardly have been earlier. Certainly during the final crisis of 1914, precipitated by the irrelevant assassination of an Austrian archduke by a student terrorist in a provincial city deep in the Balkans, Austria knew she risked world war by bullying Serbia, and Germany, deciding to give full backing to her ally, made it virtually certain. "The balance is tilting against us," said the Austrian Minister of War on July 7. Was it not best to fight before it tilted further? Germany followed the same line of argument. Only in this restricted sense has the question of war guilt any meaning. But, as the event showed, in the summer of 1914, unlike earlier crises, peace had been written off by all the powers, even by the British, whom the Germans half expected to stay neutral, thus increasing their chances of defeating both France and Russia. 2 None of the great powers would have given peace the coup de grace even in 1914, unless they had been convinced that its wounds were already fatal. The problem of discovering the origins of the First World War is therefore not one of discovering the aggressor. It lies in the nature of a progressively deteriorating international situation which increasingly escaped from the control of governments. Gradually Europe found itself dividing into two opposed blocks of great powers. Such blocks, outside war, were in themselves new, and were essentially due to the appearance on the European scene of a unified German Empire, established by diplomacy and war at others' expense, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 4, between 1864 and 1871, and seeking to protect itself against the main loser, France, by peacetime alliances, which in time produced counter-alliance. Alliances in themselves, though they imply the possibility of war, neither ensure it nor even make it probable. Indeed, the German Chancellor Bismarck, who remained undisputed world champion at the game of multilateral diplomatic chess for almost 20 years after 1871, devoted himself exclusively, and successfully, to maintaining peace between the powers. A system of power blocks only became a danger to peace when the opposed alliances were welded into permanence, but especially when the disputes between them turned into unmanageable confrontations. This was to happen in the new century. The crucial question is, why? However, there was one major difference between the international tensions which led up to the First World War and those which underlay the danger of a third, which people in the 1980s still hope to avoid. Since 1945 there has never been the slightest doubt about the principal adversaries in a Third World War, the USA and the USSR. But in 1880 the lineup of 1914 was quite unpredicted. Naturally some potential allies and enemies were easy to discern. Germany and France would be on opposite sides, if only because Germany had annexed large parts of France, Alsace, Lorraine, after her victory in 1871. Nor was it difficult to predict the permanence of the alliance between Germany and Austria, Hungary, which Bismarck had forged after 1866, for the internal political equilibrium of the new German Empire made it essential to maintain the multinational Habsburg Empire in being. Its disintegration into national fragments would, as Bismarck well knew, not only lead to the collapse of the state system of Central and Eastern Europe, but would also destroy the basis of a little Germany dominated by Prussia. In fact, both of these things happened after the First World War. The most permanent diplomatic feature of the period 1871 to 1914 was the Triple Alliance of 1882, which was in effect a German-Austrian alliance, since the third partner, Italy, soon drifted away and eventually joined the anti-German camp in 1915. Again, it was obvious that Austria, embroiled in turbulent affairs of the Balkans by virtue of her multinational problems, and more deeply than ever since she took over Bosnia, Herzegovina in 1878, found herself opposed to Russia in that region. 3 Though Bismarck did his best to maintain close relations with Russia, it was possible to foresee that sooner or later Germany would be forced to choose between Vienna and St. Petersburg, and could not but opt for Vienna. Moreover, once Germany gave up the Russian option, as happened in the late 1880s, it was logical that Russia and France would come together, as indeed they did in 1891. Even in the 1880s Friedrich Engels had envisaged such an alliance, naturally directed against Germany. By the early 1890s two power groups therefore faced each other across Europe. Though this made international relations more tense, it did not make a general European war inevitable, if only because the issues which divided France and Germany, namely Alsace, Lorraine, were of no interest to Austria, and those which risked conflict between Austria and Russia, namely the degree of Russian influence in the Balkans, were insignificant for Germany. The Balkans, Bismarck had observed, were not worth the bones of a single Pomeranian grenadier. France had no real quarrels with Austria, nor Russia with Germany. For that matter the issues which divided France and Germany, though permanent, were hardly considered worth a war by most French, and those dividing Austria and Russia, though, as 1914 showed, potentially more serious, only arose intermittently. Three developments turned the alliance system into a time bomb, a situation of international flux, destabilized by new problems for and ambitions within the powers, the logic of joint military planning which froze confronting blocs into permanence, and the integration of the fifth great power, Britain, into one of the blocs. Nobody worried much about the tergiversations of Italy, which was only a great power by international courtesy. Between 1903 and 1907, to everyone's surprise including her own, Britain joined the anti-German camp. The origin of the First World War can best be understood by tracing the emergence of this Anglo-German antagonism. The Triple Entente was astonishing both for Britain's enemy and for her allies. In the past Britain had neither tradition of nor any permanent reasons for friction with Prussia, and the same seemed to be true of the Super Prussia now known as the German Empire. On the other hand Britain had been the almost automatic antagonist of France in almost any European war going since 1688. While this was no longer so, if only because France had ceased to be capable of dominating the continent, friction between the two countries was visibly increasing, if only because both competed for the same territory and influence as imperialist powers. Thus relations were unfriendly over Egypt, which was coveted by both but taken over, together with the French-financed Suez Canal, by the British. During the Fashoda crisis of 1898 it looked as though blood might flow, as rival British and French colonial troops confronted each other in the hinterland of the Sudan. In the partition of Africa, more often than not the gains of one were at the expense of the other. As for Russia, the British and Tsarist empires had been permanent antagonists in the Balkan and Mediterranean zone of the so-called Eastern Question, and in the ill-defined but bitterly disputed areas of Central and Western Asia which lay between India and the Tsar's lands, Afghanistan, Iran, and the regions opening on the Persian Gulf. The prospect of Russians in Constantinople, and therefore in the Mediterranean, and of Russian expansion towards India was a standing nightmare for British foreign secretaries. The two countries had even fought in the only 19th-century European war in which Britain took part, the Crimean War, and as recently as the 1870s a Russo-British War was seriously on the cards. Given the established pattern of British diplomacy, a war against Germany was a possibility so remote as to be negligible. A permanent alliance with any continental power seemed incompatible with the maintenance of that balance of power which was the chief objective of British foreign policy. An alliance with France could be regarded as improbable, one with Russia almost unthinkable. Yet the implausible became reality. Britain linked up permanently with France and Russia against Germany, settling all differences with Russia to the point of actually agreeing to the Russian occupation of Constantinople, an offer which disappeared from sight with the Russian Revolution of 1917. How and why did this astonishing transformation come about? It happened because both the players and the rules of the traditional game of international diplomacy changed. In the first instance, the board on which it was played became much larger. Power rivalry, formerly, except for the British, largely confined to Europe and adjoining areas, was now global and imperial, outside most of the Americas, destined for exclusive U.S. imperial expansion by Washington's Monroe Doctrine. The international disputes which had to be settled, if they were not to degenerate into wars, were now as likely to occur over West Africa and the Congo in the 1880s, China in the late 1890s and the Maghreb, 1906, 1911, as over the disintegrating body of the Ottoman Empire, and much more likely than over any issues in non-Balkan Europe. Moreover, there were now new players, the USA which, while still avoiding European entanglements, was actively expansionist in the Pacific, and Japan. In fact, Britain's alliance with Japan, 1902, was the first step towards the Triple Alliance, since the existence of that new power, which was soon to show that it could actually defeat the Tsarist Empire in war, diminished the Russian threat to Britain and thus strengthened Britain's position. It therefore made the diffusion of various ancient Russo-British disputes possible. This globalization of the international power game automatically transformed the situation of the country which had, until then, been the only great power with genuinely worldwide political objectives. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that for most of the 19th century the function of Europe in British diplomatic calculations was to keep quiet so that Britain could get on with its, mainly economic, activities in the rest of the globe. This was the essence of the characteristic combination of a European balance of power with the global Pax Britannica guaranteed by the only navy of global size, which controlled all the world's oceans and sea lanes. In the mid-19th century all other navies of the world put together were hardly larger than the British Navy alone. By the end of the century this was no longer so. In the second place, with the rise of a worldwide industrial capitalist economy, the international game was now played for quite different stakes. This does not mean that, to adapt Clausewitz's famous phrase, war was henceforth only the continuation of economic competition by other means. This was a view which tempted the historical determinists at the time, if only because they observed plenty of examples of economic expansion by means of machine guns and gunboats. Nevertheless, it was a gross oversimplification. If capitalist development and imperialism must bear responsibility for the uncontrolled slide into world conflict, it is impossible to argue that many capitalists themselves were conscious warmongers. Any impartial study of the business press, of the private and commercial correspondence of businessmen, of their public declarations as spokesmen for banking, commerce, and industry, shows quite conclusively that the majority of businessmen found international peace to their advantage. Indeed, war itself was acceptably only insofar as it did not interfere with business as usual, and the major objection to war of the young economist Keynes, not yet a radical reformer of his subject, was not only that it killed his friends, but that it inevitably made an economic policy based on business as usual impossible. Naturally there were bellicose economic expansionists, but the liberal journalist Norman Angell almost certainly expressed business consensus. The belief that war benefited capital was the great illusion which gave his book of 1912 its title. Why indeed should capitalists, even industrialists, with the possible exception of the arms manufacturers, have wished to disturb international peace, the essential framework of their prosperity and expansion, since the fabric of free international business and financial transactions depended on it? Evidently those who did well out of international competition had no cause for complaint. Just as the freedom to penetrate the world's markets has no disadvantages for Japan today, so German industry could well be content with it before 1914. Those who lost out were naturally apt to demand economic protection from their governments, though this is far from the same as demanding war. Moreover, the greatest of the potential losers, Britain, resisted even these demands, and her business interests remained overwhelmingly committed to peace, in spite of the constant fears of German competition which was stridently expressed in the 1890s, and the actual penetration of the British domestic market by German and American capital. As regards Anglo-American relations, we can go even further. If economic competition alone makes for war, Anglo-American rivalry should logically have prepared the ground for military conflict, as some interwar Marxists still felt it would. Yet it was precisely in the 1900s that the British Imperial General Staff abandoned even the most remote contingency plans for an Anglo-American war. Henceforth this possibility was totally excluded. And yet the development of capitalism inevitably pushed the world in the direction of state rivalry, imperialist expansion, conflict, and war. After 1870, as historians have pointed out, the shift from monopoly to competition was probably the most important single factor in setting the mood for European industrial and commercial enterprise. Economic growth was also economic struggle that served to separate the strong from the weak, to discourage some and toughen others, to favor the new, hungry nations at the expense of the old. Optimism about a future of indefinite progress gave way to uncertainty and a sense of agony, in the classical meaning of the word. All of which strengthened and was in turn strengthened by sharpening political rivalries, the two forms of competition merging. 14. Plainly the economic world was no longer, as it had been in the mid-century, a solar system revolving around a single star, Great Britain. If the financial and commercial transactions of the globe still, and in fact increasingly, ran through London, Britain was evidently no longer the workshop of the world, nor indeed its major import market. On the contrary, her relative decline was patent. A number of competing national industrial economies now confronted each other. Under these circumstances economic competition became inextricably woven into the political, even the military, actions of states. The renaissance of protectionism during the Great Depression was the first consequence of this merger. From the point of view of capital, political support might henceforth be essential to keep out foreign competition, and perhaps essential too in parts of the world where the enterprises of national industrial economies competed against one another. From the point of view of states, the economy was henceforth both the very base of international power and its criterion. It was impossible now to conceive of a great power which was not at the same time a great economy, a transformation illustrated by the rise of the USA and the relative weakening of the Tsarist Empire. Conversely, would not the shifts in economic power, which automatically changed the balance of political and military force, logically entail a redistribution of parts on the international stage? Plainly this was a popular view in Germany, whose staggering industrial growth gave her an incomparably greater international weight than Prussia had had. It is hardly an accident that among German nationalists in the 1890s the old patriotic chant of "The Watch on the Rhine," directed exclusively against the French, lost ground rapidly to the global ambitions of Deutschland über alles, which in effect became the German national anthem, though not yet officially. What made this identification of economic and politico-military power so dangerous was not only national rivalry for world markets and material resources, and for the control of regions such as the Near and Middle East where economic and strategic interests often overlapped. Well before 1914 petrodiplomacy was already a crucial factor in the Middle East, victory going to Britain and France, the Western, but not yet American, oil companies and an Armenian middleman, Calouste Gulbenkian, who secured 5% for himself. Conversely, the German economic and strategic penetration of the Ottoman Empire already worried the British and helped to bring Turkey into the war on the German side. But the novelty of the situation was that, given the fusion between economics and politics, even the peaceful division of disputed areas into zones of influence could not keep international rivalry under control. The key to its controllability, as Bismarck, who managed it with unparalleled mastery between 1871 and 1889, knew, was the deliberate restriction of objectives. So long as states were in a position to define their diplomatic aims precisely, a given shift in frontiers, a dynastic marriage, a definable compensation for the advances made by other states, both calculation and settlement were possible. Neither, of course, as Bismarck himself had proved between 1862 and 1871, excluded controllable military conflict. But the characteristic feature of capitalist accumulation was precisely that it had no limit. The natural frontiers of Standard Oil, the Deutsche Bank, the De Beers Diamond Corporation were at the end of the universe, or rather at the limits of their capacity to expand. It was this aspect of the new patterns of world politics which destabilized the structures of traditional world politics. While balance and stability remained the fundamental condition of the European powers in their relations with each other, elsewhere even the most pacific among them did not hesitate to wage war against the weak. Certainly, as we have seen, they were careful to keep their colonial conflicts under control. They never looked like providing the casus belli for a major war but undoubtedly precipitated the formation of the international and eventually belligerent blocs. What became the Anglo-Franco-Russian bloc began with the Anglo-French Cordial Understanding, Entente Cordiale, of 1904, essentially an imperialist deal by which the French gave up their claims to Egypt in return for British backing for their claims in Morocco, a victim on which Germany also happened to have her eye. Nevertheless, all powers without exception were in an expansionist and conquering mood. Even Britain, whose posture was fundamentally defensive, since her problem was how to protect hitherto uncontested global dominance against the new intruders, attacked the South African republics, nor did she hesitate to consider partitioning the colonies of a European state, Portugal, with Germany. In the global ocean all states were sharks, and all statesmen knew it. But what made the world an even more dangerous place was the tacit equation of unlimited economic growth and political power, which came to be unconsciously accepted. Thus the German emperor in the 1890s demanded a place in the sun for his state. Bismarck could have claimed as much, and had indeed achieved a vastly more powerful place in the world for the new Germany than Prussia had ever enjoyed. Yet while Bismarck could define the dimensions of his ambitions, carefully avoiding encroachment into the zone of uncontrollability, for William II the phrase became merely a slogan without concrete content. It simply formulated a principle of proportionality: the more powerful a country's economy, the larger its population, the greater the international position of its nation-state. There were no theoretical limits to the position it might thus feel to be its due. As the nationalist phrase went, Heute Deutschland, morgen die ganze Welt, today Germany, tomorrow the whole world. Such unlimited dynamism might find expression in political, cultural, or nationalist, racist rhetoric, but the effective common denominator of all three was the imperative to expand of a massive capitalist economy watching its statistical curves soaring upwards. Without this it would have had as little significance as the conviction of, say, 19th-century Polish intellectuals that their, at the time non-existent, country has a messianic mission in the world. In practical terms, the danger was not that Germany concretely proposed to take Britain's place as a global power, though the rhetoric of German nationalist agitation readily struck the anti-British note. It was rather that a global power required a global navy, and Germany therefore set out, 1897, to construct a great battle fleet, which had the incidental advantage of representing not the old German states but exclusively the new United Germany, with an officer corps which represented not Prussian Junkers or other aristocratic warrior traditions, but the new middle classes, that is to say the new nation. Admiral Tirpitz himself, the champion of naval expansion, denied that he planned a navy capable of defeating the British, claiming that he only wanted one threatening enough to force them into supporting German global, and especially colonial, claims. Besides, could a country of Germany's importance not be expected to have a navy corresponding to her importance? But from the British point of view, the construction of a German fleet was more even than yet another strain on the already globally overcommitted British Navy, already much outnumbered by the united fleets of rival powers, old and new, though such a union was utterly implausible, and hard put to it to maintain even its more modest aim of being stronger than the next two largest navies combined, the two-power standard. Unlike all other navies, the German fleet's bases were entirely in the North Sea, opposite Britain. Its objective could not be anything except conflict with the British Navy. As Britain saw it, Germany was essentially a continental power, and, as influential geopoliticians like Sir Halford Mackinder pointed out, 1904, large powers of this sort already enjoyed substantial advantages over a medium-sized island. Germany's legitimate maritime interests were visibly marginal, whereas the British Empire depended utterly on its sea routes, and had indeed left the continents, except for India, to the armies of states whose element was the land. Even if the German battle fleet did absolutely nothing, it must inevitably tie down British ships and thus make difficult, or even impossible, British naval control over waters believed to be vital, such as the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Sea lanes. What was for Germany a symbol of her international status, and of undefined global ambitions, was a matter of life or death for the British Empire. American waters could be, and in 1901 were, abandoned to a friendly USA, Far Eastern waters to the USA and Japan, because these were both powers with, at the time, purely regional interests, which in any case did not seem incompatible with Britain's. Germany's navy, even as a regional navy, which it did not intend to remain, was a threat both to the British Isles and to the global position of the British Empire. Britain stood for as much of the status quo as could be preserved, Germany for its change, inevitably, even if not intentionally, at Britain's expense. Under the circumstances, and given the economic rivalry between the two countries' industries, it was not surprising that Great Britain found herself considering Germany as the most probable and dangerous of potential adversaries. It was logical that she should find herself drawing closer to France and, once the Russian danger had been minimized by Japan, to Russia, all the more so since the Russian defeat had, for the first time in living memory, destroyed that equilibrium of the powers on the European continent which British foreign secretaries had so long taken for granted. It revealed Germany as by far the dominant military force in Europe, as she was already industrially by far the most formidable. This was the background for the surprising Anglo-Franco-Russian Triple Entente. The division of Europe into the two hostile blocs took almost a quarter of a century, from the formation of the Triple Alliance, 1882, to the completion of the Triple Entente, 1907. We need not follow it, or the subsequent developments, through all their labyrinthine details. They merely demonstrate that international friction in the period of imperialism was global and endemic, that nobody, least of all the British, knew quite in what direction the cross-currents of their and other powers' interests, fears, and ambitions were taking them, and, though it was widely felt that they took Europe towards a major war, none of the governments knew quite what to do about it. Time and again attempts failed to break up the bloc system, or at least to offset it by rapprochements across the blocs, between Britain and Germany, Germany and Russia, Germany and France, Russia and Austria. The blocs, reinforced by inflexible plans for strategy and mobilization, grew more rigid. The continent drifted uncontrollably towards battle, through a series of international crises which, after 1905, were increasingly settled by brinkmanship, i.e. by the threat of war. For from 1905 on, the destabilization of the international situation in consequence of the new wave of revolutions on the margins of the fully bourgeois societies added new combustible material to a world already preparing to go up in flames. There was the Russian Revolution of 1905, which temporarily incapacitated the Tsarist Empire, encouraging Germany to assert her claims in Morocco, browbeating France. Berlin was forced to retreat at the Algeciras Conference, January 1906, by British support for France, partly because a major war on a purely colonial issue was politically unattractive, partly because the German Navy felt far too weak as yet to face a war against the British Navy. 2 years later, the Turkish Revolution destroyed the carefully constructed arrangements for international balance in the always explosive Near East. Austria used the opportunity formally to annex Bosnia, Herzegovina, which she had previously just administered, thus precipitating a crisis with Russia, settled only by threat of military support for Austria by Germany. The third great international crisis, over Morocco in 1911, admittedly had little to do with revolution, and everything to do with imperialism, and the shady operations of freebooting businessmen who recognized its multiple possibilities. Germany sent a gunboat ready to seize the South Moroccan port of Agadir, in order to gain some compensation from the French for their imminent protectorate over Morocco, but was forced into retreat by what appeared to be a British threat to go to war on the side of the French. Whether this was actually intended is irrelevant. The Agadir crisis demonstrated that almost any confrontation between two major powers now brought them to the brink of war. When the collapse of the Turkish Empire continued, with Italy attacking and occupying Libya in 1911, and Serbia, Bulgaria and Greece setting about expelling Turkey from the Balkan Peninsula in 1912, all the powers were immobilized, either by unwillingness to antagonize a potential ally in Italy, which was by now uncommitted to either side, or by fear of being dragged into uncontrollable problems by the Balkan states. 1914 proved how right they were. Frozen into immobility, they watched Turkey being almost driven out of Europe, and a second war between the victorious Balkan pygmy states redrawing the Balkan map in 1913. The most they could achieve was to establish an independent state in Albania, 1913, under the usual German prince, though such Albanians as cared about the matter would have preferred a maverick English aristocrat who later inspired the adventure novels of John Buchan. The next Balkan crisis was precipitated on June 28, 1914, when the Austrian heir to the throne, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, visited the capital of Bosnia, Sarajevo. What made the situation even more explosive was that, precisely in this period, domestic politics in the major powers pushed their foreign policies into the danger zone. As we have seen, see pages 109, 300 above, after 1905 the political mechanisms for the stable management of regimes began to creak audibly. It became increasingly difficult to control, still more to absorb and integrate, the mobilizations and counter-mobilizations of subjects in the process of turning into democratic citizens. Democratic politics itself had a high-risk element, even in a state like Britain, careful to keep actual foreign policy secret not only from Parliament but from part of the Liberal cabinet. What turned the Agadir crisis from an occasion for potential horse trading into a zero-sum confrontation was a public speech by Lloyd George, which seemed to leave Germany with no option except war or retreat. Non-democratic politics were even worse. Could one not argue that the principal cause of the tragic Europe breakdown in July 1914 was the inability of the democratic forces in Central and Eastern Europe to establish control over the militarist elements in their society, and the abdication of the autocrats not to their loyal democratic subjects but to their irresponsible military advisors? 15. And worst of all, would not countries faced with insoluble domestic problems be tempted to take the gamble of solving them by foreign triumph? Especially when their military advisors told them that, Since war was certain, the best time for it was now. This was plainly not the case in Britain and France, in spite of their troubles. It probably was the case in Italy, though fortunately Italian adventurism could not itself set off world war. Was it in Germany? Historians continue to argue about the effect of domestic German politics on its foreign policy. It seems clear that, as in all other powers, grassroots right-wing agitation encouraged and assisted the competitive armaments race, especially at sea. It has been claimed that labor unrest and the electoral advance of social democracy made ruling elites keen to defuse trouble at home with success abroad. Certainly there were plenty of conservatives who, like the Duke of Ratiber, thought that a war was needed to get the old order back on its feet, as it had done in 1864 to 71.16 still. Probably this amounted to no more than that the civilians would be rather less skeptical of the arguments of their bellicose generals than they might otherwise have been. Was it the case in Russia? Yes, insofar as Tsarism, restored after 1905 with modest concessions to political liberalization, probably saw its most promising strategy for revival and reinforcement in the appeal to great Russian nationalism and the glory of military strength. And indeed, but for the solid and enthusiastic loyalty of the armed forces, the situation in 1913-14 would have been closer to revolution than at any time between 1905 and 1917. Still, in 1914 Russia certainly did not want war. But, thanks to a few years of military build-up, which German generals feared, it was possible for Russia to contemplate a war in 1914, as it patently had not been a few years earlier. However, there was one power which could not but stake its existence on the military gamble, because it seemed doomed without it: Austria, Hungary, torn since the mid-1890s by increasingly unmanageable national problems, among which those of the southern Slavs seemed to be the most recalcitrant and dangerous for three reasons. First, because not merely were they troublesome as were other politically organized nationalities in the multinational empire, jostling each other for advantages, but they complicated matters by belonging both to the linguistically flexible government of Vienna and to the ruthlessly Magyarizing government of Budapest. Southern Slav agitation in Hungary not only spilled over into Austria, but aggravated the always difficult relations of the two halves of the empire with each other. Second, because the Austrian Slav problem could not be disentangled from Balkan politics, and had indeed since 1878 been even more deeply entangled in them by the occupation of Bosnia. Moreover, there already existed an independent South Slav state of Serbia, not to mention Montenegro, a Homeric little highland state of raiding goatherds, gunfighters and prince-bishops with a taste for blood feud and the composition of heroic epics, which could tempt southern Slav dissidents in the empire. Third, because the collapse of the Ottoman Empire virtually doomed the Habsburg Empire, unless it could establish beyond any doubt that it was still a great power in the Balkans which nobody could mess about. To the end of his days Gavrilo Princip, the assassin of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, could not believe that his tiny match put the world in flames. The final crisis in 1914 was so totally unexpected, so traumatic and, in retrospect, so haunting, because it was essentially an incident in Austrian politics which, Vienna felt, required teaching Serbia a lesson. The international atmosphere seemed calm. No foreign office expected trouble in June 1914, and public persons had been assassinated at frequent intervals for decades. In principle, nobody even minded a great power leaning heavily on a small and troublesome neighbor. Since then some 5,000 books have been written to explain the apparently inexplicable, how, within a little more than 5 weeks of Sarajevo, Europe found itself at war. For the immediate answer now seems both clear and trivial: Germany decided to give Austria full backing, that is to say not to defuse the situation. The rest followed inexorably. For by 1914 any confrontation between the blocs, in which one side or the other was expected to back down, brought them to the verge of war. Beyond a certain point the inflexible mobilizations of military force, without which such a confrontation would not have been credible, could not be reversed. Deterrence could no longer deter but only destroy. By 1914 any incident, however random, even the action of an inefficient student terrorist in a forgotten corner of the continent, could lead to such a confrontation, if any single power locked into the system of bloc and counter-bloc chose to take it seriously. Thus war came, and, in comparable circumstances, could come again. In short, international crisis and domestic crisis merged in the last years before 1914. Russia, once again menaced by social revolution, Austria, threatened by the disintegration of a politically no longer controllable multiple empire, even Germany, polarized and perhaps threatened with immobilism by her political divisions, all tilted towards their military and its solutions. Even France, united by a reluctance to pay taxes and therefore to find money for massive rearmament, it was easier to extend conscript service again to 3 years, elected a president in 1913 who called for revenge against Germany and made warlike noises, echoing the generals who were now, with murderous optimism, abandoning a defensive strategy for the prospect of a storming offensive across the Rhine. The British preferred battleships to soldiers, the Navy was always popular, a national glory acceptable to liberals as the protector of trade. Naval scares had political sex appeal, unlike army reforms. Few, even among their politicians, realized that the plans for joint war with France implied a mass army and eventually conscription, and indeed they did not seriously envisage anything except a primarily naval and trade war. Still, even though the British government remained pacific to the last, or rather, refused to take a stand for fear of splitting the Liberal government, it could not consider staying out of the war. Fortunately, the German invasion of Belgium, long prepared under the Schlieffen Plan, provided London with a morality cover for diplomatic and military necessity. But how would the masses of Europeans react to a war which could not but be a war of the masses, since all belligerents except the British prepared to fight it with conscript armies of enormous size? In August 1914, even before hostilities broke out, 19 million, and potentially 50 million, armed men faced each other across the frontiers. 17 What would the attitude of these masses be when called to the colors, and what would the impact of war be on civilians, especially if, as some military men shrewdly suspected, though taking little account of it in their planning, the war would not be over quickly? The British were particularly alive to this problem, because they relied exclusively on volunteers to reinforce their modest professional army of 20 divisions, compared with 74 French, 94 German, and 108 Russian ones, because their working classes were fed mainly by food shipped from overseas, which was extremely vulnerable to a blockade, and because in the immediate pre-war years government faced a public mood of social tension and agitation unknown in living memory, and an explosive situation. In Ireland, the atmosphere of war, thought the Liberal minister John Morley, cannot be friendly to order in a democratic system that is verging on the humor of 1848 but the domestic atmosphere of the other powers was also such as to disturb their governments. It is a mistake to believe that in 1914 governments rushed into war to defuse their internal social crises. At most, they calculated that patriotism would minimize serious resistance and non-cooperation. In this they were correct. Liberal, humanitarian, and religious opposition to war had always been negligible in practice, though no government, with the eventual exception of the British, was prepared to recognize a refusal to perform military service on grounds of conscience. The organized labor and socialist movements were, on the whole, passionately opposed to militarism and war, and the Labor and Socialist International even committed itself in 1907 to an international general strike against war, but hard-headed politicians did not take this too seriously, though a wild man on the right assassinated the great French socialist leader and orator Jean Jaurès a few days before the war, as he desperately tried to save the peace. The main socialist parties were against such a strike, few believed it to be feasible, and in any case, as Jaurès recognized, once war has broken out, we can take no further action. 20 As we have seen, the French Minister of the Interior did not even bother to arrest the dangerous anti-war militants of whom the police had carefully prepared a list for this purpose. Nationalist dissidents did not prove to be a serious factor immediately. In short, the government's calls to arms met with no effective resistance. But governments were mistaken in one crucial respect: they were taken utterly by surprise, as were the opponents of the war, by the extraordinary wave of patriotic enthusiasm with which their people appeared to plunge into a conflict in which at least 20 millions of them were to be killed and wounded, without counting the incalculable millions of births foregone and excess civilian deaths through hunger and disease. The French authorities had reckoned with 5 to 13% of deserters. In fact, only 15% dodged the draft in 1914. In Britain, where political opposition to the war was strongest, and where it was deeply rooted in liberal as well as labor and socialist tradition, 750,000 volunteered in the first 8 weeks, a further million in the next 8 months. 21 The Germans, as expected, did not dream of disobeying orders. How will anyone be able to say we do not love our fatherland when after the war so and so many thousands of our good party comrades say we have been decorated for bravery? Thus wrote a German social democratic militant, having just won the Iron Cross in 1914. In Austria, not only the dominant people were shaken by a brief wave of patriotism. As the Austrian socialist leader Victor Adler acknowledged, even in the nationalities struggle war appears as a kind of deliverance, a hope that something different will come. 23 Even in Russia, where 1 million deserters had been expected, all but a few thousands of the 15 millions obeyed the call to the colors. The masses followed the flags of their respective states, and abandoned the leaders who opposed the war. There were, indeed, few enough left of these, at least in public. In 1914 the peoples of Europe, for however brief a moment, went light-heartedly to slaughter and to be slaughtered. After the First World War they never did so again. They were surprised by the moment, but no longer by the fact of war, to which Europe had become accustomed, like people who see a thunderstorm coming. In a way its coming was widely felt as a release and a relief, especially by the young of the middle classes, men very much more than women, though less so by workers and least by peasants. Like a thunderstorm it broke the heavy closeness of expectation and cleared the air. It meant an end to the superficialities and frivolities of bourgeois society, the boring gradualism of 19th-century improvement, the tranquility and peaceful order which was the liberal utopia for the 20th century and which Nietzsche had prophetically denounced, together with the pallid hypocrisy administered by mandarins. 24 After a long wait in the auditorium, it meant the opening of the curtain on a great and exciting historical drama in which the audience found itself to be the actors. It meant decision. Was it recognized as the crossing of a historical frontier, one of those rare dates marking the periodization of human civilization which are more than pedagogic conveniences? Probably yes, in spite of the widespread expectations of a short war, of a foreseeable return to ordinary life and the normalcy retrospectively identified with 1913, which imbues so many of the recorded opinions of 1914. Even the illusions of the patriotic and militarist young who plunged into war as into a new element, like swimmers into cleanness leaping. 25 had implied utter change. The sense of the war as an epoch ended was perhaps strongest in the world of politics, even though few were as clearly aware as the Nietzsche of the 1880s of the era of monstrous ungeheuer wars, upheavals, stirs, explosions which had now begun. 26 And even fewer on the left, interpreting it in their own way, saw hope in it, like Lenin. For the socialists the war was an immediate and double catastrophe, as a movement devoted to internationalism and peace collapsed suddenly into impotence, and the wave of national union and patriotism under the ruling classes swept, however momentarily, over the parties and even the class-conscious proletariat in the belligerent countries. And among the statesmen of the old regimes there was at least one who recognized that all had changed. "The lamps are going out all over Europe," said Edward Grey, as he watched the lights of Whitehall turned off on the evening when Britain and Germany went to war. "We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. Since August 1914 we have lived in the world of monstrous wars, upheavals, and explosions which Nietzsche prophetically announced. That is what has surrounded the era before 1914 with the retrospective haze of nostalgia, a faintly golden age of order and peace, of unproblematic prospects. Such back projections of imaginary good old days belong to the history of the last decades of the 20th century, not the first. Historians of the days before the lights went out are not concerned with them. Their central preoccupation, and the one which runs through the present book, must be to understand and to show how the era of peace, of confident bourgeois civilization, growing wealth, and Western empires inevitably carried within itself the embryo of the era of war, revolution and crisis which put an end to it. Epilogue. Wirklich, ich liebe finsteren Zeiten. Das Argloswort ist Torcht. In Gladstern. Dutet auf Unempfindlichkeit hin. Der Lachend. Hat die Furchtbare Nachricht. Nur noch nicht empfangen. Bertolt Brecht, 1937–381. Preceding decades were for the first time perceived as a long, almost golden age of uninterrupted, steady forward movement. Just as according to Hegel, we begin to understand an era only as the curtain is rung down on it, the owl of Minerva only spreads its wings with the falling of dusk, so can we apparently bring ourselves to acknowledge the positive features only as we enter a subsequent one, whose troubles we now wish to underline by painting a strong contrast with what came before. Albert O. Hirschman, 19862. If the word catastrophe had been mentioned among the members of the European middle classes before 1913, it would almost certainly have been in connection with one of the few traumatic events in which men and women like themselves were involved in the course of a lengthy, and in general tranquil, lifetime, say, the burning of the Karl Theater in Vienna in 1881 during a performance of Offenbach's Tales of Hoffmann, in which almost 1,500 lives were lost, or the sinking of the Titanic with a similar number of victims. The much greater catastrophes which affect the lives of the poor, like the 1908 earthquake in Messina, so much vaster and more neglected than the more modest tremors of San Francisco, 1905, and the persistent risks to life, limb, and health which always dogged the existence of the laboring classes, are still apt to attract less public attention. After 1914 it is a safe bet that the word suggested other and greater calamities even to those most immune to them in their personal lives. The First World War did not turn out to be the last days of humanity, as Karl Kraus called it in his denunciatory quasi-drama, but nobody who lived an adult life both before and after 1914–18 anywhere in Europe, and increasingly in large stretches of the non-European world, could fail to observe that times had changed dramatically. The most obvious and immediate change was that world history now appeared to proceed by a series of seismic upheavals and human cataclysms. Never did the pattern of progress or continuous change appear less plausible than in the lifetime of those who lived through 2 world wars, 2 global bouts of revolutions following each of the wars, a period of wholesale and partly revolutionary global decolonization, 2 bouts of massive expulsions of peoples culminating in genocide, and at least one economic crisis so severe as to raise doubts about the very future of those parts of capitalism not already overthrown by revolution. Upheavals which affected continents and countries quite remote from the zone of war and European political upheaval. A person born in, say, 1900 would have experienced all these at first hand, or through the mass media which made them immediately accessible, before he or she reached the age of pensionable retirement. And, of course, the pattern of history by upheaval was to continue. Before 1914 virtually the only quantities measured in millions, outside astronomy, were populations of countries and the data of production, commerce, and finance. Since 1914 we have become used to measuring the numbers of victims in such magnitudes, the casualties of even localized wars, Spain, Korea, Vietnam. Larger ones are measured in tens of millions, the numbers of those driven into forced migration or exile, Greeks, Germans, Muslims in the Indian subcontinent, Kulaks, even the number massacred in genocide, Armenians, Jews, not to mention those killed by famine or epidemics. Since such human magnitudes escape precise recording or elude the grasp of the human mind, they are hotly debated. But the debates are about millions more or less. Nor are these astronomic figures to be entirely explained, and still less justified, by the rapid growth of the world population in our century. Most of them occurred in areas which were not growing all that fast. Hecatombs on this scale were beyond the range of imagination in the 19th century, and those which actually occurred, took place in the world of backwardness or barbarism outside the range of progress and modern civilization, and were surely destined to retreat in the face of universal, if uneven, advance. The atrocities of Congo and Amazon, modest in scale by modern standards, so shocked the age of empire, witness Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, just because they appeared as regressions of civilized men into savagery. The state of affairs to which we have become accustomed, in which torture has once again become part of police methods in countries priding themselves on their record of civility, would not merely have profoundly repelled political opinion, but would have been, justifiably, regarded as a relapse into barbarism, which went against every observable historical trend of development since the mid-18th century. After 1914, mass catastrophe, and increasingly the methods of barbarism, became an integral and expected part of the civilized world, so much so that it masked the continued and striking advances of technology and the human capacity to produce, and even the undeniable improvements in human social organization in many parts of the world, until these became quite impossible to overlook during the huge forward leap of the world economy in the third quarter of the 20th century. In terms of the material improvement of the lot of humanity, not to mention of the human understanding and control over nature, the case for seeing the history of the 20th century as progress is actually rather more compelling than it was in the 19th. For even as Europeans died and fled in their millions, the survivors were becoming more numerous, taller, healthier, longer lived. And most of them lived better. But the reasons why we have got out of the habit of thinking of our history as progress are obvious. For even when 20th century progress is most undeniable, prediction suggests not a continued ascent, but the possibility, perhaps even the imminence, of some catastrophe, another and more lethal world war, an ecological disaster, a technology whose triumphs may make the world uninhabitable by the human species, or whatever current shape the nightmare may take. We have been taught by the experience of our century to live in the expectation of apocalypse. But for the educated and comfortable members of the bourgeois world who lived through this era of catastrophe and social convulsion, it seemed to be, in the first instance, not a fortuitous cataclysm, something like a global hurricane which impartially devastated everything in its path. It seemed to be directed specifically at their social, political, and moral order. Its probable outcome, which bourgeois liberalism was powerless to prevent, was the social revolution of the masses. In Europe, the war produced not only the collapse or crisis of every state and regime east of the Rhine and the western edge of the Alps, but also the first regime which set out, deliberately and systematically, to turn this collapse into the global overthrow of capitalism, the destruction of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of a socialist society. This was the Bolshevik regime brought to power in Russia by the collapse of Tsarism. As we have seen, mass movements of the proletariat dedicated to this aim in theory were already in existence in most parts of the developed world, although politicians in parliamentary countries had concluded that they provided no real threat to the status quo. But the combination of war, collapse, and the Russian Revolution made the danger immediate and, almost, overwhelming. The danger of Bolshevism dominates not only the history of the years immediately following the Russian Revolution of 1917, but the entire history of the world since that date. It has given even its international conflicts for long periods the appearance of civil and ideological war. In the late 20th century, it still dominated the rhetoric of superpower confrontation, at least unilaterally, even though the most cursory look at the world of the 1980s showed that it simply did not fit into the image of a single global revolution about to overwhelm what international jargon called the developed market economies, still less one orchestrated from a single center and aiming at the construction of a single monolithic socialist system unwilling to coexist with capitalism or incapable of doing so. The history of the world since the First World War took shape in the shadow of Lenin, imagined or real, as the history of the Western world in the 19th century took shape in the shadow of the French Revolution. In both cases it eventually moved out of that shadow, but not entirely. Just as politicians even in 1914, speculated about whether the mood of the pre-war years had recalled 1848, so in the 1980s every overthrow of some regime anywhere in the West or the Third World evokes hopes or fears of Marxist power. The world did not turn socialist, even though in 1917-20 this was regarded as possible, even in the long run as inevitable, not only by Lenin but, at least for a moment, by those who represented and governed bourgeois regimes. For a few months even European capitalists, or at least their intellectual spokesmen and administrators, seemed resigned to euthanasia, as they faced socialist working-class movements enormously strengthened since 1914, and indeed, in some countries like Germany and Austria, constituting the only organized and potentially state-sustaining forces left in being by the collapse of the old regimes. Anything was better than Bolshevism, even peaceful abdication. The extensive debates, mainly in 1919, on how much of the economies were to be socialized, how they were to be socialized, and how much was to be conceded to the new powers of the proletariats were not purely tactical maneuvers to gain time. They merely turned out to have been such when the period of serious danger to the system, real or imagined, proved to have been so brief that nothing drastic needed to be done after all. In retrospect we can see that the alarm was exaggerated. The moment of potential world revolution left behind nothing but a single communist regime in an extraordinarily weakened and backward country whose main asset lay in the vast size and resources that were to make her into a political superpower. It also left behind the considerable potential of anti-imperialist, modernizing and peasant revolution, at that time mainly in Asia, which recognized its affinities with the Russian Revolution, and those parts of the now divided pre-1914 socialist and labor movements which threw in their lot with Lenin. In industrial countries these communist movements generally represented a minority of the labor movements until the Second World War. As the future was to demonstrate, the economies and societies of the developed market economies were remarkably tough. Had they not been, they could hardly have emerged without social revolution from some 30 years of historical gales which might have been expected to wreck unseaworthy vessels. The 20th century has been full of social revolutions, and there may well be more of them before it ends, but the developed industrial societies have been more immune to them than any others, except when revolution came to them as the byproduct of military defeat or conquest. Revolution thus left the main bastions of world capitalism standing, though for a while even their defenders thought they were about to crumble. The old order fought off the challenge. But it did so, it had to do so, by turning itself into something very different from what it had been in 1914. For after 1914, faced with what an eminent liberal historian called the world crisis, Elie Halavi, bourgeois liberalism was entirely at a loss. It could abdicate or be swept away. Alternatively, it could assimilate itself to something like the non-Bolshevik, non-revolutionary, reformist social democratic parties which actually emerged in Western Europe as the chief guarantors of social and political continuity after 1917, and consequently turned from parties of opposition into parties of potential or actual government. In short, it could disappear or make itself unrecognizable. But in its old form it could no longer cope. Giovanni Giolitti, 1842-1928, of Italy, see pages 87, 97, 100, and 2 above, is an example of the first fate. As we have seen, he had been brilliantly successful at managing the Italian politics of the early 1900s, conciliating and taming labor, buying political support, wheeling and dealing, conceding, avoiding confrontations. In the socially revolutionary post-war situation of his country these tactics utterly failed him. The stability of bourgeois society was re-established by means of the armed middle-class gangs of nationalists and fascists, literally waging the class war against a labor movement incapable of itself making a revolution. The liberal politicians supported them, vainly hoping to be able to integrate them into their system. In 1922 the fascists took over as government, after which democracy, parliament, parties, and the old liberal politicians were eliminated. The Italian case was merely one among many. Between 1920 and 1939, parliamentary democratic systems virtually disappeared from most European states, non-communist as well as communist. The fact speaks for itself. For a generation, liberalism in Europe seemed doomed. John Maynard Keynes, also discussed above, see pages 177, 184, is an example of the second choice, all the more interesting because he actually remained all his life a supporter of the British Liberal Party and a class-conscious member of what he called his class, the educated bourgeoisie. As a young economist, Keynes had been almost quintessentially orthodox. He believed, rightly, that the First World War was both pointless and incompatible with a liberal economy, not to mention with bourgeois civilization. As a professional advisor to wartime governments after 1914, he favored the least possible interruption of business as usual. Again, quite logically, he saw the great, liberal, war leader Lloyd George as leading Britain to economic perdition by subordinating everything else to the achievement of military victory. Point 2. He was horrified but not surprised to see large parts of Europe and what he regarded as European civilization collapse in defeat and revolution. Once again correctly, he concluded that an irresponsible politicking peace treaty imposed by the victors would jeopardize what chances of restoring German, and therefore European, capitalist stability on a liberal basis. However, faced with the irrevocable disappearance of the pre-war Belle Epoque which he had so much enjoyed with his friends from Cambridge and Bloomsbury, Keynes henceforth devoted all his considerable intellectual brilliance, ingenuity, and gifts of style and propaganda to finding a way of saving capitalism from itself. He consequently found himself revolutionizing economics, the social science most wedded to the market economy in the age of empire, and which had avoided feeling that sense of crisis so evident in other social sciences, see pages 270, 271 above. Crisis, first political and then economic, was the foundation of the Keynesian rethinking of liberal orthodoxies. He became a champion of an economy managed and controlled by the state such as would, in spite of Keynes' evident dedication to capitalism, have been regarded as the antechamber of socialism by every Ministry of Finance in every developed industrial economy before 1914. Keynes is worth singling out because he formulated what was to be the most intellectually and politically influential way of saying that capitalist society could only survive if capitalist states controlled, managed, and even planned much of the general shape of their economies, if necessary turning themselves into mixed public/private economies. The lesson was congenial after 1944 to reformist, social democratic and radical democratic ideologists and governments, who took it up with enthusiasm, insofar as they had not, as in Scandinavia, pioneered such ideas independently. For the lesson that capitalism on the pre-1914 liberal terms was dead was learned almost universally in the period of the two world wars and the world slump, even by those who refused to give it new theoretical labels. For 40 years after the early 1930s, the intellectual supporters of pure free market economics were an isolated minority, apart from businessmen whose perspective always makes it difficult to recognize the best interests of their system as a whole, in proportion as it concentrates their minds on the best interests of their particular firm or industry. The lesson had to be learned, because the alternative in the period of the great slump of the 1930s was not a market-induced recovery, but collapse. This was not, as revolutionaries hopefully thought, the final crisis of capitalism, but it was probably the only genuinely system-endangering economic crisis so far in the history of an economic system which operates essentially through cyclical fluctuations. Thus the years between the start of the First and the aftermath of the Second World War were a period of extraordinary crises and convulsions in history. They can best be regarded as the era when the world pattern of the Age of Empire collapsed under the force of the explosions it had been quietly generating in the long years of peace and prosperity. What collapsed was clear: the liberal world system and 19th-century bourgeois society as the norm to which, as it were, any kind of civilization aspired. This, after all, was the era of fascism. What the shape of the future would be remained unclear until the middle of the century, and even then the new developments, though perhaps predictable, were so unlike what people had grown accustomed to in the era of convulsions that they took almost a generation to recognize what was happening. 2. The period which succeeded this era of collapse and transition, and which still continues, is probably, in terms of the social transformations which affect the ordinary men and women of the world, growing in numbers at a rate unprecedented even in the previous history of the industrializing world, the most revolutionary ever experienced by the human race. For the first time since the Stone Age, the world population was ceasing to consist of people who lived by agriculture and livestock. In all parts of the globe except, as yet, sub-Saharan Africa and the southern quadrant of Asia, peasants were now a minority, in developed countries a tiny minority. This happened in a matter of a single generation. Consequently the world, and not only the old developed countries, became urban, while economic development, including major industrialization, was internationalized or globally redistributed in a manner inconceivable before 1914. Contemporary technology, thanks to the internal combustion engine, the transistor, the pocket calculator, the omnivisible aeroplane, not to mention the modest bicycle, has penetrated the remotest corners of the planet, which are accessible to commerce in a way which few could have imagined even in 1939. Social structures, at least in the developed societies of Western capitalism, have been dramatically shaken, including that of the traditional family and household. It is now possible to recognize in retrospect how much of what made 19th-century bourgeois society function was in fact inherited and taken over from a past which the very processes of its development were bound to destroy. All this has happened within a, by historical standards, incredibly brief period, within the memory of men and women born during the Second World War, as the product of the most massive and extraordinary boom of world economic expansion ever experienced. A century after Marx's and Engels' Communist Manifesto, its predictions of the economic and social effects of capitalism seemed to be realized, but not, in spite of the rule of a third of humanity by their disciples, the overthrow of capitalism by the proletariat. This period is clearly one in which 19th-century bourgeois society and all that went with it belong to a past that no longer immediately determines the present, though, of course, both the 19th century and the late 20th are part of the same long period of the revolutionary transformation of humanity and nature, which became recognizably revolutionary in the last quarter of the 18th. Historians may notice the odd coincidence that the superboom of the 20th century occurred exactly 100 years after the great mid-19th century boom, 1850–73, 1950–73, and consequently the late 20th century period of world economic troubles since 1973, began just 100 years after the Great Depression with which the present book started. But there is no relation between these facts, unless someone were to discover some cyclical mechanism of the economy's movement which would produce such a neat chronological repetition, and this is rather improbable. Most of us do not want to or need to go back to the 1880s to explain what was troubling the world in the 1980s or 1990s. And yet the world of the late 20th century is still shaped by the bourgeois century, and in particular by the Age of Empire, which has been the subject of this volume. Shaped in the literal sense. Thus, for instance, the world financial arrangements which were to provide the international framework for the global boom of the third quarter of the century were negotiated in the middle 1940s by men who had been adult in 1914, and who were utterly dominated by the past 25 years' experience of the Age of Empire's disintegration. The last important statesmen or national leaders who had been adults in 1914 died in the 1970s, e.g. Mao, Tito, Franco, de Gaulle. But, more significantly, today's world was shaped by what one might call the historical landscape left behind by the Age of Empire and its collapse. The most obvious piece of this heritage is the division of the world into socialist countries, or countries claiming to be such, and the rest. The shadow of Karl Marx presides over a third of the human race because of the developments we have tried to sketch in chapters 3, 5, and 12. Whatever one might have predicted about the future of the land mass stretching from the China Seas to the middle of Germany, plus a few areas in Africa and in the Americas, it is quite certain that regimes claiming to realize the prognosis of Karl Marx could not possibly have been among the futures envisaged for them until the emergence of mass socialist labor movements, whose example and ideology would in turn inspire the revolutionary movements of backward and dependent or colonial regions. An equally obvious piece of the heritage is the very globalization of the world's political pattern. If the United Nations of the late 20th century contain a considerable numerical majority of states from what came to be called the Third World, and incidentally states out of sympathy with the Western powers, it is because they are, overwhelmingly, the relics of the division of the world among the imperial powers in the Age of Empire. Thus the decolonization of the French Empire has produced about 20 new states, that of the British Empire many more, and, at least in Africa, which at the time of writing consists of over 50 nominally independent and sovereign entities, all of them reproduce the frontiers drawn by conquest and inter-imperialist negotiation. Again, but for the developments of that period, it was hardly to be expected that the great bulk of them would at the end of the century conduct the affairs of their educated strata and governments in English and French. Somewhat less obvious an inheritance from the Age of Empire is that all these states should be described, and often describe themselves, as nations. This is not only because, as I have tried to show, the ideology of nation and nationalism, a 19th century European product, could be used as an ideology of colonial liberation, and was imported as such by members of westernized elites of colonial peoples, but also because, as Chapter 6 has argued, the concept of the nation-state in this period became available to groups of any size which chose so to describe themselves, and not only, as the mid-19th century pioneers of the principle of nationality took for granted, to medium or large peoples. For most of the states that have emerged to the world since the end of the 19th century, and which have, since President Wilson, been given the status of nations, were of modest size and or population, and, since the onset of decolonization, often of tiny size. 3 Insofar as nationalism has penetrated outside the old developed world, or insofar as non-European politics have become assimilated to nationalism, the heritage of the Age of Empire is still present. It is equally present in the transformation of traditional Western family relations, and especially in the emancipation of women. No doubt these transformations have been on an altogether more gigantic scale since the mid-century than ever before, but in fact it was during the Age of Empire that the new woman first appeared as a significant phenomenon, and that political and social mass movements dedicated, among other things, to the emancipation of women became political forces, notably the labor and socialist movements. Women's movements in the West may have entered a new and more dynamic phase in the 1960s, perhaps largely as a result of the much increased entry of women, and especially married women, into paid employment outside the home, but it was only a phase in a major historical development which can be traced back to our period, and for practical purposes, not earlier. Moreover, as this book has tried to make clear, the Age of Empire saw the birth of most of what is still characteristic of the modern urban society of mass culture, from the most international forms of spectator sport to press and film. Even technically the modern media are not fundamental innovations, but developments which have made more universally accessible the two basic devices introduced during the Age of Empire, the mechanical reproduction of sound and the moving photograph. The era of Jacques Offenbach has no continuity with the present comparable to the era of the young Fox, Zucker, Goldwyn, and his master's voice. 3. It is not difficult to discover other ways in which our lives are still formed by, or are continuations of, the 19th century in general and the Age of Empire in particular. Any reader could no doubt lengthen the list. But is this the main reflection suggested by looking back at 19th century history? For it is still difficult, if not impossible, to look back dispassionately on that century which created world history because it created the modern capitalist world economy. For Europeans it carried a particular charge of emotion, because, more than any other, it was the European era in the world's history, and for the British among them it is unique because, and not only economically speaking, Britain was at its core. For North Americans it was the century when the USA ceased to be part of Europe's periphery. For the rest of the world's peoples it was the era when all the past history, however long and distinguished, came to a necessary halt. What has happened to them, or what they have done, since 1914 is implicit in what happened to them between the First Industrial Revolution and 1914. It was a century which transformed the world, not more than our own century has done, but more strikingly, inasmuch as such revolutionary and continuous transformation was then new. Looking back, we can see the century of the bourgeoisie and of revolution suddenly heaving into view, like Nelson's battle fleet getting ready for action, like it even in what we do not see, the kidnapped crews who manned them, short, poor, whipped and drunk, living on worm-eaten rusks. Looking back we can recognize that those who made it, and increasingly those growing masses who participated in it in the developed West, knew that it was destined for extraordinary achievements, and thought that it was destined to solve all the major problems of humanity, to remove all the obstacles in the path of their solution. In no century before or since have practical men and women had such high, such utopian, expectations for life on this earth, universal peace, universal culture by means of a single world language, science which would not merely probe but actually answer the most fundamental questions of the universe, the emancipation of women from all their past history, the emancipation of all humanity through the emancipation of the workers, sexual liberation, a society of plenty, a world in which each contributed according to their abilities and received what they needed. These were not only dreams of revolutionaries. Utopia through progress was in fundamental ways built into the century. Oscar Wilde was not joking when he said that no map of the world which did not contain utopia was worth having. He was speaking for Cobden the free trader as well as for Fourier the socialist, for President Grant as well as for Marx, who rejected not utopian aims, but only utopian blueprints, for Saint Simon, whose utopia of industrialism can be assigned neither to capitalism nor to socialism, because it can be claimed by both. But the novelty about the most characteristic 19th century utopias was that in them history would not come to a stop. Bourgeois expected an era of endless improvement, material, intellectual and moral, through liberal progress. Proletarians, or those who saw themselves as speaking for them, expected it through revolution. But both expected it. And both expected it, not through some historic automatism, but through effort and struggle. The artists who expressed the cultural aspirations of the bourgeois century most profoundly, and became, as it were, the voices articulating its ideals, were those like Beethoven, who was seen as the genius who fought through to victory after struggle, whose music overcame the dark forces of destiny, whose choral symphony culminated in the triumph of the liberated human spirit. In the age of empire there were, as we have seen, voices, and they were both profound and influential among the bourgeois classes, who foresaw different outcomes. But, on the whole, the era seemed, for most people in the West, to come closer than any before to the promise of the century. To its liberal promise, by material improvement, education, and culture, to its revolutionary promise, by the emergence, the mass strength and the prospect of the inevitable future triumph of the new labor and socialist movements. For some, as this book has tried to show, the age of empire was one of growing uneasiness and fear. For most men and women in the world transformed by the bourgeoisie it was almost certainly an age of hope. It is on this hope that we can now look back. We can still share it, but no longer without skepticism and uncertainty. We have seen too many promises of utopia realized without producing the expected results. Are we not living in an age when, in the most advanced countries, modern communications, means of transport and sources of energy have abolished the distinction between town and country, which was once thought achievable only in a society that had solved virtually all its problems? But ours demonstrably has not. The 20th century has seen too many moments of liberation and social ecstasy to have much confidence in their permanence. There is room for hope, for human beings are hoping animals. There is even room for great hopes for, in spite of appearances and prejudices to the contrary, the actual achievement of the 20th century in material and intellectual progress, hardly in moral and cultural progress, is extraordinarily impressive and quite undeniable. Is there still room for the greatest of all hopes, that of creating a world in which free men and women, emancipated from fear and material need, will live the good life together in a good society? Why not? The 19th century taught us that the desire for the perfect society is not satisfied by some predetermined design for living, Mormon, Owenite or whatever, and we may suspect that even if such a new design were to be the shape of the future, we would not know, or be able today to determine, what it would be. The function of the search for the perfect society is not to bring history to a stop, but to open out its unknown and unknowable possibilities to all men and women. In this sense the road to utopia, fortunately for the human race, is not blocked. But, as we know, it can be blocked, by universal destruction, by a return to barbarism, by the dissolution of the hopes and values to which the 19th century aspired. The 20th has taught us that these things are possible. History, the presiding divinity of both centuries, no longer gives us, as men and women used to think, the firm guarantee that humanity would travel into the promised land, whatever exactly this was supposed to be. Still less that they would reach it. It could come out differently. We know that it can, because we live in the world the 19th century created, and we know that, titanic though its achievements were, they are not what was then expected or dreamed. But if we can no longer believe that history guarantees us the right outcome, neither does it guarantee us the wrong one. It offers the option, without any clear estimate of the probability of our choice. The evidence that the world in the 21st century will be better is not negligible. If the world succeeds in not destroying itself, the probability will be quite strong. But it will not amount to certainty. The only certain thing about the future is that it will surprise even those who have seen furthest into it. In 1939, of the 27 states of Europe, the only ones which could be described as parliamentary democracies were the United Kingdom, the Irish Free State, France, Belgium, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and the 4 Scandinavian states, Finland only just. Of these all but the United Kingdom, the Irish Free State, Sweden, and Switzerland soon disappeared temporarily under occupation by or alliance with fascist Germany. His attitude to the Second World War, fought against fascist Germany, was naturally very different. 312 of the African states in the early 1980s had populations of less than 600,000, 2 of them of less than 100,000. Further reading. A shilling life will give you all the facts, wrote the poet W. H. Auden about the subject of his reflections. It costs more today, but anyone who wishes to find out, or to be reminded of, the main events and personalities of 19th century history should read this book together with one of the many basic school or college texts, such as Gordon Craig's Europe 1815 to 1914, 1971, and may usefully also consult such reference works as Neville Williams' Chronology of the Modern World, 1969, which gives the main events under various subjects for each year since 1763. Among textbooks on the period covered in this book, the early chapters in James Joll, Europe since 1870, various editions, and Norman Stone, Europe Transformed 1878 to 1918, 1983, are to be recommended. D.C. Watt, History of the World in the 20th Century, Volume 1, 1890 to 1918, 1967, is strong on international relations. The present authors The Age of Revolution 1789 to 1848 and The Age of Capital 1848 to 1875 provide the background to this volume, which continues the survey of the 19th century begun in the earlier volumes. There are by now numerous more or less impressionistic or rather pointillist pictures of Europe and the world in the last decades before 1914, among which Barbara Tuchman's The Proud Tower, 1966, is the most widely distributed. Edward R. Tannenbaum, 1900, The Generation Before the Great War, 1976, is less well known. The one I like best, partly because I have drawn heavily on its encyclopedic erudition, partly because I share an intellectual tradition and historical ambition with the author, is the late Jan Romain's The Watershed of Two Eras, Europe in 1900, 1976. There are a number of collective or encyclopedic works, or reference compendia, which cover subjects in our period as well as much else. The relevant volume, 12, of the Cambridge Modern History is not to be recommended, but those of the Cambridge Economic History of Europe, Volume 6 and 7, contain excellent studies. The Cambridge History of the British Empire represents an obsolete and useless style of history, but the histories of Africa, China, and especially Latin America belong properly to the historiography of the late 20th century. Among historical atlases, the Times Atlas of World History, 1978, compiled under the direction of an original and imaginative historian, G. Barraclough, is outstanding. The Penguin Atlas of Modern History is very useful. Chambers' Biographical Dictionary contains brief data on a surprising number of persons of all periods up to the present in a single volume. Michael Mulhall's Dictionary of Statistics, 1898 edition, reprinted 1969, remains indispensable for the 19th century. B. Mitchell's European Historical Statistics, 1980, is the essential modern compendium, primarily economic. Peter Flora, ed., State, Economy, and Society in Western Europe 1815 to 1975, 1983, contains a mass of information on political, institutional, and administrative, educational and other matters. Jan Romain's The Watershed of Two Eras is not designed as a work of reference, but can be consulted as such, especially on matters of culture and ideas. On a subject of special interest for the period, I. Ferenczi and W. F. Wilcox, eds., International Migration, 2 vols, 1929-31, is still the best source. On a topic of permanent interest, see Msevedi and R. Jones, An Atlas of World Population History, 1978, is convenient. Some works of reference on more specialized subjects are mentioned under separate headings. Anyone who would like to know how the 19th century saw itself just before the First World War should consult the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the last British one, 1911, which, because of its excellence, is still available in many good reference libraries. Economic History. On the economic history of the period, brief introductions are W. Woodruff, Impact of Western Man, A Study of Europe's Role in the World Economy 1750 to 1960, 1966, and W. Ashworth, A Short History of the International Economy since 1850, various editions. The Cambridge Economic History of Europe, Volume 6 and 7, and C. Cipolla, ed., The Fontana Economic History of Europe, Volumes 4 and V, Parts 1 and 2, 1973-5, are cooperative ventures ranging in quality from the good to the outstanding. Paul Baracus' The Economic Development of the Third World since 1900, 1975, extends the range. Of the many useful works of this author, unfortunately only some of them translated, P. Barrack and M. Levy-Liboier, eds., Disparities in Economic Development Since the Industrial Revolution, 1981, contains relevant material. Amelward and S.B. Saul, The Economic Development of Continental Europe 1780 to 1870, 1973, and the Development of the Economies of Continental Europe 1850 to 1914, 1979, are much more than just college texts. S. Pollard and C. Holmes, eds., Documents of European Economic History, Volume 2, Industrial Power and National Rivalry 1870 to 1914, 1972, concern our period. D. S. Landis, The Unbound Prometheus, various editions, is much the best and most exciting treatment of technological developments. Sidney Pollard, Peaceful Conquest, 1981, integrates the history of British and continental industrialization. On economic themes of importance for this period, see the discussions on Theme B9, From Family Firm to Professional Management, at the 8th International Economic History Congress, Budapest 1982. Alfred D. Chandler, The Visible Hand, The Management Revolution in American Business, 1977, and Leslie Hanna, The Rise of the Corporate Economy, 1976, are to the point. A. Maisels, Industrial Growth and World Trade, W. Arthur Lewis, Growth and Fluctuations 1870 to 1913, 1978, Herbert Fays, Europe, The World's Banker, Repair from 1930, and M. DeSico, Money and Empire, The International Gold Standard 1890 to 1914, 1974, discuss other topics relevant to the economy of the times. Society. Most of the world consisted of peasants, and Tishinin, ed., Peasants and Peasant Societies, 1971, is an excellent introduction to their world. The same author's The Awkward Class, 1972, deals with the Russian peasantry. Eugene Weber, Peasants into Frenchmen, 1976, throws much light on the French. Max Weber's Capitalism and Rural Society in Germany, in H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, from Max Weber, numerous editions, pages 363 to 85, is broader than its title suggests. The old petty bourgeoisie is discussed in G. Krosigk and H. G. Haupt, ed., Shopkeepers and Master Artisans in 19th Century Europe, 1984. There is by now an immense literature on the working class, but almost always confined to one country, occupation, or industry. Peter Stearns, Lives of Labor, 1971, Dick Geary, European Labor Protest 1848 to 1939, 1981, Charles, Louise and Richard Tilley, The Rebellious Century 1930 to 1930, 1975, and E.J. Hobsbawm, Laboring Men, 1964 and other editions, and Worlds of Labor, 1984, cover a wider area, at least in part. Even fewer studies see workers in the context of their relation to other classes. David Crew, Town in the Ruhr, A Social History of Bochum 1860 to 1914, 1979, is one. The classic study of the transformation from peasants to workers is F. Znaniecki and W. I. Thomas, The Polish Peasant in Europe and America, 1984, originally published 1918. There are even fewer comparative studies of the middle classes or bourgeoisies, though national histories or studies are now, fortunately, more common. Theodore Zeldin's France 1848 to 1945, 2 volumes. 1973, contains much material on this as on other aspects of society, but no analysis whatever. The early chapters of Arskidelsky, John Maynard Keynes, Volume I, 1880 to 1920, 1983, constitute a case study of social mobility by a combination of accumulation and examination passing, and various studies by William Rubinstein, mainly in past and present, throw a more general light on the British bourgeoisie. The general topic of social mobility is authoritatively discussed in Hartmut Kaelbel, Social Mobility in the 19th and 20th Centuries, Europe and America in Comparative Perspective, 1985. Arno Meyer, The Persistence of the Old Regime, 1982, is widely comparative, and contains valuable material, notably on the relations between middle and upper classes, embedded in a controversial thesis. As always, in the 19th century novels and plays are the best presentations of the worlds of aristocracy and bourgeoisie. Culture and politics as the illumination of a bourgeois predicament are beautifully used in Karl E. Skorsk, Fin de siècle Vienna, 1980. The great movement for the emancipation of women has produced a large quantity of historical literature of varying quality, but there is no single book about the period which is satisfactory. Though it is neither historical nor primarily concerned with the developed world, Esther Boserup, Women's Role in Economic Development, 1970, is important. Louise Tilley and Joan W. Scott, Women, Work, and Family, 1978, is basic. See also the section Sexual Division of Labor and Industrial Capitalism in the excellent Review of Women's Studies Signs, Winter 1981. T. Zeldin, France 1848–1945, Volume 1 has a chapter on women. Few national histories have. On feminism there is a great deal. Richard J. Evans, who has written a book on the German movement, covers the ground comparatively in the feminists, women's emancipation movements in Europe, America, and Australia 1840–1920, 1977. However, many of the unpolitical ways in which the situation of women changed, usually for the better, and their relation to movements other than those of the secular left, have not been systematically investigated. On the main demographic changes see D. V. Glass and E. Grabinik, World Population, 1800, 1950 in Cambridge Economic History of Europe, Volume 4, 1965, and C. Chipala, The Economic History of World Population, 1962. D. V. Glass and D. E. C. Eversley, eds, Population in History, 1965, contains a crucial paper by J. Hagenel on the historic differences between the West European marriage pattern and the others. Anthony Sutcliffe, Towards the Planned City 1780–1914, 1981, and Peter Hall, The World Cities, 1966, are modern introductions to 19th-century urbanization. Adna F. Weber, The Growth of Cities in the 19th Century, 1897, and recent reprints, is a contemporary survey, which remains important. On Religion and Churches Hugh MacLeod, Religion and the People of Western Europe, 1974, is brief and lucid. D. E. Smith, Religion and Political Development, 1970, is more geared to the non-European world, for which W. C. Smith, Islam in Modern History, 1957, though old, is still important. Empire. The basic contemporary text on imperialism is J. A. Hobson's Imperialism, 1902, many subsequent editions. For the debate on the subject, Wolfgang Mommsen, Theories of Imperialism, 1980, and R. Owen and B. Sutcliffe, eds, Studies in the Theory of Imperialism, 1972. The Conquest of Colonies is illuminated by Daniel Hedrick, Tools of Empire, Technology and European Imperialism in the 19th Century, 1981, and V. G. Kiernan, European Empires from Conquest to Collapse 1815–1960, 1982. V. G. Kiernan's marvelous The Lords of Humankind, 1972, is much the best survey of European attitudes to the outside world in the Imperial Age. Its subtitle, On the Economics of Imperialism, C.P.J. Kane, Economic Foundations of British Overseas Expansion 1815–1914, 1980, A.G. Hopkins, An Economic History of West Africa, 1973, and the old but valuable Herbert Fays, already mentioned, as well as J.F. Rippey, British Investments in Latin America 1822–1949, 1959, and, on the American side, Charles M. Wilson's Study of United Fruit, Empire in Green and Gold, 1947. On the Views of Policymakers, J. Gallagher and R. F. Robinson, Africa and the Victorians, 1958, and D. C. M. Platt, Finance, Trade, and Politics in British Foreign Policy 1815–1914, 1968. On the Domestic Implications and Roots of Imperialism, Bernard Semmel, Imperialism and Social Reform, 1960, and, for those unable to read German, H.U. Weller, Bismarck's Imperialism 1862, 1890 Past and Present, 48, 1970. On some of the effects of empire in the receiving countries, Donald Denune, Settler Capitalism, 1983, Charles van Onselen, Studies in the Social and Economic History of the Witwatersrand 1886–1914, 2 volumes. 1982, and A Neglected Corner, Edward Bristow, The Jewish Fight Against White Slavery, 1982. Thomas Pakenham, The Boer War, 1979, is a vivid picture of the biggest of the imperial wars. Politics. The historical problems of the coming of popular politics can only be studied country by country. Still, a few general works may be useful. Some contemporary inquiries are indicated in notes to Chapter 4. Among these, Robert Michael's Political Parties, various editions, is still interesting, because based on hard looks at the subject. Eugene and Pauline Anderson's Political Institutions and Social Change in Continental Europe in the 19th Century, 1967, is useful on the growth of the state apparatus. Andrew McLaren, A Short History of Electoral Systems in Western Europe, 1980, is just what it says. Peter Kohler, F. Zacher and Martin Partington, eds, The Evolution of Social Insurance 1881 to 1981, 1982, unfortunately only covers Germany, France, Britain, Austria, and Switzerland. Much the fullest collection of data for reference on all relevant matters is Peter Flora, State, Economy, and Society in Western Europe, mentioned above. E.J. Hobsbawm and T. Ranger, eds, The Invention of Tradition, 1983, deals with non-institutional reactions to the democratization of politics, especially in the essays by D. Canadine and E.J. Hobsbawm. Hans Roger and Eugen Weber, eds, The European Right, A Historical Profile, 1965, is a guide to that part of the political spectrum which is not discussed in the text, except incidentally in connection with nationalism. On the emergence of the labor and socialist movements, the standard work of reference is G.D.H. Cole, A History of Socialist Thought, 3, Parts 1 and 2, The Second International, 1956. James Joll, The Second International 1889 to 1914, 1974, is briefer. W. Gutzman, The German Social Democratic Party 1875 to 1933, 1981, is the most convenient survey of a classical mass party. Georges Haupt, Aspects of International Socialism 1889 to 1914, 1986, and M. Salvadori, Karl Koski and the Socialist Revolution, 1979, are good introductions to expectations and ideologies. J. P. Nettle, Rosa Luxemburg, 2 volumes. 1967, and Isaac Deutscher's Life of Trotsky, Volume 1, The Prophet Armed, 1954, see Socialism through the eyes of prominent participants. On nationalism, the relevant chapters in My Age of Revolution and Age of Capital may be consulted. Ernest Gellner, Nations and Nationalism, 1983, is a recent analysis of the phenomenon, and Hugh Seaton Watson, Nations and States, 1977, is encyclopedic. Emmerich, Social Preconditions of National Revival in Europe, 1985, is fundamental. On the relationship between nationalism and labor movements, see my essay What is the Workers' Country, in Worlds of Labor, 1984. Though apparently of only specialized interest, the Welsh studies in D. Smith and H. Francis, A People and a Proletariat, 1980, are extremely relevant. Cultural and Intellectual History. H. Stuart Hughes, Consciousness and Society, numerous editions, is the best known introduction to the transformations of ideas in this period. George Lichtheim, Europe in the 20th Century, 1972, though published as a general history, is essentially about intellectual developments. Like all this author's work, it is dense but immensely rewarding. Jan Romain, The Watershed of Two Eras, already mentioned, provides endless material. For the sciences, C. C. Gillespie, On the Edge of Objectivity, 1960, which covers a much more extensive period, is a sophisticated introduction. The field is too vast for a brief survey. C. C. Gillespie, ed., Dictionary of Scientific Biography, 16 volumes. 1970-80, and Philip P. Wiener, ed., Dictionary of the History of Ideas, 4 volumes. 1973-4, are excellent for reference, and W. F. Bynum, E.J. Brown and Roy Porter, eds., Dictionary of the History of Science, 1981, and the Fontana Dictionary of Modern Thought, 1977, are good and brief. On the crucial areas of physics, Ronald W. Clark, Einstein, The Life and Times, 1971, may be supplemented by R. McCormatch, ed., Historical Studies in the Physical Sciences Volume 2, 1970, for the reception of relativity. The same author's novel Night Thoughts of a Classical Physicist, 1982, is a fine evocation of the average conventional scientist and, incidentally, of German academics. C. Webster, ed., Biology, Medicine, and Society 1840-1940, 1981, may introduce readers to the worlds of genetics, eugenics, medicine and the social dimensions of biology. Reference works for the arts, usually without much historical sense, abound. The Encyclopedia of World Art is very useful for the visual arts, the New Grove Dictionary of Music, 16 volumes. 1980, is too much written by experts for other experts. The general surveys of Europe in and around 1900 usually contain much about the arts of the period, e.g. Romaine. General histories of the arts are a matter of taste and less pure chronicles. Arnold Hauser, The Social History of Art, 1958, is a fairly inflexible Marxist version. W. Hoffman, Turning Points in 20th Century Art 1890-1917, 1969, is interesting but also debatable. The link between William Morris and modernism is stressed in Ann Pevsner, Pioneers of the Modern Movement, 1936. Mark Gerard, The Victorian Country House, 1971, and Sweetness and Light, The Queen Anne Movement 1860-1900, 1977, are good on the links between architecture and class lifestyles. Roger Shattuck, The Banquet Years, The Origins of the Avant-Garde in France 1885 to World War I, Rev. ed. 1967, is instructive and fun. Camilla Gray, The Russian Experiment in Art 1863 to 1922, 1971, is quite excellent. For theater, and indeed the avant-garde of a major European center, P. Jelavic, Munich and Theatrical Modernism, 1985. Roy Pascal, From Naturalism to Expressionism, German Literature and Society 1880 to 1918, 1973, is to be recommended. Among books seeking to integrate the arts with contemporary society and other intellectual trends, Romaine and Tannenbaum are, as usual, to be consulted. Stephen Kern, The Culture of Time and Space 1880 to 1918, 1983, is adventurous and exciting. Readers must judge whether it is also convincing. On the Major Trends in the Social and Human Sciences, J.A. Schumpeter, History of Economic Analysis, various editions since 1954, is encyclopedic and tart, for reference only. G. Lichtheim, Marxism, 1961, repays attentive reading. Sociologists, always inclined to ruminate about what their subject is, have also investigated its history. The articles under the heading Sociology in the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1968, Volume 15, are a guide. The history of historiography in our period is not easily surveyed, except in George Eggers' New Directions in European Historiography, 1975. However, the article History in the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, ed. E.R.A. Seligman, 1932, which has in many respects not been superseded by the International Encyclopedia of 1968, gives a good picture of its debates. It is by Henry Burr and Lucien Febvre. National Histories. A bibliography confined to the English language is adequate for countries using this language, and, thanks largely to the strength of East Asian studies in the USA, is not inadequate for the Far East, but it inevitably omits most of the best and authoritative works on most European countries. For Britain, R.T. Shannon, The Crisis of Imperialism 1865 to 1915, 1974, is a good text, strong on cultural and intellectual themes, but George Dangerfield, The Strange Death of Liberal England, originally 1935, some 50 years old and wrong on most details, is still the most exciting way to start looking at the nation's history during this period. Elie Halavy, A History of the English People in the 19th Century, 1895 to 1915, volumes 4 and v, is even older, but the work of a remarkably intelligent, erudite, and perceptive contemporary observer. For readers totally ignorant of British history, R.K. Webb, Modern Britain from the 18th Century to the Present, 1969, is ideal. Fortunately, some excellent French manuals have been translated. J.M. Mayer and M. Rabiraou, The Republic from its Origins to the Great War 1871 to 1914, 1984, is the best short history there is. Georges Duper, French Society 1789 to 1970, 1976, is also to be recommended. T. Zeldin, France 1848 to 1945, 1973, is encyclopedic, except on economic matters, and quirky. Sanford Elwood, The Third Republic Defended, Bourgeois Reform in France 1880 to 1914, 1986, analyzes the ideology of the Republic's rulers. Eugene Weber's Notable Peasants into Frenchmen analyzes one of the Republic's major achievements. German works have been less translated, though H. U. Weller, The German Empire 1871 to 1918, 1984, is fortunately available. It may still usefully be supplemented by an old book by a very able Weimar Marxist, Arthur Rosenberg, The Birth of the German Republic, 1931. Gordon Craig, German History 1867 to 1945, 1981, is comprehensive. Volker Berghahn, Modern Germany, Society, Economics, and Politics in the 20th Century, 1986, provides more general background. J.J. Sheehan, German Liberalism in the 19th Century, 1974, Karl Skorsk, German Social Democracy 1905 to 1917, 1955, old but perceptive, and Jeffrey Ely, Reshaping the German Right, 1980, polemical, help to understand German politics. For Austria, Hungary, C.A. Macartney, The Habsburg Empire, 1968, is the most convenient general account. R.A. Ken, The Multinational Empire, Nationalism and National Reform in the Habsburg Monarchy 1848 to 1918, 2 volumes. 1970, is exhaustive and sometimes exhausting. For those who can get hold of it, H. Wickham Steed, The Habsburg Monarchy, 1913, is what a gifted and informed journalist would have seen at the time. Steed was Times correspondent. Karl Skorsk's Findesjekla Vienna is about politics as well as culture. Various writings by Ivan Berend and George Ranke, 2 excellent Hungarian economic historians, survey and analyze Hungary in particular and East Central Europe in general to good effect. Our period in Italy is not particularly well covered for those who do not read Italian. There are some general histories such as Dennis Macksmith, Italy, A Modern History, 1969, by an author whose major work falls into earlier and later periods. Christopher Seton Watson, Italy from Liberalism to Fascism 1871 to 1925, 1967, is less lively than the great philosopher Benedetto Croce's old but relevant History of Italy 1871 to 1915, 1929, which, however, omits most of what does not interest an idealist thinker and much of what interests a modern historian. For Spain, on the other hand, English readers have 2 outstanding general works, Raymond Carr's dense but immensely rewarding Spain 1808 to 1939, 1966, and Gerald Brennan's marvelous if unscientific The Spanish Labyrinth, 1950. The history of the Balkan peoples and states is covered in various works by J.N./or B. Jelavic, e.g. Barbara Jelavic, History of the Balkans, Volume 11 on the 20th Century, 1983, but I cannot resist drawing attention to Daniel Kairat, Social Change in a Peripheral Society, The Creation of a Balkan Colony, 1976, which analyzes the tragic fate of the Romanian people, and Milovan Land Without Justice, 1958, which recreates the world of the brave Montenegrins. Stanford J. Shaw and E. K. Shaw, History of the Ottoman Empire and Modern Turkey, Volume 11, 1808-1975, 1977, is authoritative but not exactly exciting. It would be misleading to suggest that the general histories of other European countries available in English are really satisfactory, though monographic work, e.g. in the Scandinavian Economic History Review or other journals, is quite another matter. The Cambridge Histories of Africa, Latin America, and China, all available for our period, are good guides to their respective continents or regions. John K. Fairbank, Edwin O. Reischauer and Albert M. Craig, East Asia, Tradition and Transformation, 1978, deals with all the countries of the Far East, and incidentally provides, chapters 17-18, 22-23, a useful introduction to modern Japanese history, for which, more generally, see J. Whitney Hall, Japan, From Prehistory to Modern Times, 1986 ed., John Livingston et.al., The Japan Reader, Volume 1, 1800-1945, 1974, and Janet E. Hunter, A Concise Dictionary of Modern Japanese History, 1984. Non-Orientalists interested in Japanese life and culture may enjoy Edward Seidenstecker's Low City, High City, Tokyo from Edo to Earthquake. 1867-1923, 1985. The best introduction to modern India is Judith M. Brown, Modern India, 1985, with a good bibliography. Some works on China, Iran, the Ottoman Empire, Mexico, Russia, and other regions in ferment are indicated under the heading of revolutions. For some reason there is a shortage of good introductions to the history of the 20th century USA, though there is no shortage of college manuals of all kinds, or of ruminations on the nature of being an American, and there is a mountain of monographs. The updated version of an old standby, S. E. Morrison, H. S. Commager and W. E. Lukattenberg, The Growth of the American Republic, 6th ed. 1969, is still better than most. However, George Kennan, American Diplomacy 1900-1950, 1951, expanded ed. 1984, is to be recommended. Revolutions. For comparative perspectives on 20th century revolutions, Barrington Moore's The Social Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, 1965, is a classic, and has inspired Theda Skocpol, States and Revolutions, 1978. Eric Wolfe, Peasant Wars of the 20th Century, 1972, is important, e.j. Hobsbawm Revolution in Roy Porter and M. Tyke, eds, Revolution in History, 1986, is a brief comparative survey of the problems. The historiography of Tsarist Russia, its collapse and revolution, is too vast for even a cursory short list. Hugh Seaton Watson, The Russian Empire 1801-1917, 1967, easier to refer to than read, and Hans Roger, Russia in the Age of Modernization 1880-1917, 1983, provide the data. T. G. Stavrow, ed., Russia under the Last Tsar, 1969, contains essays by various hands on a variety of topics. P. Lyashchenko, History of the Russian National Economy, 1949, should be supplemented by the relevant parts of the Cambridge Economic History of Europe. On the Russian Peasantry, Geroid T. Robinson, Rural Russia under the Old Regime, 1932, and often reprinted since, is the best way to start, though it is out of date. Tedershinen's Russia as a Developing Society, Vol. 1, Russia's Turn of Century, 1985, and Volume 11, Russia 1905-07, Revolution as a Moment of Truth, 1986, an extraordinary and not easy work, tries to see the revolution both from below and in the light of its influence on subsequent Russian history. L. Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, various editions, provides a participant's communist view full of intelligence and brio. The English edition of Mark Farrow's The Russian Revolution of February 1917 contains a convenient bibliography. The English bibliography of the other great revolution, the Chinese, is also lengthening, though by far the greatest part of it deals with the period since 1911. J. K. Fairbank, The United States and China, 1979, is really a short modern history of China. The same author's The Great Chinese Revolution 1800 to 1985, 1986, is even better. Franz Sherman and Orville Schell, eds, China Readings 1, Imperial China, 1967, provides background. F. Wakeman, The Fall of Imperial China, 1975, lives up to its title. V. Purcell, The Boxer Rising, 1963, is the fullest account of this episode. Mary Claborite, ed., China in Revolution, The First Phase 1900 to 1915, 1968, may introduce readers to more monographic studies. On the transformations of other ancient Eastern empires, Nikki Archetty, Roots of Revolution, An Interpretive History of Modern Iran, 1981, is authoritative. On the Ottoman Empire, Bernard Lewis, The Emergence of Modern Turkey, 1961, revised 1969, and D. Kushner, The Rise of Turkish Nationalism 1876 to 1908, 1977, may be supplemented by N. Burks, The Development of Secularism in Turkey, 1964, and Roger Owen, The Middle East in the World Economy, 1981. For the only actual revolution erupting out of imperialism in our period, the Mexican, two works may serve as an introduction: the early chapters of Friedrich Katz, The Secret War in Mexico, 1981, or the same author's chapter in the Cambridge History of Latin America, and John Womack, Zapata and the Mexican Revolution, 1969. Both authors are superb. There is no equally good introduction to the much disputed history of Indian national liberation. Judith Brown's Modern India, 1985, provides the best start. A. Madison, Class Structure and Economic Growth in India and Pakistan Since the Mughals, 1971, The Economic and Social Background. For those who want a taste of the more monographic, C.A. Bailey, The Local Roots of Indian Politics, Allahabad 1880 to 1920, 1975, is by a brilliant Indianist, L. A. Gordon. Bengal, The Nationalist Movement 1876 to 1940, 1974, is about the most radical region. On the Islamic region outside Turkey and Iran, there is not much to recommend. P.J. Vadakhshides, The Modern History of Egypt, 1969, may be consulted, but the famous anthropologist E. Evans Pritchard's The Senussi of Cyrenaica, 1949, on Libya, is more fun. It was written to inform the British commanders who found themselves fighting in these deserts in the Second World War. Peace and War. A good recent introduction to the problems of the origin of the First World War is James Joll, The Origins of the First World War, 1984. A.J.P. Taylor, The Struggle for Mastery in Europe, 1954, is old but excellent on the complications of international diplomacy. Paul Kennedy, The Rise of the Anglo-German Antagonism 1860 to 1914, 1980, Zara Steiner, Britain and the Origins of the First World War, 1977, F. R. Bridge, From Sadowa to Sarajevo, The Foreign Policy of Austria, Hungary 1866 to 1914, 1976, and Volker Berghahn, Germany and the Approach of War, 1973, are fine examples of recent monographs. Jeffrey Barraclough From Agadir to Armageddon, The Anatomy of a Crisis, 1982, is the work of one of the most original historians of his time. For War and Society in General, William H. McNeill, The Pursuit of Power, 1982, is stimulating. For the specific period of the present book, Brian Bond, War and Society in Europe 1870 to 1970, 1983, for the pre-war arms race, Norman Stone, The Eastern Front 1914 to 1917, 1978, chapters 1 to 2. Mark Farrow, The Great War, 1973, is a good conspectus of the impact of war. Robert Wall, The Generation of 1914, 1979, discusses some of those who looked forward to war. Georges Haupt, Aspects of International Socialism 1871 to 1914, 1986, discuss those who did not, and, with special brilliance, Lenin's attitude to war and revolution. Note, this guide to further reading has assumed that readers are in command only of English. Unfortunately today this is likely to be the case in the Anglo-Saxon world. It also assumes that, if sufficiently interested, they will consult the numerous specialist academic journals in the historical field.